is to be left for us. My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand, lost in the dark. We've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and following our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime, I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order, I am the light bringer.
begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
destruction of the realm. Call on our savior to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die aren't forgone. Just remember.
变革轰然来袭，峡谷已是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，协议子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. It's Week 8, Day 6, as we are rapidly headed towards the end of the Rumble stage here in the LPL. And I'm joined by a very special guest today. I'm Munch, and I'm joined by Mazel, the Colourcaster edition. I've got our names switched around, but I'm ready to hear the big brain.
Yeah, I mean, my brain grew like 2 inches. I don't know if that's good or bad, or I need to go see a doctor, but we're going to see how tonight works out. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Maybe get that checked out, actually. I don't think it's meant to grow like in the
It'll
moment.
work for us tonight. It'll work for us tonight.
Hopefully. Anyway, hopefully. I guess we'll wait and see. I guess we'll find out. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday in the LPL as we've, you know how it is at this point. 7 days a week. 2-0s, though, almost across the board. TT beating out OMG, Top Esports. That was a much closer series than 2-0 really gives credit for, but Top Esports definitely the better team by the end of it. And then NIP managing to get game number 1 against BLG, but couldn't quite finish things out.
Yeah, that last series is a bit heartbreaking for NIP. Obviously, they were already locked out, but trying to find any saving grace. They did double their win spree, though, at least. But now we get to look at today's matchups as well.
Yeah, and today we've got some interesting ones, right? Because we start off with LNG versus LGD, which realistically should be fairly one-sided towards LNG, but LGD have shown some good stuff. And then we go into an all-or-nothing series for Ultra Prime, where they're up against EDG. Both these teams desperate to make it to playoffs still, and the dream is still alive for Ultra Prime. EDG, rest in peace, but Ultra Prime can still make it on game difference, so that will be a crucial series for them. And then Top Esports versus FPX, a similar conversation really for FPX, where right now, Top Esports in 3rd place. If FPX win, they'll be tied in the standings. So FPX have a real chance to shoot up in terms of seeding.
And you have to remember, Top Esports, they're on a 4-win streak, but it's not only that, it's 2 zeros across the board in those. So incredible stuff there. And we saw them jump immensely in the standings yesterday with that win. Now, they will be playing back-to-back days, see if that wear and tear has anything to say. But then, as you see, seeding is still extremely important on the left side bracket there, because you get seeded into the LPL playoff gauntlet with how you finish.
You have a lot less games in this format for the playoff seeding because the placements obviously don't count towards that. You don't have quite as many opportunities to fail. We've seen Top Esports still get great seeding with a fair few losses in the past. They can't get away with that this time around. I'm looking at Ultra Prime on the right of your screen though, because they have to try and beat out IG, right? It's going to be all about that game difference. But IG on a 2-win streak, it's going to be a tough battle for Ultra Prime or for WE to be able to overtake them again. They're kind of hoping for the planets to align a little bit in that regard. But let's start talking about our first series anyway. LNG versus LGD. And I feel like this is a matchup where, you know, LNG have started to look really, really good. I think unarguably looking like a top team at this point. They're at the top of the standings, and they've taken down big names to get to that point as well, which I think the start of the conversation is honestly, how did we get here? We like just a few weeks ago, this team couldn't string a single win together.
It was really rough to watch this team in the placement stage, especially you're wondering, oh, where are all these big names not being able to pull it together? And it really has been a pull up in the Rumble stage. At first, still a little rocky, but I mean, they've turned on the Jets now. They've beaten every top team. They only lost to FPX, which is also a question mark in its own right. But man, this LNG roster is pumping.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, we can take a look at that roster as well, because it's definitely a roster stacked with talent, right? And you expect a few of these players to pop off. Scout, I think, is the one that has changed the most since the start of the year. You know, in spring and at the start of summer, I feel like Scout just really wasn't performing. He has very much come online. But the inconsistency is the concern for me. The fact that they lost that series to FPX, the fact that against BLG and JDG, they're losing individual games. It's great that they're challenging those teams, but perhaps need to clean a few things up.
And Scout and Weiwei have taken definitely a forward hand, at least in the last couple series as well. I think we're still begging some questions to the bot lane to some extent for LNG, but I really like to see how much more proactive they're able to be with Weiwei and Scout's connections, because I think at the brass tacks, that is what needs to function here if LNG are going to be one of our top teams.
I love that phrase, their connections. It's like they're going to call in a favor from somewhere higher up the chain. And,
they've been building up their favors. They've got to call it in.
Yeah, I feel like that would be very LPL, honestly. But over on the other side, LGD, I mean, you talked about the bottom lane struggling on the side of LNG. I feel like today should be an easier bot lane for them to go up against in the form of LGD. LGD's roster has had some highs, it's had some lows. You know, I think Xiaoya, him and Kepler have been swapping around for this position. It's mostly been Xiaoya with a bit of Kepler in there, but I don't think either AD carry has really been able to find their footing this split. And the rest of the roster, I feel like it is a game of sometimes really, really popping up. Like Birdall's a great example. Sometimes he really pops off. Sometimes he really struggles to have an impact. Hai Chao, again, really high, big team fight impact moments where he suddenly turns something around, but sometimes as well, he just seems invisible on the map.
Yeah, and I think you can say the same thing for Meteor. A lot of ways, this whole top side trio for LGD, they can show up at the right moments and look really good, but they can also be the reason why this team loses and why we see them at 0-6. And trying to maybe recoup a little pride here and get another game win to match in IP as they go into their battle for the wooden spoon later on. But it is, in all actuality, an LGD that is trying to take down the Titan.
Yeah, and I think for LGD, to be honest, my goal would not be for them to win this series. I think that's not a very realistic goal for LGD today. I mean, you know, it's possible. I'm not saying it's totally impossible, but I don't think it would be a realistic goal. What I would say is that they need to try and get maybe a game win, or at least try and show a clear game plan going into things, because ultimately they are going to have to go into that last chance qualifier to make it to playoffs. They are going to have to play a best of 5 against one of the teams from Group Nirvana. Like, we need to see that LGD can still play to the level that they did at placements. Remember, they managed to find that miracle run to make it into this stage of the tournament. We need to see that version of the team again. We need to see that they can string together some conditions and, like, make the game a favorable position, make it a winnable game. Because a few of the games from LGD, the early game has just felt a little doomed.
Yeah. And I feel like we've gotten that a lot for NIP and LGD. And obviously a reason they're at the bottom too, but you have to start wondering, like, did they just barely sneak in here, or are they here for a reason to some extent? And I think we have to see if this mid lane priority that's going to be fought over early in the draft is actually going to maintain Haichao to some extent. Because as we said, like, he can be a winning factor for them, but it's going to be about how they draft themselves into ease of execution in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and how they can actually execute on those compositions as well. Like you say, ease of execution always going to be a big thing in the LPL. I feel like even at the very top levels, sometimes just locking the composition with a Leona that just goes forward is it's a pretty simple way to...
Top esports did last night. They go the same thing, you know? Why not? It works.
I mean, we've also seen these compositions where you have no hard engage. You've got Braum support, you've got like Ezreal, Nidalee, Corki, and you just try and stay at maximum, or like a Jace mid or something, and just never ever properly engage a fight. I feel like we've got a whole variety of compositional styles available to teams in the meta right now. It's just a question of, like, at least picking one of those styles and really, like, leaning into it. I prefer compositions where there is a clear style, there is a clear direction that a team's going in.
We can talk about it a little bit more as we get into the arena here, but it's been really interesting to me because I've actually really appreciated a lot of the meta and the variety we've seen, but it's also been really interesting to see how teams are willing to go for the kind of 4 carry composition with one setup tool or one frontliner. And for the best teams, that double-edged sword, it looks real good sometimes. You're cleaving people in half. But then when you see some of the teams towards the bottom, or the average style teams, it definitely falls off a bit. So we'll see which version we get from LGD tonight specifically.
We'll have to see, as it will be LGD stepping out onto the stage first. Obviously, they are going to be in LNG's arena. Also, buckle yourselves up for us misnaming LGD and LNG throughout this series. I don't know what it is. When they're just one letter away, it always just jumbles up in my head. But yeah, I feel like it's going to be so intimidating. The LNG arena, it's so flashy. There's so much going on.
I love it.
You're stepping in, and I guarantee everyone in that crowd is wearing an LNG jersey. You know, it's got to be intimidating for the poor boys of LGD.
And I don't know if it's around right now. They also have a mascot, a chillin' mascot that is probably, not gonna lie, it's cute, but it's also extremely terrifying. You know, if it's walking around out there, maybe intimidating some of the competition. But no, it's been really cool to see what they've been able to do with the arena in Suzhou, and especially like some of the extra antics and things like that. The tie-in to the physical arena, also into the like kind of load-in screen that they do anytime we play in this arena as well. Really, really cool.
Certainly is. And this is the team that it's all set up for. Zika, Weiwei, Scout, Gala, and Hung. All players that have built names for themselves over the last few years, and a couple of them even longer than that. I feel like Scout and Gala are definitely the biggest names on this roster, and I think, you know, their reputations precede them from former glories of RNG and EDG. But on LNG, I feel like this team has started to solidify now, and I don't exactly know what it was that changed. It did feel a little bit like a light switch being flicked from this team, unable to find wins, to suddenly being at the top of the table. But whatever it was that clicked, whatever it was that solidified, has changed this team into being the team that I think most people expected to see coming in. Honestly, the craziest thing to me is not just that they're starting to get wins. Like, in LPL, I feel like there are a lot of top teams that will suddenly just flick a switch halfway through a split and just start winning games, right? That stopped surprising me at this point. The thing that surprised me with LNG is that these guys have started playing fast. Like, this is not the same LNG that takes 40 minutes and 3 elders to end the game, right? This is a team that now competently closes out with a lead, and that is a big change from really the last 3 years of this organization.
Yeah. And even when we hyper-focus on last split, I mean, having a pretty lackluster finish in the playoffs and finishing 8th, but it was a team that we always do. It was like the tortoise. Eventually, they'll catch up. They'll find strength, but it's been a really refreshing breath of air here for LNG in this Rumble stage. And I think while there had been some big question marks around Scout and maybe not the double back-to-back MVP performances that we saw last year, but I think in all actuality, he has to find a moment to step up and be strong with him and Weiwei.
See if he can find that moment for himself. Certainly needs to, as it were. I want to quickly talk about flexibility as well for LNG, because both Zika and Weiwei are in the top 3 in the league for number of champions played across this split. And I think that really speaks to how LNG, let's see, I've already done it. I've already switched.
There you go, already.
I kind of did a bit of soul searching across this year and like finally have settled on a way that they want to play a game. But I feel like there is a level of respect you've got to give to players that are willing to try so many different things on this stage, whether they work or not, and keep coming back and then find that success later on. I definitely think that's worth acknowledgement.
Yeah. I've just really enjoyed some of the kind of rewriting of stories that we've seen across the LPL. I mean, you could kind of close your eyes and throw a dart and find one of those, but it's been really cool, specifically for this LNG roster, who also have been trying to rewrite a lot of the stories that we were talking about earlier. But I think now we could start talking a little bit about the jungle focus here. Obviously, both junglers extremely prevalent on the AP junglers that we've seen consistently throughout LPL here recently. But I also have really liked Weiwei's tend towards the Nidalee a lot of times as well, trying to go with a little bit more of that up-in-your-face jungler. It needs a lot more setup, needs a lot more of that hard execution. But I think it's something LNG can use to get up under LGD early.
Certainly could be an option. You know, I was just looking at some of the top picks from Summer in general, which, you know, Summer's been a long split. And with the placements, we've had a few different patches. The meta has shifted quite dramatically. Nidalee is actually only the 5th most picked jungler because she's banned so much. Like, we so rarely get an opportunity to see Nidalee. The Sejuani has actually been picked way more than Nidalee across the course of this split. I would not have expected that to be the case with how the start of the split began, but here we are anyway. LGD on our blue side, Yone, Renekton, and Braum bans. Those are not the bans I would have expected to see on blue side.
I actually like the focus towards the blind Renekton. At least that would be potentially the case for LNG. It is just going to be the go button, though, for Jin Zhao, and we have seen this rise a lot here recently in the Leona first pick on blue side.
Certainly have. It's going to be answered with an Ezreal. Would not be at all surprised to see that Sejuani. The other option as well is if you do want to get one of your stronger solo laners, if there's a priority there. I mean, Tristana is open and available, but the Sejuani will be locked in. And with the Yone gone, maybe it could be a Jace angle for Scout. That could be a good takeaway for LGD, just to try and deny that melee mid lane synergy with the Sejuani.
Let's see if the actual setup here is going to come through. Yeah, all right. So the big pick I feel like really recently has been the Lilia. It's been a little bit of a dip, but then like last night we saw Tien just absolutely monster 2 games in a row on that pick. Love the setup, love the clear speed, and it's going to enable Meteor to be very active.
I feel like Meteor definitely a player that is proficient on this kind of pick. It's not been that successful, but realistically, when your scoreline looks like LGD's, statistically, your picks are not going to look that good, regardless of how they actually looked on the Rift. The Tristana does come through for Haichao, though, not too surprising there. As LNG now. I'd expect them to lock in one of the solo lanes. Maybe there's a small argument for grabbing your support now to match up with the Leona, but I don't expect that to be pitched too hard. But you could look for the mid lane so you don't have to blind anything top, and Scout goes back to the Azir, old school in the mid lane.
Ooh. Hey, a classic for him. Love to see it, but it also gives you a ton of sustained damage and maybe a little bit of setup potential, as Scout is one to do, it feels like, in a lot of regards. But now it is also looking at the ADC pool, maybe to try to get away that 2v2 down there. They're going to take away the Jhin, so maybe utility in the bot side could be the focus for LNG so far.
Also just really good at contesting early prio, which is one of the things Ezreal's quite good at in the first couple of levels. So Jhin, one of those champions that can contend with him there. Perhaps could be an angle for a Kai'Sa ban as well, just because Kai'Sa can have a very good matchup into the Ezreal, especially once you hit that level 6, if everyone moves up to the top side. But in Misfortune, going to be removed instead. I'm still undecided on Misfortune as a pick, honestly. I feel like we've seen some really good games of Misfortune. We've seen a lot of kind of whatever games from Misfortune, which is a champion that you expect to snowball and take over.
I mean, it's easy to play into, right? Like, if you have you know what's coming, right? So you can play around it to some extent. So when you have that big wombo combo, we have seen a lot of teams just be decisive enough to upend that. It is going to be the Camille Jax ban, though, by LGD. So definitely trying to take away some of the power potential, the side laning away from Zika. Right now, the Alistar, though, is a really nice setup tool for Hung to kind of combine with Weiwei and make sure they themselves can be proactive.
I feel like this LNG composition is just like absolute classic top-level league comp, right? Where you've got Ezreal Azir, you've got Sejuani in the jungle, you've got an Alistar for the hard engage. I guess we go Cassante top, right? Just to round out, or I guess Renekton would have been the classic. But Cassante definitely has replaced him as the premium at the minute. With Nardo for Birdle, do you want to go for the Cassante? It is a bit of a tougher laning phase. There are some options available to try and go into the Gnar, more aggressive options, but it's whether you want to play with a little bit more risk up in that top side. The Rumble was nerfed on this patch, but we've seen it a couple of times, and Zika will happily slam that once again. He's 100% win rate over 3 games on Rumble so far.
Last night, we were seeing a ton of bans going over to the Rumble as well, so I'd love to see this setup. We'll need to see how it plays through a lot of the activity that Weiwei is going to have Hung as well, but I also kind of like the Gnar in this setup. You have so much of those spacing ultimates and so much of that follow-up CC for LGD to pinpoint a target and take them down. That is the biggest focus right now, it feels like, for them, and I like that they're giving themselves that kind of ease option.
Yeah, it'll be down to how LNG are positioning, though, with Azir, with Rumble, and with Ezreal. It's quite easy to space out in these fights and not give a good opportunity over to that Gnar. And I will say, in terms of, like, we talked ease of execution earlier on. LNG, they've got easy go buttons in that of the Sejuani and the Alistar. They've got powerful DPS. They've got big team fight ultimates. Like that, that's a good little list, right? That's a good little list of useful tools to use. And LNG, their laning has certainly improved since the start of the year. You'd expect them to, in theory, be coming out with some advantages there. It'll be a question of prio, though, if they can battle that one out. And only time will tell. We've got our 2 compositions. Color Caster Mazel, what do you reckon?
All right, I'm definitely looking at these mid-jungle duos. I want to see who's going to be getting prio in mid lane, more specifically. Scout and Haichao can be winning conditions for their 2 teams, but it's going to rely on Weiwei and Meteor's pathing throughout the map and see where they're able to delve out resources, more specifically for the side of Weiwei. But we're getting into game 1 now. It's sure to be fun. Oh, I heard some. I heard them.
Yeah.
They were there. I heard something.
That was rough. That was rough.
A little rough.
Nobody wanted to be the cheerleader, right? That was like a game of chicky with us in the gyros there. I think we laid out just a little too early, but it's what it is. There's Gala and Hung already starting aggressive in this one. Let's talk about how the early map is likely to go, though, because up in the top lane, we've got Rumble versus Gnar. Obviously, Gnar having a bit of a range advantage, but Rumble's so good at getting the push in the top side. The Tristana you'd expect to be winning out early against an Azir. I don't think that one's too surprising. I feel like for Meteor, he wants to try and clear as swiftly as possible, outpace Weiwei, maybe try and influence the lane, or maybe just try and get a Scuttle Crab advantage.
And that's something we have seen, at least in terms of Lilia trying to get ahead of most matchups in the jungle section, is like just being able to outfarm. Now, Sejuani can get a little bit aggressive and move in for some invades, potentially to try to stop that. But Weiwei he's going to be really waiting till that level 6 to have those go buttons, and when that does become the case, they'll be going all the time.
Bit of sparring in the bottom lane already, not too surprising, as looks like LNG will have the level 2 advantage here. Just a couple of minions away after this one. And you expect LGD to respect this. You hope that they'll respect this. We have seen this bottom lane from LGD get caught out by level 2 spikes before. It's not something that you hope to see in the LPL at the highest level. In Group Ascend, you'd hope people know to respect level 2 spikes, and LGD will do so this time around.
And that's also like one of the curious conversations here is the LPL. I mean, we've seen every team beat every team at some moment in the past, but it's also an LNG who, if they can take this, right, they'll rise to 6-1. I mean, that's a massive statement, right? You're going to be looking at securing yourself a first or second place here in this group, and I think it's something where LGD have an opportunity to do something really funny, just like NIP did last night, but it's also a situation where LNG need to win this cleanly if they want to cement themselves as one of those top teams.
It'll be interesting to see as well how this split finishes for LNG in the context of the standings, right? Because as you say, this will be their 6th win. They'll have 1 series remaining. So their best available score right now could be 7-1. Their final opponent will be, hang on a second, and in the bottom side, Jin Zhao trying to get aggressive as Hung gets CC chain. Xiao getting some good damage on Hung in response as well. Won't lead to summoners being burnt, just a heavy trade. But their final opponent, LNG, is going to be anyone's legend. A team that started Group Ascend at the top of the standings, haven't been able to maintain that position. They've kind of fallen away as LNG have risen to the top. So I do feel like that could turn into quite an intense series, honestly, especially for anyone's legend, who are, you know, they're currently in playoffs, but the difference between 6th and 7th is an entire round of playoffs like that. You don't want to be in 7th, you want to be in 6th.
And also adding insult to injury, they're on a massive slump, right? Like they've lost to 3 massive teams in a row, JDG, Weibo, and Top Esports, 2 of those being 2-0s back-to-back, and I think it's just something you have to watch out for, but LG going to be taking advantage of that, hopefully. LGD, though, I really think they have set themselves up with a pretty stable situation, especially with how much Haichao's been able to push out Scout, as is tradition here. But I think the more important part is that we're going to be getting to a bit of aggression.
Engage from Hung. Xiaoya will be able to flash and cleanse his way to safety. But I love the aggression out from this LNG bot lane. The second that Jin Zhao isn't there, Hug hunts for an opportunity.
I mean, hey, Alistar is primo meta in for a reason, it feels like, because a lot of the plays you can make, the flash headbutts, but now he also has Hex Flash still available. They can make a play again.
They certainly can. Hung getting aggressive. And also both summoners on cooldown here. If Wei Wei hits level 6, maybe Xiaoya could be a target. Although I kind of expect Wei Wei to be looking towards the top side of the map, realistically. That is where your melee synergy is. That's that Sejuani. You want to have a melee champion to build up your stacks for you. Maybe the Grubs could be the target with Zeka having such control of the top lane. Maybe that is the opportunity for LNG.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon still being up. We have seen, especially last night, I mean, a lot of teams just weren't even going for early Dragons. We're seeing Dragons at like 8, 9, 10 minutes in. But see if Grubs is going to be started up anywhere close to spawn. Both junglers going to be on this side of the map as well, as we already have move from Jin Zhao and Hung.
Certainly do. Could be a scrap on that top side. I mean, Scout level 6, so he's got that Emperor's Divide, but Azir not exactly a champion fit. Oh, Hung is getting cheeky with it. He's not been spotted. Okay, he's going to Hex Flash out the back of the pit to keep himself safe for now. As Wei Wei moves in. It's going to be a smite off for the first one. Meteor grabs that. Wei Wei could do with getting at least one of these Grubs. Certainly does. That's Wei Wei grabbing one. So at least we'll get the double XP for that first Grub, and I think LNG, they're happy with that. They got the one.
They got the one. They can come back and fight for the next spawn there. But it will be really nice for LGD to get 2 Grubs. It sets them up to try to get those 4. Obviously, Haichao.
Oh, look at this. Engage from Scout. The follow-up from Hug as well. Haichao has to dip into topside river just to survive. Holds onto his flash, though. So all things considered, not too bad for him. Didn't lose out on too much as the 1v1 down bot. Xiaoya is a full level down at this point, still not hitting that level 6. There we go, finally hits it. Maybe has an opportunity, but Hung is in the area. I don't know if Xiaoya knows that. Nice little true shot. Gala is really layering the pressure down in the bot lane.
Yeah, he is. And we actually see if they can punish that in any regard, because both junglers are going to finish up their clears on that bot side as well. Weiwei has hit level 6 now, so has Meteor. I think it's going to be really big to see the up in tempo by LNG.
So Drake will be the call for LNG with the pressure down in the bottom side. They can take control of this one. So they got one of the grubs and they get the Drake. It's a minor win overall for LNG. Nothing too significant. Gold's still dead even at this point, but still a positive start to the game for them. And all things considered, it's going fairly smooth. One thing I will point out, Scout pretty far down in CS so far. Haichao doing well in the early parts of this laning phase. Double recall cancel though from Scout. He'll feel happy with that one.
Yeah, I think actually getting that is huge. It's been really cool to see some of the little minute base stops be actually super impactful here recently, the LPL as well. I think in all actuality, it'll be just fine. The clear speed for Meteors to be picking up super big now that he's got the Faded Ashes as well.
Yeah, he's going to start tearing through that jungle. I think the biggest lead on the map right now, down in that bottom lane, Gala has already got 2 plates for himself. I feel like we're seeing some significant lane discrepancies, right? With a big CS lead for Haichao, quite a big CS lead for Zika, Gala with a CS lead and a couple of plates as well. We are starting to see partly the prowess of the players, but more importantly, the value of these picks like Rumble. Like one of the biggest reasons you pick the Rumble is just he never seems to lose lane. He pretty much always seems to win lane. I think Meteor was spotted there. He's going to try and sneak in, but Zika has full information. Okay, Meteor realizes. Goes for the sweeper.
Gets a little extra golem, you know? Hey, it's a little something. It's something. You'll take that for LGD. No, but it's going to be a state where Weiwei is going to have the forward hand now.
This is smart from Weiwei, because he knows Meteor will recall off of the ward. That's a flash out from Birdle. Nice, like, little punish there from Weiwei.
And they can revisit that. And I actually would really like to see them do so, because this is one of the first times we're getting to see the Rumble come through. It's been banned away a ton, but it's also a power point that if you give a little bit of gold to, will have a ton of setup potential for you, and already up in CS in the lane too.
All right, no. Birdle dives in as he turns mini. I don't think that was the timing he was looking for. Birdle, what was that?
Bold, Cotton, bold as, oh God, Scout.
Xiaoya. Yeah, has to use his killer instinct. He'll be okay. Yeah, I mean, what? I'm not really sure what's happening on the map right now. Suddenly, we just have people going in and either barely surviving or not surviving at all in the context of Birdle.
And I just talked about what a little bit of a lead can do for Zika on the Rumble, and they will have that now. Just sub 1,000 there, but also potentially repunishable since that flash won't be up for a little while. There is the next spawn of grubs, though. I think it's really important that LNG try to position themselves to deny as much of this as possible, because LGD have the Tristana. Really, really good tower pushing there. Oh, Gala
is in a very aggressive position. Does have his flash, and actually he'll just be fine. Nobody really commits much except to Zenith played towards him. He'll walk away. Just trying to fight for mid-prio as aggressively as possible as those grubs do spawn on the map. No Equalizer available, no Emperor's Divide available, no Glacial Prison available. I don't know if this is a good fight for LNG.
You're going to try to pick somebody out. You got to remember, these are these squishier members over here. They're waiting to get Birdle down. He does have Meganar pop now, but it's going to be coming down quick. LGD maybe feeling a little bit fearful, actually.
And honestly, this is good for LNG. The longer this stalemate goes on, the more of those ultimates will become available. Who needs them? They just dive on in onto Jin Zhao. They've got a 5v3 to start fights. Haichao and Birdle finally arriving. The sleep onto 3. Solar Flare comes in. And Weiwei taken out of the picture. LNG still with 4 members trying to fight this one out as Gala's 1v1ing Birdle on the top side. And Scout getting AoE down. There's a smite out from Meteor. Jump forwards from Gala here as they try and finish off these health bars.
Oh!
LGD so low as Zika finishes one, and Gala's chasing for more, finds the snipe as LGD sent away, losing a 5v4 with an equalizer. It's going from bad to worse for LGD. Emperor's Divide just came over the last second, and Meteor can't finish the kills. It's one snipe for Birdle, but one giant leap for LNG.
Somebody just cracked open the bank vault and gold just started spilling out everywhere. We literally had 1 kill in 10 minutes and now it's 2-5. LNG come out massively. They will deny at least the 4 grub, but we got fights.
We certainly do. Jin Chao might have gone in too early though. I don't know if he can survive long enough here. He's pretty tanky. Hai Chao's arrived, but now he's alone in the play. Birdle gets onto the scene. 1-for-1 in the re-engaged version of the fight as Gala doesn't have any sums and Birdle has found him in a 1v1. What is happening in the map right now as Scout gets another one? Zik has re-arrived on the scene as he comes in the bottom side of that river. And look at Xiaoya. Xiaoya's like, you know what, lads? I'm getting a minion wave.
Let's calm down a little bit. We don't even need any kind of color casting here. It's just go buttons and fighting by LNG and LGD. Speaking of.
Oh, Scout. He's caught underneath the tower. Oh my god, Birdle. 2 solo kills in a single fight. Birdle kills off Gala, kills off Scout. Revenge for that death in the laning phase.
Zika's just like, guys, what happened? Birdle is 4-1 now. Both top laners gonna have massive impact on this game as well. Zika getting his own little bit of goal. Oh, come on.
What is going on? What is in the water? Like, I don't know what has inspired
I don't
these
need
players.
to talk about what's happening. It's perfect.
I mean, yeah, for us, as a double play-by-play, this is the perfect game right now. It's a killer minute so far as LGD grab themselves a Drake. Doesn't look like LNG are... I daren't say they're not contesting because I feel like any time an objective, even if it's not up, even if it's just been up at some point, feels like these teams will fight over it right now.
Nobody even finished off the grubs. They despawned now. We'll have the Rift Herald coming up soon. There was that dragon obviously now setting up an Infernal Soul, which actually I think is really big for both these teams. So the dragon priority just kind of shot through the roof here. But it's just so crazy to me that literally under 10 minutes we had 1 kill. And then all of a sudden we're at a kill a minute. And it all started off because LGD were just willing to fight. And I think in a lot of cases like this, LNG are going to outhand you. I think you're taking advantage of some of the split fighting nature of this, but this is the latter half of the fight after the first series had already gone down.
Yeah, I mean, Gala traded for Hai Chao, the supports traded, and then Scout just oversteps. I mean, this was honestly LNG kind of winning the play because they won the previous fight, and then this was LGD's answer to them winning that fight, right? Scout overstepping means it ends up being a positive play for LGD. However, then Zika just walks up and kills Birdle, so then it becomes a neutral play again. I guess the only advantage from all of that was the fact that LGD got 1 extra grub, so Meteor gets one jungle camp ahead.
Yep, that's what we'll say. We'll come away with it that way. So he will also have the Leandries completed now coming out of base, so a little bit of strength there, but LNG, we're looking to start up the Rift Herald, and that'll get some standing gold for them out on the map. But this is also a situation we can talk a little bit about that forward engage, that setup that is so strong for LNG. We are seeing some of the damage profiles rebuff that a little bit now that we're getting first items as well. It might even make that a little bit more difficult to handle. LGD holding their heads a little bit above water here, even if they're starting to drown.
It's definitely LNG with the advantage, isn't it? It feels like, despite the fact that the similar number of kills went over in that previous skirmish, like, all of the kills on LGD are on Birdle right now, and he's still 1,000 gold down in the top side. Scout now has an advantage after losing out early in the laning phase. Gala is massively ahead in the bot side. Like, doesn't feel like there are many advantages for LGD. They want to make an advantage in this top side as Birdle actually flashes forward, looking for the Mega Gnar, gets the double stun, Solar Flare comes on in. It's a great little combo for LGD, and Meteor sweeps up his first kill.
That's a lot of shutdown gold going to Meteor as well there. Oh, and not only off the back of his first item completion, but now going to have some extra gold in the pocket there. LNG, we're trying to answer in mid lane with an outer turret, but it's LGD that'll get a play off on top side, even though they're pretty far behind now. LNG might be looking to try to get a recoup of their gold.
So nice little advantage for them. 10 seconds without the enemy top laner on the map. But perhaps Birdall gets an opportunity to look towards the tier 1 in the top side. Scala trying to do a similar thing in the mid lane, but LGD 4 players in the area to defend that tower. I don't know if Birdall can really stick around on that top side. And yeah, he will channel the reset. Drake's coming up in a minute and a half. They need to be on the map. They need to have spent their gold. They need to be ready for that reset. Let's take another look.
They just knew. Yeah, they just knew that they had the angle here. They were bringing way more. Nice flash from Birdall there. Because if he doesn't flash that one, he's locked down enough to where they can't get away. Or they do get away, rather. Zika tries to fight his best, but I think giving that shutdown gold in the end over to Meteor is actually massive now because he has Seekers, and that's a huge spike for the Lilia.
Huge flash there from Birdall. I didn't even see on the... When we saw it live, I didn't even notice that he had actually flashed over Weiwei's ult. I thought it was an early flash. I was so incredibly wrong. Great little flash there. This has been a very... high and low game for Birdall, hasn't it? He's had some insane moments. He's also had some terrible moments. I've never seen an individual game look this dramatic, I guess. Wait, tries to get in the Herald, spite it away.
Couple solo kills, couple fights in top, you know, just see what happens on a day, average day in the top lane.
Couple of solo kills, couple of solo deaths. You know how it is.
We don't count those. Don't worry about it.
Drake coming up, though. 30 seconds time. It does feel like LNG are the ones in control of the map right now. Scout's moved up to the top side as he has his TP available. Look at this, though. Haichao wants to set up for a dive onto Scout. This will mean LNG get themselves this Drake pretty much for free.
They don't have Mega Gnar, though. They're going to have to use Birdall's Midi Gnar to get this. And Scout's just killing him here now. Haichao goes over.
Oh, no! He's already used the jump as well. Birdall trying to get him. Zhonya's isn't enough, I don't think so, but with the shield it is! Gets back under the tower, clears the minion wave, Haichao comes under, and they will survive, barely! A fair effort from Scout, but LGD get the dive.
Dude, Scout is trying to outplay his best there, can't do it in the end, though. And unfortunately goes down. LNG, though, have taken complete control of this bottom side of the map. They'll be getting themselves a second dragon and start that stacking for themselves. Haichao getting nice standing gold for LGD in the side lane, though, himself.
I can't believe how hard that was for Haichao and Birdall Scout. Full raid boss mode right there, where, like, if they didn't come in beforehand and already know the strategy, they're absolutely screwed. And rage timer very much kicked in after the dash. I mean, just great trading from Scout to start aggressive on Birdall.
I think the fact that he's able to get this separation there is massive, but this right here, like, out of it. I'm just saying, Birdall needs to go ahead and go watch one of those Azael videos because the timing there, Scout actually has a really, really good clutch time, and he almost gets the kill back on the Haichao.
Yeah, Haichao auto flash immediately away just to finish that kill and get out of dodge. Whew, intense game. Haichao also starting with a Bloodthirster in the mid lane instead of, we usually see like the Kraken Slayer, etc. But I suppose with the amount of damage coming out at long range from the enemy team, I can definitely see the merit of a Bloodthirster.
I actually like the sustain for it. I'm just wondering about the damage profile, especially for a composition that's going to need a lot of follow through. I want to see the second item, third item be able to come through for LGD. On the other side, you are getting to the kind of second item spike for LNG. Here we go, though. Gala, that's a cleanse.
Cleanse forced down. It is Solar Flare used, though, which is the main engage tool for LGD. So I don't know if they'll... Well, yeah, pretty much. Aside from just throwing their faces at the enemy, which is an option with a Leona and a Gnar, to be fair. And to be honest, with Haichao's jumps, that seems like it's an option too so far this game. But LNG seem like they're in control and seem like they're quite happy to take a slower pace of game. Even though there's quite a lot of kills, I feel like we had one very small section of the game where it was just abject chaos for a moment.
Yeah.
And we had a very quiet first 10 minutes, and we've had a very quiet recent 5 minutes, you know. It feels like we're just like, you know, gentleman's agreement for the time being. When we're fighting, we're absolutely fighting. But let's just take 10 minutes, and then we'll return to the chaos.
Everybody's calming down just a little bit. But this is also kind of the conversation we started at the beginning of it, and an LNG who has picked up their tempo in a lot of ways, but also we did know them for the longest time as being one of these slow, methodical teams. So maybe being able to bring back a little bit of that reference here for LNG in this first game at least. But they're going to be looking to get some picks here. I think Weiwei is itchy on the trigger finger of this Glacial Prison and get something going for them.
But equally as well, I think LNG, you know, they are a team that historically has played slow. I don't think it's out of their comfort zone to just kind of chill for a bit. It's Infernal Soul as well. They've already got 2 Drakes for themselves. Like, stacking those up sounds pretty great. You've got an Azir that's now hit 2 items. Maybe that is the ghost sign. Maybe that is the moment. But equally, I mean, look at Xiaoya right now. Xiaoya is so far behind at this point, even if you have an argument for scaling within your own composition. I feel like just punishing the fact that the enemy carries are so far, or at least the enemy bot lane carry is so far behind. Like, you still have the advantage, right, without the scaling.
Oh, no.
Once again, 2v1 under the tower. This time, it works out for LGD.
Hey, they get it. They don't have any trouble, and they get the outer tower too, so they'll get a ton of gold. And they have shrunk this lead down to about 1,000 gold for LNG, or a really big performance from LGD. Again, this was a series that LNG should be just absolutely running through, and the fact that they're being given a little bit of timing here. It's obviously LNG that we were talking about being fine as time goes on in this game, but it's nice to see some life from LGD.
It's great to see from LGD, and much needed from LGD. We came in saying, you know, we want to see a little bit more from this team. We want to see the team that we saw in placements, that showed proactivity, that showed the ability to contend with top teams. Remember, this is a team that beat BLG during the placement series.
Well, the only ones.
And the question remains, how did that happen? Was it just, you know, lightning in a bottle? Or I guess lightning not in a bottle.
It was Meteor and Highshout, but that's the thing. That's what we've said is, like, these guys, this top trio, they can make or break every single game, and we've seen that a lot in even the same game in a lot of cases. So I think it's just about that consistency that I feel like just keeps rearing its head across the LPL, because we cannot stay consistent. We have to have chaos.
Certainly controlled chaos here for LNG so far, or at least they're trying to control the chaos. I don't know if we could say it has been controlled, but LGD, their biggest win condition so far has just been trying to single out Scout. It has worked. It's sort of gone pear-shaped a little bit as well. Birdall has found a good flank, but spotted on a ward in the end. Drake started by LGD, and oh my god, Jin Zhao tries to start the fight. He was hoping for Birdall follow-up, but he just evaporated. And now LNG can move straight into the river. Meteor sent away. He wants to get in for... No, don't hit him into the Drake. Okay, doesn't get the smite. Hunger's going to go down as Haichao is free-firing. It's a good equalizer. Xiaoya separated as Weiwei goes down. He's 3v3 right now, and Haichao's looking for more onto Gala as well. Flash available for Gala. Might have to use it. Used it too late. And it's a triple for Haichao. Zika down. LGD, they lose the Drake, but they can go Baron.
Who are the 3 people on your screen right now? It's Birdall, it's Meteor, and it's Haichao. The 3 guys that can step up when it matters most, and now they are going to force the hand of LNG.
I don't know how on earth that worked out for LGD after Jin Zhao just sent it at the start of the fight, but here we are. They're on the Baron. Weiwei's not up for 8 more seconds. Jin Zhao has arrived back on the scene. That is a Baron for LGD in exchange for Soul Point, but also a boatload of gold into Haichao's pocket.
Yeah. We have to take a look how this started off. So Jin Zhao was already getting extremely poked here. Realizes he might have an angle, doesn't get Gala in the end, but the threat of Birdall pushes LNG a little bit to the edge. They're a bit hesitant to move forward. They do end up getting the dragon, but look at Xiaoya on the other side of the fight here. He is completely splitting the focus of LNG. Scout moves over. That's already his Zanya's down. And then you start getting to a point where LGD reposition after they lose Xiaoya, getting a ton of damage off, but this front to back is what Haichao wants all day long.
I feel like LNG just didn't have their priorities straight. They hadn't figured out how they wanted to play the situation. Like you say, good positioning from Xiaoya to single out Zika and force him separate. It was good Zonyas from Scout to deny Birdall's ultimate, but it wasn't enough to survive the play. And all things considered, LNG falling short in the fight. Haichao left to just hammer away. take over. And now 12 to 10. It's a slight gold lead for LGD, but Jin Zhao is found again. He's just not tanky, is he?
He just can't find a break, man. It feels like every series for LGD. Jin Zhao is unfortunately just getting caught a little bit overboard, and now...
Meteor, that's not your team. I don't know if you... maybe he seemed to be standing with his teammates there, then suddenly realized that's not his teammates. You're way too close.
Well, unfortunately for LGD, they do still have a lead. They were able to carve that one back for the first time in the game itself, but they keep having little blunders. And honestly, it's been a big part to what has been a big issue for LGD. We do see them getting a side lane tier 2, though, for a little bit of that standing gold to Bertle.
Reset through for Bertle. We'll be able to get it out. I wasn't sure if Zika would just, like, blast the equalizer, but then I checked on the interface, and he didn't have his equalizer. So I don't know what I was worried about.
Good thing that we have the interface, at least.
Well,
imagine if we didn't have any of the timers or anything. You just had to guess. We had to keep the timers as casters.
I mean, that is a thing. Sometimes the interface breaks, right? And then,
That's true.
You lose everything. And I suddenly realized quite how dependent I am on the timers. Jin Zhao.
It's like the internet.
Just, I guess
It's
he felt he
unfortunate.
needed to face check that. But
Yeah.
realistically, I'm not sure that was a serviceable play.
Why? They just throwing shade at Zika at the end. I can appreciate Meteor step back up there. He's trying to get the speed up from the passive as well, but unable to do so. Now, though, we do have about a minute and 20 for the next dragon. It's an Infernal Soul for LNG. There is no world that you want to give this over to this style of team composition. And I think they're going to try to get as much pressure around these lanes for LGD as possible. And you can see that they're trying to keep it in the mid and bot as much.
Does feel like Gala has lost the ability now to contest mid-prio with the static chip there for Xiaoya and a Kraken Slayer. He does plenty of damage. He can pretty much one-shot those waves. The question is, can LNG actually cleanly take this Drake? Because we saw last time around they got the Drake, but the fight was a disaster for them. Rumble's equalizers often lackluster in the river. They could maybe do with trying to find a fight in the jungle before the Drake comes up, but I don't think that's a realistic expectation.
See how the setup comes down here, because I think this could be a bit of a make or break moment for LGD. I think, again, that Infernal Soul's looming heavily here, but they will be in first position. They do have their own go buttons, and a big lilting lullaby can make a difference. Bertle, this is the same position we saw LGD win a fight last time, Munch.
He's just turned mega. There we go. Great opportunity. Two slammed into the wall. LNG sent away. It's only hung damaged so far as Scout moves in from the side, and Bertle is about to turn mini. As the Drake comes up, Scout aggressed upon, but has that shield, so won't take too much damage there. And LGD now, their engage tools are on cooldown. Their Meganar is on cooldown. Can they actually contest at this point? Equalizer comes down, the poke damage not really sticking from LNG here. We're just going to go into the pit and go for the 50-50, and it lands for LNG. That's Infernal Soul. Can they survive the fight this time around? Full retreat as they try and escape 1-for-1 so far. Zika next to fall as it's 2 for LGD. Gala, he's not retreating. He's looking for a little bit more.
Wants
Moving
it.
forwards. 1v4 from Gala here, but the Mystic shots go wide. He can't quite find those skill shots. Meteor jumps on forward, flashed away from Xiaoya, dives on it, but goes down! Gala finds the one-on-one against Xiaoya. Scout forced to flash now. Haichao will find a bonus. Gala just going for way too much.
That's 4 down for LNG. That's 2 dragon fights in a row where LNG come away with the dragon, but they lose bodies left and right. That will be a permanent buff of the Infernal Soul, though, and that is massive for this style of composition that LNG have brought. There is going to be a bit of a trade in gold back from it, though, as the outer tower taken down by Meteor. Really, really good fighting from Haichao there. He's on 4 items now. He is the strength, it feels like, for LGD.
I mean, I feel like Gala just went a little bit insane at the end of the play as well.
Wanted to kill.
LNG had the full retreat, essentially, but went back in. Let's take another look at the start, at least.
Yeah. We do see that they are okay after that initial engage goes down. This is where LNG thrive. The poke from Gala, like you'll see right here with the Essence Flux damage, he gets Jin Zhao down hugely, but it's the go buttons actually from LGD, and Bertle kind of threatening on the back here that sustains the fight as we go through.
Highchow dives into the back of the pit, just gets
My
DPS
God.
onto Meteor, onto Weiwei, sorry. Jinchao barely surviving. But then at this point, LNG could just retreat. Gala doesn't have to
No,
fight
that
this.
ain't Gala's name.
They
Well,
could
he's
just
writing that new
retreat.
page in the book, Munch.
Oh.
We're going straight to the new page, though. Baron up.
Baron is very much up. They're going to have another smite fight on our hands. Meteor gets into the pit, gets the Baron. LNG just 50-50 it. And now with Infernal Soul,
LGD?
can they actually win a team fight? They've not been able to win a team fight basically all game long. And
LGD?
LGD are doing it again. Meteor dives on in, lilting Lullaby on 2. Gala cleanses it. Here's your
Oh.
1v4 again, Gala. Can he turn it around this time? Not this time either. The Dream Laden bow swinging around. A Meteor moving
No
into the base. Are they
way.
going to end the game?
No way! NIP did it last night. They doubled their wins on the Rumble stage. And LGD, they're looking at bot lane right now, Munch. They're looking to take down LNG in game 1.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing. LNG get Infernal Soul, lose 2 back-to-back
What?
fights, flip Baron, and lose the game instantly. I mean, LGD, incredible punishment of LNG's mistakes here. Fantastic fighting through and through, like consistently winning those 5v5s. They've got to be happy with a result like that.
I just love that everything works out for LGD. Like, they were literally losing for a majority of that game. Some masterful fights coming out against a team that should be at the top of the Rumble stage here in Group Ascend. And Highchow having a hell of an opening game.
Yeah, I mean, Highchow had so much freedom in those fights to just fire away. We'll see if he's allowed to get something like the Tristana 2 games in a row. We're going to jump into a break and then head to game 2.
era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair, don't be petrified. There is an armor, ancient magic made it strong, and you shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thornmail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all. But don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your foe. Keep them in thrall. It's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thornmail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace.
Welcome back, everybody, to the attempt on Scout's life. We saw a couple of good ones. We saw a couple of rough ones. We saw Birdall finding this solo kill after the absolute scrap for the second spawn of Grubs. And we saw another attempted dive by him and Haichao, and then a third attempted dive by him and Haichao. Both of them ultimately resulting in kills. Scout not actually managing to turn any of them around in the end. So honestly, LGD, really, really good punishment of the LNG mid lane.
I'm just going to say the solo kill statistic of our league might have to have an asterisk after this one. I mean, we had back and forth solo kills everywhere. It was really nice to see LGD kind of forcing LNG into their level to some extent. Again, that hyper focus on denying Scout a lot of his entrances, that proactivity from LNG, but it truly centered on capitalizing on splitting the fight a lot of the time for LGD, and Haichao had an incredible decision-making tree in terms of how he was trying to pop up, and of course he gets player of the game.
Yeah, fantastic fights coming out from him, like good positioning, able to capitalize on the mistakes of LNG. I feel like Gala was trying his best on the opposite side, but just his teammates falling like flies. Haichao was able to capitalize off of what was going on, off of the chaos that was these team fights.
Yeah.
Like, we had some really, really crazy team fights across the course of this game, and able to punish Scout a lot as well, right? Had a CS advantage in the early laning phase, and then teaming up with Birdall to dive Scout multiple times to get himself strong enough to then carry those team fights.
It was so nice to see the solo lanes actually be proficient for LGD in a way that we know that they can be. And we talked so much about the top trio of the map being what wins these teams games and also loses them. But Birdall on that Gnar, you said it when we came in before we were even in the broadcast. When he hits, he hits. And I think a lot of the positioning around keeping the pressure on the side of fights gave LGD a lot of ways forward. So from the draft, I love their somewhat ease of execution. They were able to execute on it even after losing for a majority of the game, and a lot of LNG missteps and overplays.
Yeah, I feel like Birdall as well, as you say, he kind of popped off. He also had some really rough moments. I feel like we got to see that dichotomy of Birdall on both halves of it in this game. It was a strange one from Birdall, honestly. Getting solo kills, getting solo killed, like just covering all of it.
You can't love him at his worst. You can't have him at his best. All right, there you go. That's all in one.
I will say Meteor as well in these team fights, getting a lot of value out of that Lilia. A few really good sleeps in those fights as well. So see if he can get something like the Lilia. Honestly, I feel like the draft needs to change for LNG, because things like Tristana, like Leona was the first pick for LGD. Tristana would have been open and available. They chose to go for Azir instead.
Just a little point to kind of focus on going into the second game. I will say Jin Zhao was pretty much non-existent in that game. A lot of ways. I think some of the engages were huge, but I definitely want to see a step up in stability for LGD, because if LNG are going to change up their draft, maybe try to be a little bit more active through Weiwei in all actuality and give him maybe some resources, I think Jin Zhao is going to become an even more important factor to pair up with Meteor and try to stop any of that. We are already into it, though, in the Ezreal first pick.
So Ezreal comes through first for LNG. To be honest, Carla's Ezreal last game, he missed a few skill shots in those fights, but ultimately, crazy damage coming out. On average, the strongest member of LNG, I'd say, in the previous game.
That's the beautiful thing about Ezreal. All you gotta do is land Mystic shots. Those numbers keep going up, Munch. Those numbers keep going up.
Certainly does. I mean, he also kind of had the biggest blunder, I would say, for LNG, where he sort of flipped it onto poor people after they got the soul, and then, you know,
that led them to losing the game.
And then the game lost. Yeah, so definitely highs and lows for him as well. Birdall, though, slams the Corki for Haichao. Meteor grabs himself that Lilia once again. So solid first couple of picks for LGD. I wonder if Scout just, I mean, Sejuani is up, Yone is up. You could just go like Sejuani, Yone here. It answers the Corki and gets you that Sejuani again.
Yone was banned on red side, the first ban there, so unable to do that combo.
Yeah.
But the other thing that we've seen just kind of be every single game is the Lucian, and that's still being up and available. That's an easy choice because you have that safety that Gala can play through from the Ezreal in the bot lane, but you have absolute pressure with Scout's Lucian.
So, two powerful ranged characters for LNG, but working on a setup they're going to find for themselves. That Sejuani remains a priority. Glacial Prisons, not necessarily the greatest, and instead the Maokai locked in. I would assume this is going towards Weiwei. It's possible it's a Maokai support, but seems less likely.
Yeah, we have seen Hung go that Maokai support, but a lot of that setup is going to be hingent on what the support pickup is going to be for LGD, because I think we want to see what that 2v2 is going to look like down there. Right now it's the Nautilus, so you have some really good follow-up already for LGD to go with the engages that Jinzhou will be bringing.
So solid lock-in so far. I will say I'm keeping my eye on that Maokai and how it performs in the game. We don't see that much Maokai priority at the minute. We do see occasional Maokai picks, but not usually this early in the draft. And to be honest, I'm a big Maokai enjoyer. I think it's an incredibly strong pick. But
what's your favorite skin? Name 5 skins if you're a Maokai enjoyer.
I didn't mean quite in that way.
I'm just
I meant I like seeing pros play it. Maokai is one of the most boring champions in the game. I never play
absolutely.
Those. I'm an AD carry, mate. I ain't got time for Maokai. This top lane's banned, though, from LGD. Kennen and Cassante removed away. I wonder what Birdall's going to go blind here.
Do still see that the Rumble is up. Wonder which one is going to be willing to go with that one, if it is going to be a blind in any case. But I actually do really like the bot lane focus here from LNG. Try to maybe secure that Ezreal setup, but there's the Rumble for LGD.
So Birdall gets the Rumble this time around, but LNG get their opportunity to counter pick. Gnar would be available if they want to go for that matchup again, but obviously we saw in the first game, Gnar will just get pushed in over and over again. Perhaps could go for something more aggressive on the top side to try and contend with that Rumble. We have seen this matchup before. Zika will slam it. This is a Birdall signature, actually, the Aatrox, but it's not really played at this split. This is a matchup that not necessarily great for the Aatrox in terms of the laning, but you can just survive the Rumble. You can certainly survive his all-ins with the sustain you get, and he has to get into the melee range, so then you can bring that Aatrox into the team fights.
Now he's going to have a lot of impact in terms of just the fightability of LNG's comp. It is the Draven here for LGD, so Xiaoya, he's going for the aggressive 2v2.
So, Xiaoya, Draven, wants to bring it to LNG's bot lane after Gala had such a good first game in terms of just getting that damage out. Xiaoya really didn't get to impact the previous game that much. Wants to change that story, grabbing Draven. And also just a really great pick into Rel. You can just obviously cancel out the crash down, which is fantastic. But the mid advantage definitely in favor of LNG. I think that might be the only advantage in terms of prio on the map, though.
I think you're really looking at Weiwei to be pretty active, either in terms of reactionary or proactionary. I think being able to play around Scout is going to be massive this game. They have to try to get this Lucian ahead and use some of the prio that can come from this mid lane, but early activity can be there. I think LGD also, on the other regard, has set themselves up in a really nice fashion to kind of stop any of these early advances from majority of their team, and they still have a lot of scaling advantages themselves too. So it's really going to come down to Weiwei and Meteor's level of play this time around. I think we saw that in game number 1 as well to some extent, but the positioning, the decision making off of LNG's slip ups were the big thing that made the difference for LGD.
Certainly were. Going into game number 2 now. Can LGD bottle that lightning from the first game? LNG lost to FPX. They've gone to 3 games in the 2 series around that one as well. Maybe they are weakened. Maybe this is a chance for LGD to find themselves another victory.
Look at that. We got some cheers. It's all synchronized and everything.
Much stronger Jio than game number 1.
They like them when they're winning. All right, Munch, that's what we've understood. They like them when they're winning.
I mean, that's true of fans all over the world, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Sports.
I mean, look, LNG, they've got to step up after game number 1.
Oh,
they?
yeah.
They've got skill expression. They've got a composition that's fairly straightforward, in that you've got your clear go button. You've also got really good disengage, which might be useful, honestly, against this composition with a Corki and a Draven. The Rumble as well. There's plenty of all-in on LGD's side.
I do expect LGD to try to get a pathing. We saw what a little bit of resources can do for a Rumble for at least the majority of the game last time around. But I do expect Meteor to try to get down towards this bot lane, play through Xiaoya. On the other side, it is a choice for Weiwei. He right now is matching that clear for Meteor if he's going to start there. But it is going to be a situation where he can have a choice and maybe try to play towards Scout's early game or go back to this bot lane to answer Meteor.
See what decision he ends up making on that choice. LNG, again, a team that I feel like the expectation has been revitalized for this organization. There's actually flashes in the bottom side. Gala already using that barrier, but Xiaoya getting pretty chunked himself. Jin Zhao now sent away. And LNG sort of, dare I say, winning the trade against a Draven at level 1.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't able to really get the succinct autos there for Xiaoya, so it's really rough. Now the level 2 will come through for Gala and Hung, and they will just have complete presence over that wave. So maybe try to call Meteor a little bit quicker now for LGD's bot lane.
I don't know if Meteor will be able to get in and impact that lane or not. You'd expect this wave to just be cleared by Gala and Hung.
Yeah,
Maybe
you kind of just want a full clear.
You could even get a reset angle here for Gala. If they can crash this third wave as fast as possible, maybe Gala can just get an early reset, grab his tier, start that stacking even earlier than usual.
Would make this lane feel a lot more comfortable for Gala. And also, he's already coming off a pretty good game on the Ezreal in game number 1, even though they lost. Try to play off that a little bit more as well. But we are going to be seeing the culminations of clear, see if there is going to be any action there. I think it's going to be about if Meteor just wants to get a back off in the end of this or try to go bot lane. There is some vision being played through here, though, already by Hung.
So with the bot lane going slightly differently than what I'd said in the previous conversation, I kind of expected Draven to just win out at level 1, but LNG sort of outplayed it. It means that you've got prio bot and mid for LNG, and that means Weiwei can stroll on into River with impunity and look for this crab himself. So really, really nice start from LNG. Weiwei pathing towards that bot lane to deny Meteor's influence and also grab himself that crab. Should be able to drop a ward. In fact, doesn't even need to because he's Maokai. He can drop a sapling instead.
It's a little kitty cat. Little kitty cat. Little tiny kitty cat just hanging out over there. I want to go back to the conversation, though, that you were bringing up about LNG, the kind of elephant in the room. That is a 0-6 LGD in the Rumble stage. It is a series that LNG should have been looking at an easy, clean 2-0 if you're looking at it on paper, right? They should be trying to move up to 6-1. The fact that we saw them falter in so many key decisions in that last game, it's definitely made us throw a little question mark to their side here to start us off.
And I think on the topic of that as well, like, you know, I think the LNG hype really left the station when LNG beat Top Esports, right? 2-0. The thing is, that's 2 weeks ago that happened. Since that point, they managed to beat BLG, but it was a 2-1. They lost then to FPX 2-0, and then again, 3 games against JDG. If they manage to win this series, it'll be minimum guaranteed 3 games. Again, we're not seeing necessarily consistent dominance from this squad. They're showing that they still have some things to work on, still have some stuff to improve upon, because remember, this is a team that ultimately, they don't just want to make it to playoffs. They've made it to playoffs. That's not the conversation at this point. It's how far can they go? This is a team that wants to make it to Worlds. And this is a team that has the talent that should be able to. Speaking of that talent, it's in trouble in the mid lane. Flashes underneath the tower. Scout will survive. The amount of pressure Scout has been under in this series, it's brutal.
They have to put him under pressure, though, because if he is let to thrive, he will absolutely 1v5 this game. And I think we've seen that, but we've also seen the other side of things where Scout maybe hasn't had those big, bright moments this year, or at least this split as well so far. But now he's got the Lucian. This is a prio pick we've seen run rampant around the LPL. LNG going to need to utilize it very well. We also have these objectives coming up. We have to take a look at how that split is going to go down, or if we're going to see this bot lane pressure actually lead out to LNG getting that here, or LGD.
See if it can. Weiwei moves into the bottom side again. All in onto Jin Zhao. Ignite used as well. Look at that damage. Huge pressure from LNG. And Gala doesn't overcommit. They don't overchase to try and just brute force the kill for now. Jin Chao knows what's going on here. Gets chunked before a fight, immediately drops a ward in the brush. Meteor is in the area too, though, so this could get a little dicey for LNG if Wei Wei overcommits. They see Meteor. I think they realize it's no longer the play. Wei Wei forced to flash away.
Yeah, as soon as Meteor comes around the corner and that swirl seed comes out and LNG call off the play, I like to see some reservation there, not just try to brute force the play that we were seeing them kind of brute force in the mid to late games in last game. But now we will see both junglers sprinting up towards this top side. The biggest difference right now, though, Hung is following Wei Wei, so they'll have the body advantage.
So Grub's the call. Scout's there. This time around, Scout is on Lucian, not Azir. So the level 6 mark, a little bit more significant. LNG with a bit more early presence this time around. Birdle on that rumble, wants to try and contest, but he's put himself in a flanked position. And the roots hit out. If that hit, it's by a pixel. Locked up and taken down. First blood for Zika, and suddenly that top lane don't look so bad.
Those kittens are lethal. I mean, Birdle didn't expect it, didn't even flash. Is going to go down with that one. LGD, though, on the back end of it, might be able to take these grubs away. See if LNG want to stick around for it, but a really good capitalization, and also just giving Zika in the side lane a little bit of resources on the Aatrox is huge.
Yeah, so off of tempo, LGD can grab themselves these grubs because, you know, ultimates we used by the side of LNG can't really fight at this point. So 3 grubs. Ooh, pre-shot barrage. Only a couple of seconds too late there.
We're foreshadowing.
For the third. Yeah, maybe.
As we look at this replay, though, it's the initial catch on Birdle. He just doesn't expect it. Oh, he must have been clicking on the other side of the wall there because the pathing brought him up top instead of following the path right.
Brutal. Slight little misclick from Birdle. And that means he goes down. His Swifties have now been picked up by Birdle in that top side. He wants to dodge the Aatrox. He will not be hit by another sweet spot this game. Well, so he's hoping at least.
No chains will bind this man. Birdle will always escape.
Yeah, just wants to get out of there. I wonder if LNG will try and go for a Drake now off the back of everything happening in the top side. The resets come through for Wei Wei. He's already finished a locket. Wei Wei's already got a locket for himself. He is on tanky tree.
And we've seen recently it's been all about the Leandri start, a little bit of that AP damage added in. I would say that LNG definitely needs some of that AP damage here, but it's going to be the holistic focus on the team and trying to prop up Scout Gala. I think that's a really big call from LNG and something they can absolutely rely on. They do need to find a way to have some separation in terms of where they're getting their leads, but it is going to be a consistent focus towards bot side right now, as well as 3v3 is a brewing, Munch.
Gala's going to try and finish off that wave. Moves on over Jin Zhao, the target. Needs to get clipped by the ult as Hung has just gone in and Jin Zhao is just gone. Xiaoya chased away by Hung as the rest of the team moves in. Built-in Lullaby onto 2 here, but Meteor don't really have any follow-up damage. And that locket getting big value as Gala dives in 2v1. He is feeling it today, and rightly so. One more Mystic Shot flashed away, but that'll be Drake for LNG.
I had to look real quick. I had to see who was playing Draven or not. It looked like Gala was playing Draven at that point. 1-0-1, stepping up consistently in both games on Ezreal. This time it works out, and LNG are off to the races with a 3-0 lead. A stark contrast to the kind of big domination we ended up seeing LGD pull around later into the game. So right as rain for LNG as we go through it, but it is something where they need to consistently keep the pedal to the metal.
They certainly do. That's Birdle using his ultimate. Oh, faking
No
the
way.
recall. Zika's going the top side. Birdle with the genius play in the top side. Fakes the recall, finds a kill.
Can we just give this man the solo kill king credit for the whole split already? Like, I mean, he's already gotten how many this series alone? I don't even know if he had any coming into it, but incredible stuff to capitalize on Zika's overextension on the Aatrox.
Fantastic stuff coming out from Birdle. He has had a series, hasn't he? He really has had a series for himself.
A series of all time, Munch.
Do you know, coming into this series, Birdle had 3 solo kills. I'm pretty sure he's got 3 solo kills in this series so far. Like, he's doubled his solo kills in this one.
It's crazy to me how much they've just been willing to throw their bodies at each other up here. But speaking of throwing bodies, we still haven't had a single dragon taken on the map for 11 minutes in. And we're going to have that next spawn of grubs. Everybody's starting to look up towards this top side to get a play going. Scouts on vision.
I mean, once again, both LGD solo laners group up to try and do something against Scout. Wei in the brush, though. And this time the TP comes in. This time it's the numbers advantage for LNG. Birdall, the one, caught out. And that'll be gifted over to Scout as well. Nice bit of a gold injection for the mid lane of LNG.
I seriously don't think the phrase "love him at his worst, get him at his best" has ever fit somebody so well besides Birdall this series. Incredible stuff, and then straight into a bad play. And now
Roots.
LNG
looking for another one. Jin Zhao with a really nice anchor toss, but still pulled straight back in and still taken down. Meteor in the mix as Xiaoya is just in the middle of everyone. And Haichao now chased out of the top side. It's a double kill for Scout. That's 3 kills in as many minutes for Scout.
Oh, he Angie, all right. I mean, he is tearing them a new one, and so are LNG. They should not have lost that first game of the series, and they are here to put LGD in their place. They will look to deny the grub again from them as well.
Yeah, it'll be 3 grubs apiece here. Wei actually doesn't have his smite available. I don't know if they can finish this in time. I think LNG is just going to concede. They're happy with 2. They've denied 4 at least, and they've got Wei XP from the couple there. But also, like, I think LNG, just getting 2 grubs, even just getting the fights, even if you didn't get any grubs, I think you'd be happy with that.
Oh, we get to watch the Birdall POV here. See exactly how he wanted to approach this one. It's a situation of just being able to outplay the vision. And Birdall using it to his best, and the expertise coming alive. Rumble really showing its fangs here today. We were wondering why the ban priority had come through so much, but then we see LNG just try to pounce back onto LGD in the end.
I mean, Jin Zhao, good anchor to try and escape, but then Xiaoya just loses his mind. Like, just walks in the middle of 5
He wanted to kill,
people,
man.
and then Wei punts him further in. Like, I feel like Xiaoya just getting a bit too aggressive on that one. Maybe needed to accept his support's demise.
Come on, you know Draven's lore. It is all about the kills. You gotta try to get. You're sitting at 0-1-0 now. It could have been a 1-1.
Yeah, but it's also like with your adoration stacks, you can't afford to play that
exactly.
risky in early fights. You just can't. Like, is right there for you. It's not like anyone was like one HP away from dying or anything. Just bit of an overstep. It's all right. It's not over just yet, but I will say it's a much cleaner early game from LNG. They are so far ahead.
Yeah, and this is how it should have been. I mean, they did have a pretty heavy advantage throughout a majority of that game, number one. It just came to those big slip-ups around the later game objective fights. We are seeing that Haichao is going to be pounced on by Scout over here, though. Oh.
Scout uses the culling, but Jin Zhao denies any chance. Haichao nearly went down for that one, but it is a kill onto Scout. Once again, a big focus from LGD on shutting Scout down.
The Broccoli King is back. Haichao able to get a little bit of gold under his belt and punishing a Scout that did have a 3-1 start to this one, or at least 3-0 start to it. Oh, that's huge.
Gala walks straight into it. He doesn't have cleanse. He's got barrier here. He's just gonna melt. Beautiful little swirl seed from Meteor. And that sets up for the Herald.
I'm starting to get some rumblings here. We were talking about all clean, everything's going well. This is exactly the trajectory that LNG had in that game, number one. They were consistently ahead, and then they started consistently making mistakes. Big catch out there. Honestly, Meteor's swirl seed might be one of the most dirtiest swirl seeds I've seen here recently, but LNG are going to capitalize on this bot lane as well.
And I just want to compliment LGD's willingness and ability to punish LNG when they do make these mistakes, because like LGDs of the past would not find these punishes. You know, I feel like this is definitely growth for the team and for the organization in general. Like the difference between LGD this summer versus every other, even though they're 0-6, they're 0-6 in a group against the very best teams in the LPL. Like, you know, it was always going to be a hard group for LGD. The fact that they made it here at all is already like massive improvement. This is an organization that's usually finishing in like 16th place.
Exactly.
The fact they're in this top group, and the fact that they are taking multiple top teams to 3 games. The fact they might even have a chance of winning out this series against LNG is a tribute to how much LGD have managed to grow as a team.
And again, I think you can call into question the bot lane all you want, but I think this top trio has been really, really nice to watch in their high moments and being able to try to capitalize off that. It has worked for them against LGD so far. We'll see if it continues to do so, though, as it is still a matter of fact that LNG will have a lot of team fights set up. They have a lot of spacing and a lot of consistent damage to back it up. LGD are going to be looking for these in-betweens. Moments like that just now against Gala. Moments that they can catch somebody out in the side lane and utilize the strength that they have to kind of pounce on a singular member.
Pressure from LGD on this bot. Tier 1. Haichao desperately trying to finish it and will be able to do so. Tanked a couple of tower shots, which weakens the potential fight for LGD. And Scout will be able to trade it on the opposite side of them. I feel like all series long, every single time we see LGD take a tower, Scout is somewhere taking a different tower. He's on 2 items already. He's over 1,000 gold up in the mid lane. It's a different game, isn't it? Because game number 1, Scout on the Azir, fell behind early, managed to stabilize a little bit in the mid game, but didn't really manage to have the impact he wanted. And there was a huge focus for LGD onto shutting him down. And while there has been a similar focus from LGD this game, not quite to the same level, and it's not worked out because Scout got so many kills in those early skirmishes that he's still monstrously ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he's already on 2 items. Didn't even have to get the brown picker bags upgraded. Oh, Jin Zhao.
Well, that's a freebie for Gala. Nice little present there. That's maybe
This
deal
one
happen
happens so many times. Feels like a little bit of a rough moment from Jin Zhao. We've seen it a couple times now already in this series, but just getting caught in transition. That also means that some of your frontline engage is going to be a little bit rough. Okay, he sneaks out. He's Splinter selling it, you know?
Yeah, I think he wanted to try and find a 1v1 with Scout, but no way out there. Jin Zhao.
Oh, the
caught by
vision
the Hex
play.
Flash. Nicely done by Hung.
Yeah, he's using the little lip right there with the rock to not be seen, and really, really nice stuff there. LGD, though, they're looking to get mid lane prio because we do have that dragon coming up. Would be a second one for LNG. They are setting up plenty around this, though. TP going to come in.
Roots have come through, as is the Rel, the Metal Horse, setting up for Scout to take them down. The Light Slinger, and here comes Zika to impact the backline. Meteor gets a 3-man sleep, though, and a chance to turn things around. Birdle dives in alongside him. Scout burns to death as well, and LGD have miraculously found their way into the fight. The charge in the middle of everything from Birdle as the tower goes down. How the hell have LGD got away with that one?
What is happening on my screen right now, Munchables? LGD are pulling fights out of the brink of nothing. The fact that they get the turret, they get the kills, they're able to take a charge into the tier 2 there as well. And off the back of that one, they're going to take the dragon to deny the early stacking from LNG. Where has this LGD been?
They've been struggling. They've been battling through Group Ascend. They've not been able to find a series, but now 1-0 and finding fights. Maybe this is their moment.
They actually can't get the pick off there. And Zika, I mean, he comes in and is big, but they've already found the big lilting Loba. I mean, this is multiple games in a row now that Meteor is making a massive difference. And the fact that Birdle uses the Rift Herald in the midst of all of it to save his life. Massive plays from LGD. And again, they are taking LG to task.
Crucially for Birdle there, not only does he save his own life jumping in the Herald, he then pilots the Herald into Zika, gets the knockup so Meteor can get out off the back of his Seeker's arm guard. So, like, you know, it looked like Meteor had been betrayed for a second there, but Birdle, master of ceremonies it seems, master of the moment at very least. Xiao, yeah, stunned up, rooted up. And it's another blunder from LGD's bot lane.
It goes back and forth. It ebbs and it flows. And Xiaoya will find a bit of a gray screen. This means LNG can start up the bear, and they have Zika around the other side too.
This will be heartbreak for LGD if LNG can just grab Baron here. LGD looking like they want to fight, but it's 4v5
They haven't seen Zika.
here.
Oh no, the news!
LNG. Zika comes behind the roster. They can't quite finish the kills. Jin Zhao low. Birdle diving onto the backline himself, but he doesn't have the damage. And LNG, they play it well. They hold on. but they can't get the Baron. So actually, a support on a top laner to deny Baron, I'd say it's probably worth.
Oh, I love the foreshadowing right now. They're looking to see if Xiaoyu wants to get an angle for the whirling death there, but nothing else is going to come of it here. But a really, really good sacrificing at the bottom, a little bit of martyrdom for LGD, and they will stave themselves off that big Baron push that LNG were looking for.
Always tense, isn't it? And the gold is not far off of even, about 1,500, I think. There's LGD doing their best. Gala almost goes down from the combo of ults there.
Jin Zhao is actually Spider-Man saving the day right there for Haichao. He's about to get engaged on by Zika. Does end up sacrificing a couple bodies there, but as we see, the Baron can't be finished off. And LGD, it's a shocker to even see them in a position like this. I think that's the coolest thing about this whole series so far is we've begged the question to LG, you've got to put them down as they have been. And LGD have said, no, we don't want to.
And I feel like something quite exciting about this is we've been talking about the jungle matchup and the mid matchup, but actually this is just all about top lane in the series now. Like Zika 2-1 and 6, he's just on the brink of 2 items there. Same for Birdall, 3-3 and 1, just on the brink of 2 items. I feel like both of them have the picks and the power on them to potentially carry something.
Hung
has found a flank. How the hell did he get there? Jin Zhao is found. And forget the top laners, I guess it's about the supports after all.
We saw exactly this happen last time. They were willing to start up the Baron. Ooh, Haichao getting a decent amount of poke on Nagala there in the end, but it is a massive catch out, and Hung finds another one!
That's a bit of an aggressive position from Haichao and will be punished. Zika just pokes him to finish the kill, and with 2 down, that's an opportunity for Baron for LNG. Will and Death does a good chunk. Birdall's in the area too. Equalizer can be extremely valuable in a Baron pit if Meteor can get into. There's the Equalizer going down, but they just jump onto Meteor. He was on a ward. And LGD, one by one, being picked apart. Xiaoyu trying to move in here. I don't think there's much to be done for LGD. Jin Zhao spot on the sapling. Just vision, dominance, and punishment from it for LNG.
I'll just say a little bit of questionable decision making from LGD across the entire board here. Look at this flank by Hung. No vision up here whatsoever. And that is something that you cannot have, especially with the setup that LNG has. And not only does he find this flank, but afterwards he also finds the mini flank over onto Haichao as well to follow it up. And Hung is giving them a run for their money here.
The first one is a fantastic play from Hung. The second one, I've got to say, I feel like Haichao. Like, object permanence, man. We know Hung is over towards our red buff.
There he is again, Much!
Oh, God. Birdall now oversteps, and LGD, it feels like this last couple of minutes has broken the mental a little bit, overstepping across the board. And LNG might just be on their way to evening up the series now.
Have you ever seen Hung and Michael Myers in the same room together? Because he is just appearing behind people, even though you do not think he has the speed to catch up to them. It's looking a little bit like a horror movie now. LGD consistently finding some rough decisions.
That is true, but I've also never seen you and Michael Myers in the same room.
True.
So
I've never seen you and Michael Myers. Oh my God, we could keep this going all night. It'd be great.
Tier 2's traded here. As, I mean, in terms of gold, it's definitely all LNG right now, but LGD, at least they get something off of the back of their, I can't remember who was caught out. I think it was Haichao was caught out on the bot side, maybe it was Birdall, I can't remember. But LNG, I mean, I don't know, I'm kind of disappointed, honestly, that these last couple of minutes have gone so badly for LGD, and it's just off of silly little mistakes. It's not even like a big play. I mean, you know, Hung's flank was like a really nice thing to see, like really heads up play from him, but just like silly little mistakes from Haichao getting caught out, and then it was Birdall getting caught out in the bot lane as well. It's just, you don't want to see it. Here we go, TP play onto Scout. It's just the bread and butter play at this point for LGD. The Scout just dashes away. Haichao will be able to finish the job. So there we go, a pick for LGD. What else can they find?
At the top of the playbook today, when LGD came into the coach's room in big, bold letters, they say, kill Scout. And they have done so consistently now, trying to put him down as best as possible, taking advantage of the side lanes there as well. Biggest problem is you're going to be on like three and a half items now for all the carries for LNG. It's going to be really, really difficult to fight these fights. I think you still have the momentary setup that Meteor brings with the big lilting lullabies, but we're seeing those setups come a lot fewer and further between now.
I do find it funny that Zika just cleared that ward. It's like, there's no TPs up on LGD. That ward's done its damage. Like, you may get the 10 gold, but let's be honest. Clear of that ward ain't doing anything for you now. It's already happened. Scout went down. That was a little shutdown towards LGD as well.
Do you think
gold
he...
gap is not that big.
Yeah. Do you think he messages scouts like, hey, I got revenge for you, I got the ward?
I got you, bro. 2,500 gold power play off of Baron. And I don't know. LG, do you know, I still don't think this is over. Like, LNG are in position to win this game. Absolutely. But I could easily see the world where they just fumble it, where LGD managed to find a play. Maybe it's another sideline pick on Scout. Maybe it's Hung overstepping. I don't know. But, I mean, we saw just absolute madness from LNG in the late game last time around. Like, Gala going in 1v4, trying to make the hero play, and that sequence ended up losing them the game. I can easily believe the scenario where LGD do find their way back in.
I think the most disappointing thing is that we were seeing the literal representation of the story we've been building for LGD, where you have to take this top trio at their best and at their worst, and we're seeing some of the latter maybe here in this second game and some of the decision makings and things. I think consistently Xiaoya and Jin Zhao have had some troubles, but they've been able to be pulled up by a lot of the rest of the team, and now LNG fully taking advantage of that. They have had consistent vision control all over LGD's side of the map, and it just makes it that much more difficult for LGD to step out anywhere.
Yeah. I will just quickly mention as well, in terms of items, we've got 3 for Gala, we've got 3 for Xiaoya, but 2 QSSs picked up by Scout and Gala. They do not want to be locked down by the sleep coming out from Meteor. Full respect for that Lilia. That's 2,600 golds worth of value that Meteor has made LNG commit into defensive items right there.
That's a lot, actually, but hey, you gotta pay respect where it's due. And I think there's a little bit due for LGD to get back in this game, because if they do want to pay that one up, it's going to be a tough climb. LNG, though, I think they have a lot of decision-making power here. They can obviously start off any fight with Weiwei, but I think Hung has been the big unlocking factor on this rel, and we see that being the case here, too.
Jin Zhao hooks himself to safety. This time not caught. He's had a pretty rough series, it has to be said. I think Jin Zhao overall, a player that this year, I feel like he's had some really big series. Oh my god, Gala just goes 2v1 and he wins it as well. Xiaoya down. Gala has reinforcements and Zika's not stopping anytime soon. Charges in towards the backline and sets it all up. Beautiful fighting from LNG. The game is over. Gala has had enough. The hard engage Ezreal. It didn't work in game number 1. It works this time around, though.
It absolutely does. Him and Scout combining for a masterful game 2. This is the LNG that needed to show up. There's still some big question marks to finish it off, but it's big.
They even up the series. We're going to 3 games. My goodness. It wasn't clean. It wasn't a perfect game, but hey, it was a good game from LNG. A couple of little mistakes here and there, but overall, some fantastic play coming out from the team. And I wonder who grabs MVP for a performance like that, because I feel like it was quite a quiet one, generally speaking. I've got to say, I feel like Hung had some really, really good fights. His rel flank that's set up for the Baron play, like, just in the team fights, landing most of his rel combos, like even down to the fight where Scout got the 3 kills. A lot of that was Hung with the setup.
The amount of animosity that Scout had to deal with in the first 2 games. I think all of it combined, maybe just earns him the game. I mean, that is literally the strategy number 1 right now for LGD is to focus down Scout, but he was able to overcome that in the second game. So it'll be really interesting which one I think gets it. I think they both had some really good moments. I think Weiwei even had some big moments in terms of the Maokai setup. Something that into the Lilia we have seen kind of fall behind as well, but being able to stay pretty proactive with that one. And unfortunately, maybe some of the comfort for LGD not really coming in clutch.
Yeah, LNG managing to win out game number 2. We're going to jump into our 3rd game, so don't go anywhere.
Clouds move closer, burnt with a deeper red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. We'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands right to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back.
Welcome back, everybody, to this absolute slobber knocker between LNG and LGD. And I guess when there's only one letter different in the names, then there'll only be one number different in the scores at the end of the games. LNG manages to punch back against LGD after losing the first game. And now we have to figure out where we go from here. Once again, Gala just miles ahead of everyone else in terms of damage.
As is tradition with the Ezreal, but honestly some really good combination between him and Scout. It also was an LGD who slipped up a few too many times after fighting back into it. LNG, though, when we came into this one, this should have been a 2-0 on record for them. It should have been a situation where they came in dominant and they had 2 clean games, but we already saw LGD take a second win for themselves in games, at least in the Rumble stage, and now LNG have awoken a bit in this one. And I think we're going to see a continuation of that. Hung 100% KP on the Rel. Some of the most masterful engages as well at the flanks as well.
Yeah, 1-0 and 20, and Hung will grab himself that MVP. So we do a nice little curtain transition there. 1-0-20, 100% kill participation. What more could you ask? Creative flanks, gets the engages. Just great stuff to see.
And only his second MVP of the split as well. So stepping up and being able to grab another one of those. But it has been a big focus on the other parts of LNG, sometimes going under the radar is Hung. But I was curious when the Rel was chosen for them if it was going to be a big unlocking factor. Turns out it definitely was.
It certainly was. The Iron Horse Lady, as she's colloquially known, I'm sure, managing to find an MVP.
I gotta ask, how you sneak around that well with a giant metal horse?
It's a great question.
I don't know. It's a really great question.
It's a great
My
question.
brain's not big enough to answer the question. So
Do you know, I was playing duo with Dagda the other day, and he had a cheeky
Love
little
that
Rel
guy.
game. And you know, I've never really played much with Rel because people don't play Rel that much. You know, she's got this weird voice line where you get a kill together, and she goes, "Huh, wasn't expecting support. Thanks for the assist." It's like, what are you talking about? This is literally a support champion.
Because
Why is
you
that
don't
a
know
voice
the
line?
lore.
No, but like,
because the lore and mechanics
my
are
point
different.
being, I know the lore. I know that she's like this lone wolf character, right? But she's a support. So how can you put that voice line or that
Because
like,
if they
backstory to a
made-
support character?
If they made every champion tied to their lore and their mechanics, I feel like our game would be very different. But honestly, I'm here for it. That'd be kind of funny.
I don't know. Either way, we're going into game number 3 here. LGD on the blue side once more. That's where they won earlier in this series. And they consistently stick to this Yone ban against Scout. Jay's taken away from Haichao, as well as Tristana gone this time around. That's what Haichao carried on in the first game of the series.
It was really off of just clean decision making. Yeah, I think that's a really big takeaway. Finally, LGD realized they just need to take away the consistent damage threshold that Gala was able to bring on that one. But it is also looking a lot at the mid lane focus right here already for LNG, but also a little bit of that dabble for LGD. So maybe LNG continue to focus that matchup here, but I also expect them to try to take away some of these first pick priorities that we've seen been cropping up. And the Leona comes to mind first and foremost.
Yep, Leona, open and available. Yeah, I mean, it's just so good, right? I feel like it's such a solid first pick. The Ezreal gone as well. I don't see anything else really being worthy of it comparatively to that Leona, especially with Rumble losing the previous game, knowing that Zik is willing to bring out that Aatrox and put up such a good performance on it. So now, LNG. I mean, Ashe open is always really strong. You could even go Ashe Braum. Braum was banned earlier in the series to try and deny this sort of combo.
Yeah,
just
that's
gives such
rough.
a strong lane.
It's also just really good in the Leona as well. I think LNG might have been pulling the fast one over LGD. They left open some crucial picks, but there were too many for LGD to pick through. They go with the Leona, and it's answered in kind with the Freljordian bot lane. And I actually really like this onus being given over to Gala and Hum.
Do you know, I wouldn't even hate LNG going for like a Sejuani third here. Just like full Freljord, but also just like all very good picks in the meta right now. Good picks in the way that LNG play. It's something that Weiwei has played a ton of. He's got 7 games this split, and he's won all but one of them. Obviously not winning the first game of this series on that Sejuani. Mid lane is being hovered here by LGD. That Zeri has been seen more in the mid lane recently. I wonder if Haichao will take that, or if this is just a bit of a bait and switch for Xiaoya.
Yeah, you can still be pretty flexible with it. Xiaoya has been the one for LGD that's been highlighting that one at least recently, but it is going to be a bit of that flexible gameplay being able to come through and going into the second phase of bans, so keeping LNG guessing just a tad bit. But I think LNG on the other side, they need to kind of round out maybe some of that consistent damage. They're going to go back to a tried and true of scouts in the past, and something we've been seeing crop up a little bit more here in the Azir.
Yeah, scoreline struggled a bit in game number 1 for Scout on the Azir, but I felt like in terms of his mechanical play, it was decent, you know, like getting consistently dived by both enemy solo laners is never good for your health. We'll see how he does here in game number 3. And like, you know, doing a better job in game 2 of surviving this clear targeting that LGD are bringing, so maybe that can improve even further for game 3.
Unfortunately, that bird did not have wings in that game number 1. Maybe the bird will grow them here in game number 3, but it is also the Lucian that's going to be banned away, so maybe trying to take away some of those flexible tools that you can use with the Zeri. It is the full top lane focus by LGD, so maybe that side lane pressure, maybe a little bit of a frightening feature that they don't want to deal with.
So, LNG now, they've got to go for something blind. They really don't know what's going into any lane. So, top lane blind, or going, I guess you could go for the jungle pick to answer, but instead prioritizing that Cassante, knowing that you're relatively safe up there, especially with the Camille ban and the Gnar ban. I feel like you've kind of, honestly, LGD have kind of set LNG up to have the Cassante. They go for the Rumble to answer, but Cassante feels okay at just surviving against the Rumble in laning phase.
I think the big unlocking factor for the Rumble in this one is the Equalizer plus Lilting Lullaby combo, where you don't pull them out of the sleep. They're going to get a lot of follow-up here with one of my personal favorites in the Jhin for LGD, but it's really about using the early pressure you can have with the Jhin and setting up your other big carries.
So Jhin for Xiaoya. It is Haichao taking the Zeri mid. I mean, there's plenty of damage elsewhere in the composition for Jhin to follow up on. It does feel good, but the Maokai once again for Weiwei instead of going for that Sejuani. I think, honestly, Maokai does very, very well and sort of facilitates a similar role to the Sejuani, but the engage is just a little more consistent with the roots, right? It's a little easier to guarantee that you're going to hit someone with that. And it does shore up the lack of hard engage elsewhere in the composition for LNG.
And just gives them a lot of spacing tools. I think for LNG, you'll be looking especially at Gala once he gets level 6 to be the initiator in a lot of cases, and the follow-up engage going to be there as well. You can also change up how you approach in that fashion with the Nature's Grasp and things like that out of Weiwei, but I'm very curious to see if LGD can keep themselves afloat once LNG get all of those tools, because it will be very difficult to even present yourself in front of these objectives, which is something that LGD want to do with this composition. They want to try to get Jin Zhao matched up with Meteor and have them have the strength through the jungle to keep him ahead of Weiwei in terms of the jungle clear.
I'm really curious just to see how LGD pilot this composition as well, because Haichao, not a single professional game of Zeri. Xiaoya has only played 2 games of Jhin this split, and they haven't ended up in wins. The Rumble, again, a pick that Birdle's not played loads of, although he showed proficiency in terms of cheesing the 1v1. It was a little rougher later on in the game. We'll see how LGD do on this composition that's a little outside their comfort zone.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
A little bit of hope in the crowd. Wanting eyes for a victory for LNG. A series, again, I don't think that anybody would really expect to be to a third game when you're looking at this one on paper. I think that's what we've highlighted so much of. But props to LGD. They've doubled their wins in the Rumble stage here, but it also has just been taking advantage of maybe some of the lack of respect, maybe the overconfidence that LNG have brought to the table today.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what it is with LNG, whether it is, like you say, overconfidence and just getting a little cocky, or... But to be honest, when you think back to that game number 1, it didn't feel like cockiness necessarily. It felt like they were being outplayed in those fights. It felt like...
Besides Gala's.
I mean, well, no, Gala even got outplayed, right? He went forward for that 1v4, couldn't land the Mystic shots. Like, if he plays that slightly better, he probably gets a quadra kill, right? But he didn't. At the end of the day, he didn't. He wasn't able to make the big play. I think that one maybe was cockiness. Maybe was a little bit of disrespect towards LGD. Generally speaking, LNG, I don't think they're going to, even if they win this third game, I don't think that they're going to walk away happy with the way that this series has gone.
And I think it's also just, again, going back to the game plan of focusing on Scout. I think we have seen, especially being able to take advantage of the mid-game transitions of LNG. And they have been able to capitalize on those as we see big trades going the way of both sides of the map.
Yeah, Birdle hitting that level 2 spike. It's so potent on the Rumble. As Gala and Hung, you can expect them to pretty much have prio all laning phase long. Ash Brom is just so horrendous to fight against, honestly. It's so oppressive. The stuns, the slows, you just can't... You can't ever get away. And the thing is, like, usually you can just dodge Brom's Q, right, and that makes it okay. But with Ash there to slow you beforehand, it's basically impossible for Brom to miss his Q as well. So it just feels so oppressive to play against this duo.
I don't know if they have this in the UK. Do you have a game that you do when you're driving called like Freeze Out or something along those lines, where it's like really cold outside and you just lower all the windows and the first ones to close their window, you know, lose? Do you have that? No?
I've never played it, but I guarantee I would win that game. I don't feel...
Okay. Well, right now, Gala and Hung, they're winning that game. Xiaoya and Jujal, they're going to be on the back foot with a lot of this, and this is also going to enable a lot of strength in that 2v2 for LNG. And Gala has been kind of building himself up in this series in a lot of the cases.
Certainly has been. Meteor just got a stroll in and smite that away from Weiwei. Weiwei didn't even have his smite up. And with that, Meteor could just move up to the top side as well and grab a double crab. Not too shabby of a start there for Meteor. I think he'll be quite happy with how that one's gone. Scout doing his best to get this CS while being just hammered away by Haichao. Meteor will get the double skull. Weiwei trying to move over, but he will be too late, unfortunately. 4 dropped and tries to go for his raptors. Both smites are up right here. This could be a steal. No, Weiwei grabs it in the end. And Meteor send packing.
Maybe Haichao might move up those saplings. The kittens in the bush gonna be helping out Weiwei. But it is also a thing where we have to talk about Meteor's Lily. I mean, it has been pretty brutal in a lot of cases, and he's been able to have a lot of really, really nice setups.
Yeah, this series, it's looked really nice. Consistently finding multiple people with his sleeps. And the swirl seeds as well have been on point, like the one eagle in game number 2 against Gala, just finding that moment. And the question will be if LNG can kind of outspace it, you know, because this composition, not exactly like a max range keep away from them composition, like with a Braum, with a Maokai, with a Cassante. You are quite willing to go into short range fights, which is exactly what Lilia wants. One of the observers there zooming in on Zika, trying to get the CS under the tower. I think he got all but one. Nicely done there by Zika. But yeah, it does feel like a game that should be decent for Meteor in terms of being able to get that damage out on the Lilia and be able to get value out of those ultimates.
And I think it's been a really cool story, I guess, for Meteor. Maybe not the highest glitz and glams that you'd want for an LGD organization that hasn't been very consistent in their regard, but it is a factor where they've been sticking by Meteor for the last almost 2 years, I guess, at the end of this one. But it's been really nice to see that in this series in particular, he's been able to keep up with Weiwei, who did just find himself in a World Finals not too long ago. There is the Dragon, though, going down for LNG. They'll use some of that strength they had through Hung and Gala, and this is the kind of decision-making, the cleanliness that we want to see from LNG, playing towards their strengths.
It's worth remembering as well just quite how long Meteor has been in the LPL. Like,
Yeah.
When I joined the LPL in 2020, Meteor was already basically a veteran. He started back in 2019 on BLG. He was with BLG for a good couple of years as well. And he had a little bit of time off in between. He's not been a stable member of the LPL that entire time, but still very much a veteran voice within the roster. And within what is ultimately a fairly young roster with Haichao, with Xiaoya moving in as relatively new players to the LPL. But Jin Zhao as well, another player that is somewhat of a veteran. Granted, most of his experience in LPL was on that AD carry role, but the last couple of years been in this support role and does feel like he's warmed into it. And Birdol obviously coming over from the LCK as well. Feels like a bit of a mishmash squad of kind of veterans and also newer faces and trying to bring this talent up in the carry roles. What that thought was the veterans group up, but won't be able to find the most veteran of them all in Scout.
Coach goes, yes, the plan is there. The big bolded letters, kill Scout. It works out, but they need to try to continue to revisit that. Try to get his flash and then punish him. But we are seeing a move out from Haichao. I don't know if he wants to actually commit to this one. He's going to be healing up there. But again, this top trio, Birdol, Meteor, and Haichao, they're the ones you have to watch for LGD in a lot of cases.
He was spotted on a ward on the Krugs, so
I love that
Birdol.
we got the slow-mo.
Yeah.
Oh no! Approach velocity.
Jin Zhao is caught. The aftershock very much saving his life there. And he will walk away with that life, but flash on cooldown, ignite on cooldown. Xiaoya no cleanse either, so feels very difficult for LGD to step back into this lane again.
Yeah, that was the Enchanted Crystal Arrow being hit by Gala. They got the level 6 advantage there for him. He was the first one to hit it down there in that lane, so really good use of that as soon as they get it to pull the trigger. Is going to have some summoner spells to think about down there. Xiaoya, though, on the Jin, still going to be very safe, still having the flash. Something they may want to go for. But I do want to take a look at where the jungle pathing is going to look at next. Weiwei having level 6, I do expect him to try to get some ganks up because as we see already in the jungle matchup, he is starting to fall behind. We had seen that the Maokai was able to keep up last time we got this matchup, but this time around, Meteor has decided, I'm not being active. I'm just going to go farm, and it's paying dividends.
So, we're kind of chilling. We're kind of chilling in this early game. And to be honest, I can kind of see why, right? Where we've got Ashe Azir on one side with a Cassante frontline. They're quite happy to play a slower game. On the other side, it's not like a Lilia, a Rumble, and a Zeri aren't going to scale. I feel like they're all quite happy with a bit of a slower early game. It'll be when those Grubs and that Drake come back onto the map in just over a minute's time, Jin Zhao. Another attempt on Scout
They
Slide
need
in
his
the mid
flash,
lane.
man.
I feel like it's been a quiet early game, except for Scout, who constantly has like 4 people in his lane.
It's been brutal, to be honest, but, you know, a big test for our king, Scout, trying to make something happen here. But I also really want to shout out the start that I feel like does happen a lot of the time when you go into the Ashe matchup as the Jin, but the Swifties are definitely helping a lot to get out of the brutal nature of the slowdowns as we actually take a look back at where that flash was burned by Xiaoya. So not having that one up, definitely something that Weiwei wants to revisit sometime soon, though Grubs are coming up as well.
So Gala just blasting arrows out on cooldown here and getting value from them. It's not quite transitioned into a kill, but I feel like that is just a matter of time. Gala has been playing pretty damn well. So, I mean, the hard engage Ezreal to finish out the previous game.
Yeah.
Not too shabby. With Hung grabbing himself an MVP too. Feels like it's been a good series here for LNG's bottom lane. And we did highlight at the start that, realistically, Gala and Hung, you'd expect them to come away with a big advantage over Xiaoya and Jin Zhao. It has definitely felt like LNG's bot lane having the advantage here today. It's just a matter of seeing them really, like, kind of dot those I's and cross the T's. Like, because we have seen good moments, but we've also seen awkward moments, like Gala going in for the 1v4, Hung getting caught out. Like, it's not been perfect,
just gonna
that's
say,
for sure.
They said no more hard engage on the Ezra. We're giving you long distance engage with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Not going to have it just yet. It is coming up now, but LGD swooping in to take the grubs. And they are going to get grub again here, so they'll have a lot of siege potential in the back end of these fights we have to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, 6 grubs taken there. And Zika, in the meantime, had TP available, but chooses to stay in that bottom side. LNG potentially playing for these Drakes, right? You've got full prior bot for Zika as nobody came down to that bottom lane. And that sets up with Gala pushing in the mid lane for this Drake to be taken by LNG. It's not the fastest Drake taker in the world, is he? The tree, but you know what? Meteor's on the top side.
It's not the Leandries. It's the Locket again. You know, he doesn't have the extra AP damage. He's a slow tree. He's going to have a lot of utility support for his team. Oh, no.
Hug manages to dodge away there. Oh, but the little team
Open
lullaby
up.
waits for the shield to be gone and sets up for a bonus as well. Gala chunked Weiwei trying to block the 4th shot, but it hits anyway. Jin Zhao finishes the job. Weiwei just had to be the bodyguard, and our scouts on the backline being taken apart. LNG out of nowhere just fall to pieces.
They might not have a lot of games on these marksmen, but their guns are firing all the same. Haichao and Xiaoya combined for massive damage. Xiaoya, they're picking up 2. The current call might want to be one of the best ones I've seen this split so far. And the setup from LGD, they find a massive early lead against LNG in game 3.
I mean, that was... fantastic from LGD. Really, really nice from Meteor to wait for the Unbreakable to be gone so that the sleep isn't blocked. But Gala just walking into the swell seat and the curtain call comes through. I mean, everything just lines up.
Yeah, Gala cleanses a little late there. Does still take the damage afterwards and then just gets completely caught out. And Scout trying to make a master play there, but ends up flashing his way in between Xiaoya and Haichao. I think Zika is having a lot to say on the Cassante, but really good combinations. And this is some of the stuff we've been seeing bubble to the surface for LGD. Their decision-making, taking advantage of maybe some of the laps of coverage of LNG has just been really good this series, and that's not something we expect from this LGD team.
And I feel like I understand the logic of trying to find the fight after the fact, right? Where, you know, most of our top teams in the LPL do this, where somebody's caught out, everybody jumps in, right? It's all about playing this out as a team and trying to turn it into a fight win. However, like, Weiwei needs to block that 4th shot onto Gala. Scout is going in as Gala and Weiwei are threatened by the 4th shot, so they can't really push further forwards. Weiwei tries to push further forwards, and that sacrifices Gala, essentially. It feels like it was just slight miscommunication between the members of LNG, and had that been slightly tighter, had they been more on the same page, maybe that's a fight win.
But isn't that the name of the game here? You have to be able to perform in those moments. We saw that in game number 1. We saw that somewhat in game number 2 even. They were still able to slink that one out. But now we get to it. LGD, they're in synchronicity right now. They got 2 Leandries, they got 2 static shivs. You know, everybody going to be on their first item spike here for this Rift Herald fight. LGD starting it up, though.
All right. Herald started, as you say. TP comes up from Haichao to join in the mix. I think LNG posturing like they want to just back away from this one. Scout already on his way to the bottom lane. And LGD know that that's the signal for them to have this one uncontested. LGD, they have been running this early game. It was quiet for the first 10 minutes. These last few minutes, though, has been all about LGD.
And I have to talk about a big factor that has been now in this third game finally unlocked. It hasn't been in the rest of the series. Meteor is just so far ahead of Weiwei. He's going to be hitting these big item spikes. Lilia is a huge go factor for LGD, and we've seen Meteor be a big win condition for them in these setups for the team fights. So I think things right now looking good for LGD. LNG, though, they're seemingly okay with giving some of these early advantages over to LGD. They will still have a ton of decision-making power if somebody overextends with Gala's Enchanted Crystal Arrows, and I'm going to expect to see those setups around the next objectives come clean for them as we have another dragon in about a minute.
I mean, the CS lead is fantastic for Meteor, isn't it? He's on 10 CS per minute as a jungler.
This is what happens when you don't go gank constantly. Last time we saw this matchup between these two guys, like, he was trying to be up there and find those aggressive moves, but this time around, he's just saying, I can farm it up and get so far ahead, it's not going to matter.
I think also just being able to get into Weiwei's jungle, deny some of those camps, and extend that lead for himself. Herald going to come down in the mid lane. Drake is spawning in 30 seconds. Now guaranteed prio. Meteor jumps back to the rest of his team. This might be an overcommitment from LGD as Jinzhao falls. Meteor has his sleep blocked from Gala as the falls shot, as the curtain call comes in, but Scout just threatens. He would have just killed Xiaoyu if the curtain call committed. And now the TP's come in and Birdle has been left alone because nobody else can stick around. LNG punish hard as LGD overstep.
That man just got thrown into the pit at a heavy metal concert. He was getting bramble smashed. He was getting knocked around left and right. And LNG, they capitalize yet again on some of the moments that maybe LGD aren't all together. They are going to look at a dragon. This gives LNG so much decision-making priority for the rest of the game to be on a soul point of an ocean soul with this style of composition.
It's only 3-3 in terms of kills, but it feels like there's been a bit more than that going on, doesn't it? It feels like LNG now getting themselves a third Drake. That is a terrible time for LGD to lose control of the map after getting 6 grubs, trading those for those Drakes. Using the Herald mid lane, they thought that that was an opportunity to grab a tier 1. Instead, it's an opportunity to potentially lose control of the map here. I don't know if Meteor meant to click on that one or not, but I mean, just great engage out from LNG.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. Some of the initial goes wide. You have enough to follow it up. And then Xiaoyu just gets so baited here. Not having vision on the TP and unfortunately open up the curtain call. This is, though, a situation where Bertle's TP just leaves him completely out to dry. I think in those extensions like that, those mistakes can't come through.
I wonder if Scout's combo was on cooldown there, because he just sort of queued at Xiaoyu. You'd expect him to try and slide over the wall and use his ultimate, right? His ultimate was available. I don't know if maybe his dash was on cooldown. Could have been an opportunity to get a bonus kill onto Xiaoyu there, but without flash, maybe he didn't want to get too close to the tower and end up getting caught out. And to be honest, I can understand not trying to make the huge play in this game with how close this series has been so far. Like, for LNG, this is important at the end of the day. You can't afford to just be losing games like this. You could lose your seeding, ultimately.
Yeah.
Like, they're not locked in for top 2 just yet. Currently, I believe LNG are only locked in for, like, top 7. If everything goes absolutely terribly for them at this point, I think they can still fall a long way.
Yeah, they need to win this one out. Getting a 2-0 would have been massive for them to move their game differential up to 7, but now the biggest they can get up to back is 6. So thinking about that a little bit more, because the details of that is the fact that you can get a bye with the first 2 spots in this group. So it's all about trying to finish first or second. And LNG, they should not have found themselves in this position. But isn't it just like the LPL for a team like LGD to take advantage of the end of this Rumble stage and try to take down LNG? They are at a consistent advantage, down 2,000 gold up, and they have really good team fight tools. But here comes LNG.
So roots blocked by Jinzhao, and now the response on towards Hung and Gala, but no real damage going to come on through. Turret defended from LNG though, and they will just continue to maintain control of the mid lane, or at least try and maintain control of the mid lane. It's shivs galore on the scoreboard, by the way. We've got 3 Shivs there. We've got 3 Leandries there. We've got 5, 6 Merc Treads there. 7 Merc Treads. Oh my god, so many
Merc Treads are so OP. There's another one. They're just being completed everywhere. We have 2 lockets
this is
on the side of LNG.
I don't know who built the first item. Everyone else was like, "Can I copy your homework?"
That looks good
yeah,
too. Yeah, I mean
make it
everybody.
obvious.
We got to the double lockets, everything just matching up for everybody. I like it. Everybody's synergizing here in the LPL. But it is also a situation where it is maybe a bit disheartening as an LNG fan to be watching something like this when we have seen them dominate every single top team in this Rumble stage in their group, and obviously their only fall was to FPX, but then you have a series like this start to come into question.
All right, we've got Drake coming up in just over a minute. Mazel is subbing in for the Colorcaster role today. First off, thank you for stepping in our time of need. I'm going to give you your opportunity now. I'm going to set you up. Talk to me about this Dragon fight, sole point for LNG. What has to happen for them to get this Drake?
Well, first of all, I do not want to see LGD give this one over for free, but I think if LNG are looking for it, they got to find the big Nature's Grasp from Weiwei out from the side, get the follow through there. It's got to be led off by Gala or Weiwei, and for LGD's response on the other side, you cannot be getting caught out. You have to be as a succinct 5-man and maybe try to pull back a fight where Xiaoya can finish off kills with the curtain call in the end. But it's all about mid lane priority before we get to that point.
Yeah. I think it's going to be really important that LGD have all 5 of their flashes up for this fight as well, so finding an arrow
You
for
don't
Gala,
say.
easier said than done. When everyone on the enemy team can flash away. Okay, TP coming on through. 15 seconds until the Drake spawns, and LGD not in control of the river for the time being. Zik is even here to tank up on the front line. It feels like complete control for LNG for now, and there's a wave crashing into the town. Nobody there for LGD to answer it, as they just try and commit through the bottom side of the river to get in and fight this.
Look at Haichao, he's trying to get a little bit of positioning over on Azika. They will spot him out and check the Crystal Arrow.
No. Jin Zhao has to flash away, gets himself a shield, but can he survive? He walks away with his life for now as Hung tanking on that front line. Meteor gets a double sleep. Oh, it's only a sleep onto 1, in fact. And Weiwei not the target he would have wanted. Curtain call is just going to be blocked. Everybody lines up on LNG. Zika can soak the damage quite happily. Okay, Gala gets clipped. Nice shot from Xiaoya. There's a Hex Flash.
Round 2
from Jin Zhao. Are they going to go for this one? It's a 50-50 in the pit. Drake down to 2k, and Weiwei grabs it. And an Ocean Soul in a low health fight like this is beautiful. It's a 4v4 now as the fight continues. But again, slow fights like this are perfect with an Ocean Soul. Zika kiting away as LGD look for a way back in. But the slow coming out from Hung sets up for a chase down. Scout chasing onto Haichao. The longest fight I've seen in a while as LGD trying to kite away, but the slow's coming up through. Gala goes wide on the volley though, but there's no tower. There's nowhere to run away to, and Zika finds a stun. Jin Zhao goes in, but Scout's flanking on the top side, and LGD being corralled onto the wrong side of the map. The damage isn't there for LGD, and LNG, it's slow, it's excruciating, but it's a fight nonetheless.
I can't believe it. I mean, that's just gotta feel so unfair for LGD. They were so low health bars and they're just watching LNG follow them as their health bars go back to full. And then at the end of it, you're facing a full health, full strength LNG, and they absolutely come to pay the tax here. Haichao is in a lot of trouble.
Oh, really nice roots from Weiwei there as well. Does it where Haichao wants to run to? So Haichao essentially just has to stay close to a Maokai, and with a pick on the enemy mid laner as Baron is on the map, I mean, this should be pretty much free.
Yeah.
Meteor only just respawning now.
And if you look, I love to look at the kind of mindsets, the feelings that we're seeing coming out of the players. Haichao very, very upset with himself in that one, shaking his head. It is a rough place to get caught out, and LGD's hopes just flew out the window. As we take a look, it actually starts off, both teams, like the initial engages do not work out, but then we go back for round 2 just like it's a fighting game, and it's really nice to see that LNG sync up here. They are patient, they're very reserved in how they want to approach this one, but then all hell breaks loose to some extent, and the Dragon, Weiwei, making sure to secure this one is huge, because again, at the end of this fight, it guarantees them the better numbers and the advantage to clean it up.
Nice all out onto Meteor there from Zika. Guarantees the smite for his jungler, guarantees Ocean Soul for his team. And then at this point, you know, everybody's like half health on both sides. But then as the chase comes through, you said it on the cast there, like you just watch LNG's health bars go back up to basically full.
It's so disgusting. And then you get to the end of this fight, you're like, okay, well, I mean, we're all like sub half health. We have squishy members that are being completely trounced, and I think we're starting to see some of those item differentials come through. This is going to be where LNG take the lead over. I love that Xiaoya tries to go back for it, but finally LNG have wrestled control of the game fully away from LGD.
Well played by Xiaoya at the end to find one extra kill. It did cost him his flash though, so a little bit more vulnerable in potential follow-up fights. But now with Baron, you expect LNG to try and get control of this map. One of the things that they have been good at is controlling side lanes well. It's always been something Scout's been decent at. And now Zeka gets to move into the top side. And Scout's just going to recall again. I guess he can afford an item. Decides against it.
Xiaoya did have some safety there, but I love that LNG are looking for it. Again, we said from the beginning, this is how they find any kills, is to start it off with Gala or Weiwei. They're looking to siege on this top side while Scout is pushing out bot lane. They will have the Baron buff for a little bit less than a minute now. Still pretty big play for them, but maybe LGD looking to answer.
Yeah, I mean, LNG, I think they get one more wave of Baron buff, maybe two, but I think it'll only just be this next wave. Trying to siege on the top side with 4 players, while Scout presses the bottom side. Uncaught by a solar flare, but Unbreakable makes that not the greatest endeavor. They're just trying to get onto the wave. They're trying to use the hard engage to buy space here. Oh, Q3 hits Jin Zhao. Scouts nearly finished the tower down in that bottom side. 15 seconds on the Baron. Maybe that next wave will come into the mix as well. And with the cannon, the bot lane tower goes down. If they can finish tier 2s on both sides of the map, even if they haven't broken the base, this is still a huge win for LNG. That is a 3,500 gold Baron play, plus a tier 2 that went down after.
Really big swing of the lead. Now almost 4,000 gold up for LNG, and it ain't been clean, but all that matters is the results in the end, and LNG have pulled this one from the brink. Definitely a little bit heartbreaking for LGD. They still have some fights left in it. Meteor has been really big on the Lilting Lullaby setups. You just got Lord Doms completed for Xiaoya, so his third item going to be spiking the Runans for Haichao. Some of the team fights are going to be strong for LGD, but you've got one team fight left, and it's that big, scary Elder Dragon in about 45 seconds.
LGD are up against the wall now. But actually, in terms of gold, they're not that far down. There is no... there's a little bit of healing reduction, sorry, from Meteor and from Birdol. So the Ocean Soul will get less value. But is this what it's going to come down to? Please, LNG, I beg you, do not flip Elder. This is not the time for flipping Elder.
Why not? I haven't got my birthday present yet. Maybe it's an LGD win.
Well, maybe. This would be an upset and a half, wouldn't it, to start our day? But not being allowed entrance for now. They do have a control ward in the back of the pit, thanks to the ocean map. They've hidden it in that brush. Now trying to use that top side of the river as a way in, as LNG start the Elder off out of vision.
There's the setup here on the Zika, but I think you have to watch the trigger pull.
Ooh, arrow goes between the posts there, but a flick back onto Jin Zhao. Gets the solar flare down.
Oh.
Oh, with Ocean Soul as well. They can just keep this going. Birdol knocked back into the fray! And the all-out pulls him back over the wall! My goodness, LGD just taken apart on this one. Beautifully done by LNG. Not even entertaining Elder Dragon. No 50-50s here. They know they can just win the fight straight up.
They took the loss in game 1 heavily. You saw them come out in game 2 and absolutely smack LGD down, and maybe put an insult to injury there on the Haichao. He will be there and taken down. Oh no, it's LNG in a rightful place here though, Munchables.
Haichao gets his recall cancelled, TP's in to try and save the game, and just gets one shot. That's LNG finishing things out. A very solid game number 3 to end the series. They keep their position in the standings, and in fact, they take sole position of first place in the standings at 6-1.
Bit heartbreaking for LGD, but the fact that they even brought LNG to 3 games is something to hold high. They will now match in IP in terms of the 2 game wins as a whole, but it is a rough situation. See some of the heads held a little low for LGD. It's not been a fun Rumble stage for them in Group Ascent as they move down to 0-7. But this team right here, they have taken the Rumble stage by storm, Munchables.
Yeah, everyone in chat, drop an 07, salute LGD matching an IP on that 07 score. Yeah, I mean, tough
The battle
for
for the wooden
LGD.
spoon is on.
Honestly, though, LGD, you know, there were some big mistakes today. There's no two ways about it. But I actually think overall they still look decent, and I do think that LGD look like a team that could make it to playoffs. I do think, you know, in the context that they're going to be going up against a team like, you know, maybe Thunder Talk, IG, Ultra Prime, WE, these kinds of teams, I genuinely think that LGD probably are still better than a lot of those teams. Like, they are taking teams like LNG to 3 games. They are going the distance in a lot of these games as well. I do feel like their team fighting is decent. I feel like Jin Zhao mispositions quite often. I feel like Xiaoya has had a couple of awkward positioning
Don't worry
moments
about
during
bot
these
side. We look at
fights,
top
but,
side.
you know, there are still positives, and I do think that this is a team that can still make it to playoffs.
It's been really impressive. Again, you have to kind of live and die by the sword, and they definitely have taken that mantra to heart for LGD. The fact that we are seeing so many solo kills, so much chaos go on the top side of the map, and you know, Bertle, Meteor, and Haichao, they can win them games, and they can also lose them games. I think they know that a lot themselves, beating themselves up a little bit about that one. But now, LNG, they've already beaten all the top teams. Their only loss was to FPX. They have anyone's legend after this one. I think it could be looking like an LNG trying to finish off in a very strong position in a conversation for the top 2 places.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we'll have to see how it's all going to continue. But LNG, I definitely think a forerunner at this point with that win. 4 seeds, 1 and 2. They've got 1 more series remaining against AL, and it's a crucial series for LNG. It's an even more crucial series for AL to try and fight away from that 7th seed position. We'll see how that one goes. I do think that that'll be 3 games, and I do think it'll be exceptionally close. Gala, once again, though, topping the damage every single game this series. I don't even know who I would give an MVP to in this one, honestly. I feel like this is very much a team win for LNG.
Yeah, I think you can give it to either Weiwei or Gala. I think in a lot of cases, though, it was a big team effort, and this is much more of the LNG style where they're a little bit slow in some regards in that last game, but being able to beat LGD to the punch. And
maybe it's Weiwei's smites. Maybe that's what determines the
maybe
MVP on this
you
one.
think so?
He got two 50-50 smites in a row to get the soul. Although I guess one, because the all-out wasn't quite a 50-50, but even still, smiting well. But then again, he did just sacrifice Gala in that fight, so maybe he doesn't get it.
You know, things happen. It's the duality of jungle. But in these moments, like you see, LGD were leading a lot. You saw that gold graph. It was an immediate dip. And I think the question still begs itself that LGD were even able to get to a position like this. And LNG definitely with their scars coming out of this one, but a win's a win. And I particularly love to see Scout turn it on after being so heavily focused for all of this series, as we thought it was only maybe going to be games 1 and 2, still continued to game 3. And the fact that he was able to have some big difference makers on that Lucian game and then also on the NZ.
Some phenomenal stuff coming out. As I'm glad to see the
one's
Azir
so
working out in game number 3 as well, considering how terribly the Azir pick went in game number 1 of the series. Like, a little bit of redemption for Scout across game 2 and 3 as he, you know, flanked out. I mean, this fight was just them being corralled. Xiaoya at least getting one. And then again here, Elder Dragon up on the mat. LNG don't even entertain the idea of a 50-50. They see an opportunity to go for a straight-up fight. They know that they've got that Ocean Soul to win it out with. Weiwei even flashing for the pick onto Birdall, but all-out buzzing back over the wall too.
Come on! It's not even fair. Not even fair. Cassante things. No, it's just LNG. I think we saw a cleanup of their decision-making potentials throughout this series, and it was a big question mark after that first game with how chaotic it was. So nice to see from them.
Yeah, really good to see the snap decision-making towards the late games. Definitely a slower pace from LNG than what we've seen in some of the more recent series, but I think understanding that every single game counts right now, and after game number 1 went so pear-shaped, they did play a bit of a faster pace in game number 1. It didn't really work out for them. Slowing things down in game number 2 and 3, it works out. They get themselves the win on the board. LGD, on the other hand, you know, it's been rough. It's been really rough. They do get themselves a second game win on the board, so silver linings, I guess, but, you know, 7 loss in a row, 0-7 on the standings. It can't feel good. They're gonna be gutted when they go home today.
Somebody has to come away with a series win, and that next series is going to determine that. Them and NIP going at it. That'll be a lot of fun.
It certainly will. Let's take a look at our MVP as we round out our first game. It is Weiwei! Smite Master grabs himself an MVP, 1-1-9. And also just the primary engager for his team, right? He was the one that set up for a lot of these fights, and kind of Maokai almost turns Braum into an engaged champion, right? Where you throw the roots out, Braum can then follow up and get his passive on everyone so you can get those stuns on out. Really nice stuff from Weiwei.
What I really like from Weiwei here is maybe a differing of the trend that we've seen the Leandries into the kind of tank build for the Maokai, but the Locket, first completions both times in a row for the Maokai. The first time around pairing up really nicely with the Lucian, but this time around just going for a little bit of that utility. So Weiwei bringing a little bit of his own flavor to the jungle that we've seen so prominently here recently as well.
Yeah, fantastic stuff to see coming out from LNG. And that rounds out our first series. So it's time to jump into a break, and then we will be back for a series with serious playoff connotations. It's Ultra Prime versus EDG.
You were born to die. So now we set your spirits free. Let the lifeless clear away. For we have come to save you from your pain. So let your voices scream. Powerless lifelines free from time.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. We're headed over to Shanghai now as we head towards our second series of the night. We're going into Group Nirvana, which I think matches the casting team here, as we've got double play-by-play tonight, and I'm expecting this could be a little bit of a scrap between Ultra Prime and EDG. A lot on the line. I'm joined by Mazel as Ultra Prime here. I mean, a lot of work cut out for them. They need to win 2-0 tonight, ideally. 2-1 might be able to still qualify them, but that relies on WE also beating IG 2-0. But if Ultra Prime lose this series, ultimately, they will be out of the running for playoffs. So let's just jump straight into the draft, I guess.
And we are already neck deep into it. We're going to see a heavy reliance right back to those heavy farming, heavy clearing AP junglers, but might be getting some fisticuffs in bot lane here as the double marksman comp has come alive for Ultra Prime, but it's the Draven in the bot lane for Doggo.
So Draven for Doggo. Senna would be an incredibly passive lane to take into that Draven. Could be a little bit of a struggle during the laning phase. But overall, fairly standard confidence picks. Hacker gets his Karthus, which definitely has been a bit of a signature for him across the course of the split. I feel like Karthus in general has fallen out of favor in the LPL, but Hacker still likes to grab that one for himself.
Yeah.
The Ezreal, I can't believe, is this late in the draft.
We did get 6 ADC bans in the end, or I guess bot lane bans in the end from both teams across all the bans itself. But yeah, the fact that you're this late in, you've gotten the blind pick Renekton that is so feared right now. You've gotten this heavy damage-focused brand. You also have the double poke composition and a lot of that lead-in CC. The only real engaged ticket for EDG will be Wink, but they will be very happy with the composition they've gotten for themselves. And now looking at that double-edged sword that apparently remains a constant here today, that Ultra Prime have drafted in game number 1. They're going to need to be playing around this bot side.
So a lot of power for Doggo and Niket. Hacker on an absolute carry as well. I feel like Ultra Prime have got a pretty easy to execute composition over there. EDG, kind of similar, honestly. A little bit more range perhaps coming out from them. But both junglers, sort of a similar MO when it comes to the team fights. We've got damage dealers in the right places. We've got frontline and engage in the right places. Feels like a relatively even draft to me.
Yeah, I will say I do like the brand a little bit more in terms of the proactive style that you can be, a little bit more invasive into the Karthus jungle, and I think especially for the likes of JJ, it's going to be really nice to see him try to pick apart some of the jungle against Hacker, but more importantly, I think it's going to rely on these two supports getting out of lane, or at least trying to find some advantages around either getting Wink out on the map for EDG, or finding any way to get Niket into those big engages. We have seen Niket do some wonderful things this split for Ultra Prime, been a big bright spot for them, but I think the activity from supports can be super important in this game number 1 to set them up for success. He does have his Rel. It's a signature at this point.
It certainly is. It's a potent pick. Doggo grabs his Draven as well. It's a powerful bot lane, but only if they can actually find Leave. Leave, a player that has been criticized for his positioning, but on Ezreal, you can get away with a little bit more. You're a little safer on that pick. Ultra Prime versus EDG, and Ultra Prime, they need a win tonight if they want any chance of making it to playoffs. A loss tonight would be the end of their run. EDG have already ended their run, and they want to do the same to Ultra Prime. It's time for them to try and play spoiler.
No matter what, EDG will always have a massive fan base for what they've done for the LPL, but also the track record they have. Now, very different faces on the team. JJ, the only standing member here with the star on his chest, carving that one himself, but it is also a situation where it's been very topsy-turvy for this EDG roster. But the thing is like, they still find themselves in a position where they have found some key wins in this Rumble stage.
Certainly have Doggo. even gets 2 stacks, in fact 3 stacks, to start the laning phase. My goodness, what a huge win for Ultra Prime.
It's over. Might as well pack up and go home.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can ever come back from this one. Ultra Prime, though, yeah, nice little ward onto the Raptors there, so JJ will be spotted on his clear. Hacker, no vision in his jungle, so he'll have a much safer clear for himself and less information to play with at the side of EDG. Aggressive trades early on. And we're consistently seeing these Ezreal lanes beating out the Draven lanes today at level 1. Oh.
They'll just get as much poke as possible down early and try to get that level 2. Do want to see how quickly Hacker can come down this way, maybe with that path he's taking from top to bot. As on the other side, JJ is going from bot to top. Now, JJ is known to be maybe a little bit cerebral in the jungle and find maybe some unique paths. Something to maybe keep an eye out after the first pathing gets cleared out by them, because you need to try to get ahead of this Karthus in all regards.
I feel like that's a pretty good conversation to have in general, as well as heavy trading in the mid lane. Not going to lead to too much, as we are back to Corki versus Tristana back there. But, you know, topics of pathing, I feel like pathing in general in the LPL and across the world, really, especially in early levels, has been kind of just full clear. That's sort of your only option when you're playing these AP jungles. Oh, God. Solo kill just gets wrecked.
Got a little bit of his own name thrown at him there. TES, the rock solid top laner, at least once was for top esports. But now, you come out with that. Cassante onto the Renekton matchup. This is a blind pick that we've seen time and time again in the LPL.
And the thing is, both of these players have been pretty heavily criticized this split. I feel like Jingtian has had some really big games. He's had some really terrible games as well. Solo kill, more of the latter than the former. So jumps into a Q, gets the stun, but then just gets punted back on the Q3, stunned. I mean, it's too easy for Jingtian.
I'm just wondering, like, was he trying to use the rage bar for the heal on the Q?
I think he just didn't realize Jingtian was about to hit 3. I think that's what
yeah,
happened.
maybe that, but look at this.
Leave gets under the tower here, and Niket's tanking, forced to flash away. Leave low, but Hacker might
Doggo
go down
needs
to the
it.
tower here. Leave is looking for a second.
Oh,
Doggo
no.
as well. The tower hits onto Doggo, but he survives. The cash-in is there. Minions denied. I think it's maybe a win for Ultra Prime.
The fact that you have to say it like that maybe tells us all we need to know. We knew this was going to be a chaotic start to this one, and this best of 3 deliver it already. Do see Doggo getting a ton of strength thrown his way. Everything culminated in that bot lane play, but the fact that Doggo on the Draven gets a little cash in is huge. We take a look here. All summoner spells going to be burned in the end here by both bot lanes, and it's actually a really good chance for EDG to try to get an outplay here. The damage succinctly going through for Doggo, though, and Hacker willing to give his life for that one.
Nice movement from Leave to dodge a lot of the skittles coming out from Hacker, and flashed away from the stand aside from Doggo as well. I feel like in these moments where there is opportunity for mechanical outplay, Leave, that's where this player actually shines. Like, his mechanics are good. It's a lot of the decision making and like more big picture positioning that leaves something to be desired.
Leave.
But I mean, ultimately, even though Hacker dies, we're early enough in the game where it's basically an instant respawn. He didn't have any camps up, so he doesn't really lose anything in terms of timing. He gets the assist. The kill went the way of Wink. Doggo gets a cash in early, so he's 300 gold ahead in the bot lane. Plus for the kill top for Jingtian. Like, overall, that's a pretty big win for Ultra Prime, because it just means both side lanes are now under control.
And this enables them to go ahead and get this dragon, get some early stacking going. We are going to be getting to level 6s now, so I think that's something to kind of keep an eye out on. JJ especially going to be a little bit more happy to take some of these fights. But now that you've taken this is like one of the first times we've seen recently a dragon going down before the grubs have spawned. Ultra Prime can move this pressure up towards this grub spawn, and they will have man advantage because they brought everybody.
They sure did. Hacker moves over, but he's already pretty chunked. JJ's in the area, but neither jungler level 6. And Brand without level 6, it's going to be difficult to move in and have any significant impact. So Ultra Prime off of the back of the dive in the bottom side And off the back of the presence of Jingtian in the top side, finding that solo kill, they'll grab themselves not only the first straight, but triple grubs as well. This is a phenomenal start for Ultra Prime.
I feel like I haven't seen this kind of trade going down in a while. I mean, they just walked their way to both objectives, and now they're going to keep Niket and Doggo on top side, maybe try to get some plates up here with no big response. Right now, Leave and Wink are finally responding, but they're going to actually move Leave back down as the backs can come through, so they're not going to collapse for the turret plate, but really good move around the map of Ultra Prime and redeploying their lane states.
Yeah, you can see EDG have read it as well. Immediately, Leave change directions and heads towards that bottom lane. But I think Doggo might just go to the mid lane instead. I think Jingtian maybe just stays here. So Leave got the one plate while the grubs were going on. Returns to this bottom lane. Will grab the pretty sizable wave there. And now Doggo actually returns up to the top side. It feels like Ultra Prime maybe weren't exactly sure where they wanted to go on this one. But they've decided to just avoid the 2v2 for now, I guess.
Might pay dividends, might not. I mean, Leave will be scary. We've seen Ezreal highlighted for a reason here recently and just gives so much consistent damage. And EDG will have a lot of strength going into the objectives. And when you're in those tight positions, yeah, you'll love that Hacker can die and still get down a ton of damage, but you have to be very wary about the AoE damage, the poke that'll be coming through from EDG.
I'm really curious as to what has been happening in this mid lane, because it's like a 20 CS lead for Cryan. Like, let's be honest, Cryan has not exactly been a dominant laner across the course of this split. Little surprised to see that be such a big lead for him in the mid lane. Yuakai really struggling on this Tristana so far. Jingtian zoned away from the wave on the bottom side, and it opens up the Leave to start stacking some of these plates up. As now an attempted dive on solo kill, tries to get onto Doggo.
He got the wave.
Clears the wave away, yeah. And he'll be okay.
Just as the plan was unfolded, unfortunately, nothing coming of it. Now, it is EDG that are getting a little bit back for it on the map. And this is really awesome to see from EDG, even though solo kill. I feel a little bit of the brunt of the ire there in the top side. Oh!
So Jingtian locked up now with the Pyroclasm there as well. He's just going to burn up. Tried to get underneath the tower, but didn't realize he was being fully lane swapped. It's back to lane swap meta, right? It feels like that with the top laners where you just cannot ever get a minion again. Both of the top laners on 50 CS as we approach the 9-minute mark. It's a bit brutal. As Doggo was starting, it felt like he was going to lose his entire lead off of the back of these swaps. Leave has built a bit of a CS lead, but Doggo getting these plates in the top side has managed to even things up again.
That's actually really big, and it stemmed from the draft where we were saying we wanted to see Ultra Prime kind of play towards the spot side. In the later parts of the game, you know, 2-3 items, especially 3 items for Yuka and Tristana, you're gonna have that consistent damage, but it'd be really nice if Doggo were able to be ahead consistently and have that strength to play through until you get to that point. Hacker as well. I mean, you're scaling up to infinitum right now for Ultra Prime in some ways, and I think you're just going to need to find a way to keep these objectives under tow.
They've got to try their best. Jingtian moves up to stop Leave pushing, but with Leave on the top side, I mean, this is just going to be 2 Drakes for Ultra Prime, right? Leave can't TP. Jingtian doesn't have his online either, but Cryan gets away from Yuakai. Death charge.
No rocket jump.
A bit of a weird engage from EDG. Finds a hook though. Denied by Niket. And I mean, they've managed to find a lot of damage of EDG. They lost a player for it. And, fancy feet there from Yuakai to dodge the True Shot Barrage. It's just in time for EDG to find themselves some grubs.
I will give them the benefit of the doubt in the fact that they were trying to punish Yuakai where he didn't have the rocket jump and he used it so aggressively forward. But yeah, just best laid plans once again. They do end up getting that denial, so at least there won't be the grub again. But this also gives Ultra Prime a little bit more presence around the objective down here for the Dragon. Yeah,
this will be a Drake for Ultra Prime. Yeah, I think this is fine from EDG. I think realistically they weren't going to be able to contest for that next Drake, so being able to go for the grubs instead. Cryan bulks away. He's played
Never
very
seen a Corki
safe
move
so
that
far.
fast.
I don't know, when your bum's wiggling like that, it gives you a little bit of extra air force behind you. Hacker grabs himself that second Drake. Dominus comes out from solo kill, clearly afraid of a dive. Not sure there was
He
much of a
knows
dive
what's
angle
coming
there,
his
to
way.
be honest. But Jingtian now looking for Cran as Wink moves up to the top side. Jingtian will just walk away. I feel like both teams are like really trying to find fights, but not really quite able to find them.
And, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, maybe kind of what we expect from these two teams. Again, Ultra Prime is barely fighting for their lives in this year, holistically. And it's something where EDG, I mean, it's been a very hard road for a lot of these players.
I mean, look at this from Doggo. Just getting plates basically for free, trying to trade onto Crane in the top side, but the Whirling Death gets the cannon and gets all the casters as well. So only 2 plates up top for Crane, who will one-shot that next minion wave, but Doggo escalating in that bottom side. And it's interesting to see Leave sent to the mid lane, and it's Crane up top, trading plates here. It's not AD carry for AD carry, as well, it sort of is, but not in terms of that role directly. Leave is just clearing in the mid lane.
They were trying to get a catch out on Jingtian. He is unfortunately Cassante, as we've seen that come up. Cassante sided every time. Copy pasta exists for a reason. Do you see, though, Hacker is actually the one taking the more aggressive stance. He is the one trying to invade here. There is a play potentially developing back on a solo kill. They really want to get these outer turrets down. Ends up, though, it looks like EDG going to be the ones to try to take that one first.
I don't know if Jingtian can maybe defend this.
Do
the
it.
Grubs might finish the job. Not quite. Crying could just tank a shot, I think, with Grubs and maybe
It's a juicy
finish it.
tennis ball.
He wants to stay for another wave, but Yuakai's here. I don't think he can finish the tower. And everyone's reset at the bottom side as well. I don't think
Nobody
either of
gets
the
the
towers are going to
tower.
go down.
Oh my goodness, both teams playing with a little bit of respect here as well. Jete is hovering up this top side, and Rift Herald's going to be coming up about 45 seconds, so I think EDG wanting to put as much pressure up here as they can. Maybe get a little bit of vision there as well, just to make sure Ultra Prime can't reposition around that so easily. And I think that's where, I really want to see that proactivity come through for EDG a little bit more, because as Hacker rests on his haunches, as he continues to farm up, that 5-man Requiem is going to be really difficult to deal with. We are on first items now for majority members, too.
So, Crying finally gets that tower down. And that's the first tower of the game. EDG grabbing that one for themselves. Crying having a really good laning phase, something that he was massively criticized for across this split, and I think rightly so as well. Him and Wink joining EDG, it felt like they kind of changed the fortunes of this team for a while there. But I feel like it was mostly Wink, with Crying really struggling in the laning phase. However, today we're seeing Crying stepping up a little bit. Solo kill. Gets onto the wave.
Yeah,
Just gonna try and dive anyway, but it's not gonna happen. So the kill doing a good job of just clearing the waves underneath this tower, not letting these dives come through.
And I love they bring up Crying a little bit. Obviously, a pretty well-known name in LPL, but also if you think back to a couple years ago, he was actually a core piece of that 2022 Ultra Pride roster itself. So kind of cool to see him having a really good start to the series here, even if it harkens back to a couple years back in the relationship. But it is also a point where Ultra Prime have so much more to play for, so much more on the line for them in this one, that EDG are just reaping the benefits of the pressure.
It's kind of funny to think about Crying being on Ultra Prime. It's kind of just a
Isn't
blip
it?
in my memory because,
Yep.
you think of him on RNG, obviously, like that was a huge time back when Xiaohu was up in the top lane. But then,
Even more on IG.
yeah, exactly. You think of him on IG alongside Wing, alongside Arn, like this really aggressive, crazy IG team with YSKM there. But, Ultra Prime is just sort of a bit of a gap in my memory for this player. But either way, he certainly stepped up today. And he's looking to get himself a second tower. That's a lot of gold that's just being funneled into this Corky. Crying could be a real problem for Ultra Prime. Remember, Ultra Prime, they desperately need to win this series. EDG are already out of contention for playoffs. For Ultra Prime, though, this ain't over.
Need to win this one out, and need to do so cleanly if they can. There is going to be the dragon spawning up. Rift Herald used in the mid lane, though, by JJ, so they'll try to get this outer turret and move to that objective here.
All right. Tier 1 down. Got the 3 grubs, but it was 2 drakes for Ultra Prime to start us off, and now with the 3rd drake spawning, EDG used the Herald to get that mid prio and move towards the drake. to start that one off. You can see up in the top side, Yokai is going to grab the tier 1. So we've traded
For a tier 2?
in terms of towers, but EDG still have their tier 1 up in the mid lane, which is just so valuable in terms of controlling the map. And once again, EDG step up, clear this wave, and move back towards the Drake.
TP plays are still up and available. Won't see that necessarily pulled off just yet. Solo kill did go to answer over to that split lane push by Yokai. EDG in the end, though, they're going to get that dragon. So denying that early stacking by Ultra Prime. But again, the fact that Ultra Prime got the first 2 dragons in the first place is good enough for them, as they bought themselves that 10 minutes of time just in case it matters. And it's going to be, again, that 2-3 item spike for this Ultra Prime roster where they start to come online. A lot can be said for EDG. I mean, we know what the Miramana spike can do for both the Corki and the Ezreal. And speaking of the at least first component completed there for EDG, and I think it is a situation where both teams have been kind of fine watching each other play the game. And a lot of, like, it's 17 minutes in, we've had 5 kills as a whole.
Yeah, they're sort of chilling. I kind of expected this to be a little bit more aggressive from both sides, but it feels like, you know, the side lane plays that we've seen, where Solo Kill's trying to clear these waves underneath the tower, and they were trying to set up Crying to take plates and take towers. I feel like it's all been both teams focusing on their weak side not dying and not really, like, committing to fully weak siding and trying to really dive the other side. Fairly neutral in the grand scheme, but it's led to a 1,000 gold lead for EDG. It's led to them grabbing that Herald and taking the mid-tier 1 off the back of it. It does feel like EDG are the ones in control, and using that lack of mid-tier 1 tower, they can set up some more vision control. Solo kill found by Yokai. Blade of the Rune King in his inventory,
Don't do
but won't commit further. Dominus used in the brush by Solo kill, but Yokai reads it.
Yeah, 2 item spike there with the Navori for Yokai. Very strong. I love to see the start of the Blade of the Rune King that we've seen, and also just the uptick in aggression we get as soon as they complete the items. Obviously, a bit a little bit here, but I also want to check in on poor Doggo down there. He's got a lot of stacks building here, Munchables. They're going to need to cash in at some point. I think that is the saving grace for EDG, is they have a very much more stable trajectory that we've seen play out time and time again in the meta with the Ezreal Corki, where it's maybe a little bit more rocky for Doggo on the Draven.
I feel like Draven stacks they're sort of like, you know, those people where they've got the sticks and they start spinning plates on different sticks, and it's like, the more stacks you get, the more plates you're trying to spin, and the more dangerous it starts to become, because the second one starts going wrong, it all goes wrong. The second you die one time now for Doggo, it just feels like your champion is so gutted. It feels like Draven, without a big lead, just doesn't really influence the game in the way that you want him to. Now Ultra Prime TPing up to the top side. Both solo laners here to try and get onto this tower. Crying flashes away from the Kent's engage. EDG kind of getting the best of this situation. Solo kill defense. The tower doesn't die. Ultra Prime can't do anything mid. EDG just deter all of the pressure on the top side.
And they're going to be able to fill out some of this vision here as well. The backs, obviously quickly going to come through from Ultra Prime to get the resets there, so nothing else really going to come of that side of the play. But I do like that Solo Kill is able to defend against a lot of the side lane pressure that Ultra Prime have been trying to put in. I still, though, want to see what this next big 5-on-5 is going to look like. I feel like we haven't gotten the big fisticuffs moment yet, and I particularly want to see JJ's Pyroclasm timing here, because we all know what the Requiem can do, but it's much more skill intensive for JJ to get his damage down, and also maybe relying on some of the bounces there too. So it's really about coming to a head here for the junglers, going to have a big impact, but also the 2 carries going in mid and ADC respectively.
Baron's up on the map. We're still not far from even. We're still in this slow old game. For anyone that doesn't know, by the way, while we've got a minute, that I don't think much is going to be happening right now, I'll quickly run over the conditions for Ultra Prime for them to make it to playoffs, or at least to make it into the night series.
They got your notepad out, all right? Listen
So,
to Munch.
If they lose, they're just eliminated. Also, tomorrow, WE versus IG is one of our final series. If WE loses to IG tomorrow, Ultra Prime are eliminated. They can't beat out IG on game difference if IG wins that series. Are we actually going to have a fight as soon as I've got something to talk about? The conditions for them to survive for the time being is if they can beat EDG 2-0 and WE beat IG with any score, then Ultra Prime will qualify. And if they beat EDG 2-1 today and IG beats and WE beat IG 2-0, and Ultra Prime will qualify. There we go. We've run through it all. Jingtian
got it.
Caught out in the bottom side, and Ultra Prime just see that as a go sign. Jingtian gonna buy as much time as he can while the rest of the team run at the Baron. TP now to the top side as Leave wants to try and stop this in its tracks. 3K on the Baron. Ultra Prime, they look like they want to commit to this one, but the smite's not there, and Crying gets the Baron. It's a kill onto Hacker, and it's a disaster for Ultra Prime.
How dare you try to take the treats out of the mouth of a corgi? Crying, he's at 0-0-0, but he might have just had most of the impactful play of the game so far. As the Baron taken by EDG, they're also gonna get another Mountain Dragon, a tier 2 in mid lane, and they have just blown open this lead. Wink's even gonna find a little engage on the Yuukai, who doesn't have a lot of mana, but the Baron buff is up here, and they can continue pushing.
Ah, what a way to go for Ultra Prime, because I feel like that's such a huge gold swing in favor of EDG. That it's such a difficult position now to come back from. They're going to lose so much control of the map after these resets. 2 minutes to that Baron buff to work with. Crying is absolutely monstrous on 3 items right now. I mean, he stole the Drake with a big one. And I think Hacker died just before the Baron went down, so he couldn't smite.
See the lockdown there, yeah. It just goes down. Oh, man. Picture perfect. And also on top of that, Hacker just has to kind of watch as it goes down. Look at the Smaz. He knows they just got away with a devious one.
Good to see Clearlove grinning away off the back of a play like that. And Ultra Prime, they're going to be sweating backstage right now because, again, they would love to win this one 2-0. The worse this series go, the less their fates are in their own hands. To be honest, the fates are already not really in their own hands anyway.
Yeah.
But
it's even more out of their hands. It's in like a second other person's hands.
yeah.
I don't know how you go further into that.
In some ways, it is in their hands, in that if they win this series, they keep it alive. If they lose this series, they are just out of the running. So it's in their hands to some extent. Solo kill just gets a huge trade on to Yuukai. True shot barrage.
Oh!
Flashed away from at the last possible second there by Yuukai. Yuukai having a rough game for himself on the Tristana.
Where are these flashes of brilliance coming from our teams? I mean, EDG are on a little bit of a run here. Obviously, this is their last series, but I think the fact that we're seeing some really big step ups from some teams that have been struggling in these last couple days is the LPL.
With EDG, it brings up the question to me, like, how much was this a mental thing? Was this just the pressure now that they're out of the running suddenly? They can find these fights, although, I say that, Wink has gone down, but it'll be 2 inhibs anyway, so I think EDG will be happy. Sacrificing a Nautilus for 2 inhibs. Take that trade any day of the week.
And it does bring up that question for EDG, because even with all the roster stuff going wild and some of the things coming over from spring, and it's hard to have been a consistent fan from this of this team, but I think when you see moments like this, you do ask that question: was it mentality? Was it just some kind of approach behind the scenes? I think we get to see when they are strong, when they have that decisive pressure, they have some veterans in the right positions to be shot callers in Wink and JJ. So really love to see them utilizing this as well and playing off some of the strengths they built for themselves early on in this game. But look at this.
Doggo got a cash in off the back of that. He's still only 2.5 items and his top lane is dead, so I don't know how much it's really going to influence the game.
Take it to the bank and invest it, because it's not going to last long.
I think he's not spent the gold just yet because he's out of mana. I assume he's going to head back now. Quickly try and pick up a third, maybe even a 4th item, honestly, if he's not recalled. Look, he's actually ahead 2,000 in gold. Would just be rapid fire cannon picked up. Okay, there we go. Noon Quiver as well.
Wow.
So he was sitting on like 3,000 gold basically. I don't know if that's really going to be enough for Ultra Prime. They need some kind of miracle to win the next fight.
said, that's the difference between these ADCs chosen by either side. We have seen what Corki and Ezreal can do, and they're putting the siege on thick here in the top side. They want to end this game, Munch.
Well, EDG, they played a pretty slow and steady game, and it feels like it's worked beautifully for them. Playing at max range, Cryan, way more than 10 CS per minute, by the way. He has been farming up a storm. Look at that, 299 at the 26-minute mark. He has been all over the map. He's been grabbing those towers in the side lane. He's been sweeping up those waves. He's almost got a flame horizon in the mid lane. He's only 30 CS away from getting 100 ahead of Yuakai. This has been an insane game from Cryan, and I think much needed confident game to round out what's really not been a good split for him.
And getting a step up, you can see from Cryan with the track record he has, and especially with his time in RNGs, is really nice. And I think leaning to some of that veterancy is always really good. Again, he was sitting at 0-0-0, but maybe had the most impactful play with that Baron take. Now is going to be on 4 items on the Corki, and all inhibs down for Ultra Prime. There is a dragon coming up if EDG want to lay on the hurt here, but it looks like the push in mid lane is also going to be initiated.
Yeah, I wonder if they do go for this Drake. I mean, they've got 3 inhibs. You probably can just end the game, but it seems like EDG are taking absolutely no risks in this one. It might even be
Wink may be a little bit of a risk.
Well, you say that. Like, how can Ultra Prime even punish him? They know Yuakai's in base. They know that Chingtae's bot. Like, even if Doggo's there, Wink's pretty tanky at this point. I feel like he's fine to just walk into the enemy jungle pretty much with impunity.
As we see him do right in front of our very eyes, it is to the Baron, and this could be the nail in the coffin for Ultra Prime in this game, number 1. They wanted a clean one.
I mean,
they will still be able to take it out here, but it's unfortunate that now the siege is going to be even harder.
I'm a little disappointed in Ultra Prime that they've not just tried to throw something at EDG here at some point, because like, you're not going to defend 3 waves of double supers with Baron. It's just, this is totally indefensible. I feel like you've waited too long for your miracle fight. They needed to just fight at some point. Hacker still a ways away from that death cap.
I'm a little worried for Hacker's damage count after this one. We might need to black that one off the screen, but here we go.
Requiem comes down. Might be the first one I remember seeing of the game as Wink is chunked. He's burning. The shield comes through at the last second.
Doesn't matter.
Look at that. It's an absolute wash. Clean ace for EDG. And Ultra Prime left spinning at the end of game number 1. That wasn't even close.
They're not going to stop spinning until we get to that game number 2. You can see all of them getting up at the same time. Get back, regroup, because EDG just handled them in that one.
Yeah, I mean, call them Garen at that point, because they are dizzy with what just happened to them. EDG kind of just walked it home, and Ultra Prime sort of watched it happen to them. And that was a bit of a rough one. And especially for Ultra Prime, when, like, you won early on in the lanes. You won both side lanes. How did it go this wrong?
I'm so flabbergasted of the last 3 series. Game 1s have just been the underdog performing like they should have been the favorites the whole time. And I think EDG here, they maybe not the underdogs necessarily in this one, but definitely handling themselves well.
Cryan, top of the damage numbers, no surprises there with the performance he had. I think undoubted MVP coming out for EDG. 22,000 damage, not too shabby. 10,000 above anyone else almost. I guess 8,000 above Leave. But phenomenal stuff, and just sweeping up all those towers all game long. Slow and steady wins the race, I guess. EDG very happy with that.
And, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I could expect a very similar style for EDG to pull out. Honestly, you can't have a game where Hacker doesn't do anything for Ultra Prime. He has to be getting something. Cryan coming out. I mean, the guy was 0-0-0 for the longest time, but the fact that he got that Baron and just started the snowball for EDG, really nice stuff from a long-time vet of the LPL.
And I feel like this is redemption for Cryan at the end of a very rough year for him. Like, that's his first MVP of the split, and rightly so, because honestly, his laning phases have been pretty terrible across this split, but today he steps up, found an individual lead in his lane, found leads in the side lanes off the back of that as well. Really, really nice stuff coming out from Crown, coming out from EDG. They're now 1-0 up in the series. And Ultra Prime, remember, if they lose this series, they are out of the running for playoffs. They need to come back. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll head into game number 2 and see if Ultra Prime can dig deep. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. It's Ultra Prime versus EDG coming to your screens as EDG kind of dominated game number one. I'm joined by Mazel. It's the double play-by-play day here today, and we were hoping for fistfights. We were hoping for baggers. So far, aside from game number one of the start of the day, it's been pretty slow stuff.
Narratively, the game ones of each series have been bangers in that way, at least, with a lot of underdogs coming out on top. This one, though, EDG handled Ultra Prime in the game one of our second series, and now we're into a game two where EDG, they're looking to keep control of the jungle. They're looking to keep that tempo up because they've already gotten some really big go buttons and giving JJ the Nidalee here to get the sticks versus Hacker and his Zyra.
So, the Nidalee in the jungle for JJ. Can it work out? Especially with a Smolder for leave. Looking late game. Looking very much to play the long con there. Whereas Ultra Prime go for the Zeri in the mid lane. They've got Doggo's Draven once more. And they'll have very fast clear. So I'm going to be honest. I'm a little bit nervous for leave. Because, you know, Zyra clearing away as fast as possible towards that bottom side and threatening a dive with a Nautilus and a Draven against Smolder. That's a recipe for disaster for EDG.
Yeah, I think it can be, at least. See if Ultra Prime can play a little bit better around that bot lane in any case. But it is going to be a huge setup potential for Qingtian on the Gnar.
Certainly will be. Line pick Gnar, very comfortable. Renekton obviously banned away, as it always seems to be, and it will be the K'Sante for solo kill. So, I mean, Prio in the top side there for Ultra Prime, should be Prio bot as well. And I believe in the early stages, it's Corki that will get Prio in the mid lane here for EDG. But I'm looking towards the junglers in the early pathing, if JJ can answer Hacker's potential threat on the bottom side.
I mean, if you can, I think that's a massive implication of the game, but it's also a situation where, like, Ultra Prime, they were a little bit caught off, it felt like, in that game number one. I do see them with a much more stable composition, maybe learning some of the lessons from that game number one, but you're going to have to deal with full frontal aggression by JJ and Wink getting out on the map, and they have some things to fall back on for EDG in terms of their team fight potential as well. So I want to see a couple different things go away, at least for EDG. Try to play around JJ early on as well, and on the side for Ultra Prime, get Hacker down to bot lane and let Doggo have a better game on the Draven than he had in that game number one.
Can he find those cash-ins? I mean, he got an early cash-in last time around. Whether or not that's repeatable will be a different question. Different style compositions coming in here. EDG looking towards the late game with that Smolder. Can they find it will be the question. Can they survive long enough? Ultra Prime bringing a little bit more early presence with that Zyra. Now with the Draven down in the bottom side. Ultra Prime up against the ropes. If they lose this game, if they lose this series, they will be eliminated from playoff contention. And EDG would love to play spoiler and make that happen.
Love to hear all the EDG fans there in Shanghai. Obviously very plentiful, as I do believe they were like branded as Shanghai for a little bit there as well. But anyways, it is going to be a case where you have to look at the jungle pathings early. I think JJ is going to have a lot more eyes on him to be very active early, but Hacker looking at the top to bottom. He's breaking his neck here, all right?
Yeah, they've going a little bit nuts. Oh, JJ actually manages to clear the ward away without even using a sweeper. Nicely done there. Did start his Q to go for that, which is not necessarily as good for clearing quite often. You see the W for the bushwhacks and for the leaps, but he'll be fine. Actually has a leash from solo kill. I think solo kill just realizing that against Gnar, he's never winning Prio anyway.
It's going to be very difficult in any regard, unless they get maybe some weird pathing from JJ. But we'll see if this level 1 ends up panning out a little bit more for Doggo and Niket this time around. I think it was really rough to lose that early pressure down there, even though they were able to get the cash in there in the end. Looks like this level 2 going to be heavily contested for.
Yeah, looks like Doggo and Niket winning it out this time around. This is the first time we see Draven win a level 2 so far today. It's been a weird day of League of Legends where
really
Draven's
has.
consistently been against that Ezreal, not been able to find Prio to start the lanes off. Keeping my eyes on that top side as well. Qingtian thought he had advantage. Oh, sorry, Solo Kill thought he had the advantage last time on the Renekton. Ended up getting solo killed by the Cassante in the hands of Qingtian. This time, Qingtian on the Gnar against the Cassante. Let's see how that top lane matchup pans out. Solo Kill could do a similar thing, or if Qingtian plays it safe enough.
Wondering if, because we're watching the relay racers go down right now. They've been relay racing through the jungle. They're all coming down to this bot side. The wave state, though, is in an interesting position. There's really no vision being played out by either of these bot lanes, and we might actually just end up starting off with a scuffle over the Scuttle Crab.
So 3-minute clear for Hacker. Wolves still up for JJ, and with Prio bot, you should think Hacker can grab that crab for himself at very least. Cryan and Yukai trading in the mid lane, and Yukai is winning it out. Bit of revenge for what was happening in game number 1. Last time Yukai fell 20 CS down by the 10-minute mark. This time around doing a bit of a better job, and Hacker doesn't get his opportunity to threaten underneath the tower on EDG's bot lane, but he does get the crab. And maybe we'll move towards the bot lane here.
Yeah, actually they do.
Yet. Chunk coming out onto Wink here. Leave just getting some DPS out onto Doggo to return it. I really don't know if there's much of a dive angle anymore. They kind of needed that third wave. But JJ,
top.
He's playing the opposite side. Qingtian gets his hop though, dodges the skill shots, doesn't even need to flash.
Wow, great play from Qingtian there in the end. And I actually wanted to highlight a little bit of the pathing from JJ because he ended up going for the blue Gromp first so that he could path away from the strength that Ultra Prime were representing the bot side. Ends up going to the enemy jungle over here, but Hacker looking for a play on the other side again.
Leave the target, flashed on, rooted, will be taken down. That's a cash-in for Doggo as well. A kill for Wink, but it does not matter. Smolder is denied his wave. He does have TP, but still quite a few minions missed.
There you go. We get Ultra Prime playing down towards this bot side, giving everything to try to give Doggo some resources here on the Draven. You love to see that. Now, I will say, though, Hacker loses a ton for that in terms of the top side of his jungle here. We'll see if he can recoup a little bit of that. And we will have the objectives coming up, at least Dragon first and foremost.
Look at the CS in the bot lane. It's a 1,000 gold lead for Doggo with first blood and with a 20 CS lead to start the game off. It's a really nice beginning to the second game for Ultra Prime. Everything on the line, and Doggo knows it. Wants to take things into his own hands. The rest of the map pretty much even for the time being. With just, I mean, pretty much the only thing that's happened elsewhere on the map was the attempt on Qingtian, but just hopped his way out to safety.
And these guys will have a lot of impact as time goes on in the game. Obviously, right now they're hanging out on a nice tropical island. But it will be a factor where Qingtian's going to have a ton of the engage setup for the team with his Meganar. Obviously, Niket on the other side will as well. But we're looking all bodies down bot side here. Hacker has returned to the well.
We're going again. Leave doesn't have his flash. He's going to be rooted. He's going to be finished off. It's a kill for Hacker this time around, who's trying to flash away to safety, but he goes down himself. Here comes Yukai. Re-dive would be difficult, though. Doggo's cutting off the wave. Another set of minions on their way. JJ just desperately trying to clear as fast as he can. I think EDG will survive, but Leave doesn't, and Leave misses yet another couple of minion waves.
Just keep present down there, and you can keep the pressure up, keep the CS differential in favor of Doggo, and actually have something strong to play around on this Draven. Now, we do immediately see Ultra Prime moving some of their presence up towards this top side to try to get these grubs under tow. Getting that would be really big for them as a bit of a bridge builder here. But, oh, goodness. I just don't think there's any way Leave could get out of that one. I do appreciate the follow-through for EDG. It does come with a little bit of payback there, but they are able to get the opposite side play now as we go back to live.
I think the nice thing for EDG there is, JJ gets himself a kill. It's always good to be ahead early on the Nidalee and just kind of evening up for the fact that Hacker got the kill onto leave. But also the fact that Yuakai actually committed to roaming down. Cryan did, right? So Cryan managing to get away then and find himself a minor advantage. It's nothing significant in the mid lane, but it's silver linings that you're looking for EDG at this point. With how things have gone for Leave to start the game. He's on 35 stacks on this Smolder as Niket looks to try and find an engage. Doesn't quite get it.
Stop motion. They're making a movie down here. Takes a lot of scenes, all right? They got to get one at a time. You know, the stop motion with the dredge line starting off. It's definitely something that Niket's going to need played up. He's not on his rel anymore. He doesn't have the big, lengthy AoE engage this time around.
I thought you were going along the stop motion line with the
the
rel dance is kind of like clunky on the fairground ride.
Shout out to anybody that does stop motion, by the way. That stuff is difficult.
Based Nick Park with his Wallace and Gromit, Shaun the Sheep, and everything else.
Shaun the Sheep's
absolutely
classic.
Incredible.
Is Shaun the Sheep or Wallace and Gromit more classic?
I mean, Shaun the Sheep is a character from Wallace and Gromit.
Yes, but like, which one do you know more?
Obviously,
well,
Wallace
they're
and
going to
Gromit.
go bot lane more.
Doggo is going to cleanse, and he'll walk away. I'll just finish that conversation. Yeah, it's not even a conversation. Shaun the Sheep is...
I have no horse in this game or no sheep in this game.
Yeah.
So,
just for people that don't know, that aren't in the UK, right? Like, Shaun the Sheep is a kids show that is a spin-off from Wallace and Gromit. Wallace and Gromit is like... There's a feature film that was out in the cinemas, you know? Like, it's... Wallace and Gromit is much, much bigger. And they're finally bringing out the sequel to The Wrong Trousers. It was announced as it's going to be...
I love that for you.
What is it? Mattermost Fowl, I think it's called.
Okay.
Feathers McGraw makes his return. He had a cameo in the new Chicken Run.
Oh my God, it's all coming together. It's all full circle. The universe is coming up clean.
You didn't realize the can of worms you opened when you brought up stop motion with me. I
really didn't know that. What's funny though, as an American, when it comes to mind about stop motion, I actually think of sheep, Shaun the Sheep first. I don't know if there's some weird thing. Like, I did watch Wallace and Gromit as well, obviously, but like, I don't know why would I think of that caricature. I always think of Shaun the Sheep first. Maybe I'm just weird too. You never know.
I mean, he's a cute little sheep. Oh no! Jingtian!
He tries to get
throws
it.
him into the wall and then missed the wallop. I mean, it
He's
didn't matter, but
agile
still.
tricks. Yeah, you know. We are actually moving a lot of bodies from EDG up this top side. Try to punish some of the side laning here. But they also need to stay proactive. JJ cannot really afford to get behind in this composition.
Oh, Jingtian may have overstayed for this one. Dodges the solar flare, dodges the Zenith blade, dodges the spear. Jingtian, nice footwork there. Nothing from EDG sticking.
I can't believe he just made it out of there so cleanly. I mean, the little Yordle's got moves. Love to see that from Jingtian. I think he was actually a really big pickup for Ultra Prime. I don't know if he's necessarily seen some of the big rock-solid moments that we maybe know him for, but it's been really, really cool to see him strut his stuff a little bit in the games he feels confident in.
Yeah. I will say as well, Wink is sort of just completely whiffing the solar flare,
Yeah.
let's be honest. Like, basically placed it behind
Didn't expect
him.
the jumps.
Yeah. But then the question comes up, why did he expect the jump? Like, what else is Gar going to do in that situation? Come on. Yeah, bit of a whiff from Wink, but not the end of the world. It'll still be Ultra Prime now, stepping up to go for some grubs. They got the first 3 for themselves. They're looking for the next 3 as well. That's going to be 6 grubs for Ultra Prime, pretty much uncontested. Solo kill on the tower. This is a dangerous part of the map for Yuakai to be in, because Solar Kill's under the tower right now, but look at the rest of the cavalry on their way. Solar Kill is just going to pull the wave so that the next minion wave arrives. Yuakai realizes he's got to get out, and Dodge tries to TP! Every bit of CC thrown and none of it lands, and it means Ultra Prime get the top tower and they pressure mid.
Oh my God, 1,000 possibilities and only one that mattered. Yuakai He gets a massive play here. Gets the first turret on the top side. Stops any more gold from going on the bot side. They will lose some more plates here, but Ultra Prime with some map moves and now on mid lane.
Wing forced to flash away by the Stranglethorns. They got the top tower, and they're actually pressuring the top tier too. Ultra Prime are just buying time in the mid lane here. This is not real pressure. Solar Kill TP's up, but it's too late. Yuakai and Qingtian share the gold on the top tier too. It's a 4,000 gold lead.
With the Zeri, you can take turrets so quickly with the passive at the Q hitting on multiple, but they also have Qingtian presenting a lot of strength on the Dinar. What a play from Ultra Prime. It's just the map play. It's moving around the map, and Yuakai starts it off with a slink out barely. But then this causes EDG to have so much latent pressure down in the bot side. They take full advantage, take 2 turrets in top.
I just love, like, the Q3 from Solo Kill, the ultimate from Wing, leave with the W and the ultimate as well. All of them just a split second too late. And
Can't say they weren't together.
Well, yeah, they definitely tried, but they ended up just giving Yuakai 2 towers worth of gold, which is, you know, not ideal for the enemy Zeri to just grab that for free, essentially. I guess not quite for free, but not that far off either. And Leaf grabbed 3 plates in the bottom side off of that, but look how far behind he is. Doggo, 1,500 gold up. There's a 1,500 gold lead for Qingtian as well. There's a minor lead for Yuakai in the mid lane. That'll be a second Drake for EDG, so silver lining there, but it does feel like Ultra Prime are well and truly in control for the time being.
I do love to see that EDG are able to get that one, though, get some of that scaling going for themselves, but also buying time, right? Because that is something we talked about from the beginning is, okay, well, hacker. Gonna get the flash bird out of him. JJ is the bridge builder. They still have Cryin, they still have Leave. Big team fight implication from these 2 guys, especially with the stacks of the Smolder.
Oh, JJ actually gets that. I can't believe he managed to pull that off. Gets the spear and 1 last auto. The hacker can't steal the blue buff. That was a control ward committed by Nickit as well to try and make that happen. Doggo's desperate to finish this tower. It's low. And with Qingtian here too, that'll be all 3 tier 1s taken as Yuakai finishes the bot lane. And the top tier 2 already gone for Ultra Prime. They are muscling their way forward in towards EDG's jungle, pushing that vision line forwards.
See now, though, it is going to be a pretty calm state, at least on the bot side of the map. I do want to see if... Okay. They're going to stop the back. That was a very aggressive back, though. I was going to say maybe some readaptation towards this top side of the map for the Rift Herald plays, but right now it looks like we just want fights around bot side.
Feels that way, doesn't it? It's not no Drake up for another 3.5 minutes, so no real objective towards that bottom side. But I mean, I just want to quickly check in as well on the fact that leave 100 stacks on that Smolder for now. He's not even got the big upgrade on his Q, where it starts splashing everywhere to really start stacking it up faster. Yuakai moving into the bottom side. Cryin is going to try and get cheeky with it, but he doesn't have his TP available, so there's not much of a way out unless they just don't check the brushes.
No.
He actually gets away.
Oh,
That's criminal.
My God, what a sneaky little doggy. Makes it away, and that is actually a pretty massive play because now they can just take the Rift Herald for free.
Is Yuakai just not confident to take the fight there? I feel like he must know that Cryin is in one of the brushes or in the alcove, right? Like, I don't know. Either way, Herald, now the target for EDG. They can't quite get the eye. There it is.
Oh,
Herald
there it is.
taken, but TP from Yuakai takes a
Yuakai.
huge chunk before he goes. He'll still survive. Either Herald denied from EDG, but Ultra Prime won't get anything either. That should be tier 1, actually, down in the bot side as well.
Yeah, there's nobody really there to respond from Ultra Prime as we see the eye go down, plucked out of existence. Good denial from side of Ultra Prime to kind of get them away from that one, but still really big pickups from EDG. We've said they bought themselves a little bit of time. They are at a pretty massive deficit right now, but we have to continue looking at those item spikes, but also the timings for Cryin and Leave specifically.
Looking at Cryin and Leave. They've... oh, hang on. Speaking of Leave. Okay, won't have to flash or anything here. I wasn't sure how big of a commitment Ultra Prime would make to this. Whenever there's a smolder on the screen, if you can get yourself a cheeky engage, it's often the play. Doggo, he cleansed the second too early. He got stunned anyway. And in goes Wink to try and start the fight, and down goes Wink after the fight starts. Jingtian misses the ultimate, but still gets the kill. Solo kill by Space in the backside of the play. This is an absolute mess of a fight, and it ends 2 for 2.
And really good separation there by Hacker in that fight with the Stranglehold. I think it would have been a much different fight if not, but man, Ultra Prime will fight back a little bit. They extend their lead here as well. It is going to be a pretty hefty trade though in the end, and unfortunately Doggo is the bearer of the bad news in terms of not being able to get any lifting afterwards, but it is also just kind of caught in transition here.
So if Doggo gets caught, he does go down. I think it might have actually just been 2 for 1. Is the W? No, that missed. It was just Ignite actually, or Bushwhack or something. The cash-in came through though, importantly. As
got a lot of gold at least.
Yeah, it was 2 for 1. It was 2 for 1 actually. It's a fight win really for Ultra Prime, especially with the cash-in coming on through. It's 2,000 gold up in the AD carry position. I misread before. And Drake coming up in 20 seconds. Ultra Prime well and truly in control of the area.
And you love to see that. We have to keep reminding people how much is on the line for Ultra Prime. They need a win in this series no matter what. It sucks that they lost that first game of the series, but they still control their fates here, at least tonight, and they need to pull it back against EDG, who have nothing left to play for, who have at times in this split been a catastrophe on the Rift and off the Rift, and now the fact that EDG have got a single game win over them and being able to kind of push them to the edge, it's turning a little bit more chaotic than we expected.
Doggo's just going to solo the Drake.
Bloodthirster, baby.
Yeah, he's got Bloodthirster, as you say. Too easy. And his Infinity Edge, not far away either, I imagine, on a recall. He'll be able to finish that one off. Big, big spike on this Draven. And it does make me nervous for EDG for this next fight. But honestly, if the pace of the game continues as it is, it's really good for EDG. They are scaling, they are slowing, or they're trying to just play as slow as possible, right, with this Smolder, trying to get the stacks up. Cryan has just been in these side lanes trying to build a lead for himself, hasn't been able to do so comparatively to that last game where he was MVP on this Corki. Hasn't been able to maintain the CS quite to the same level, still a very respectable CS number, don't get me wrong. But compared to well over 10 CS per minute in the previous game, it's not quite the same.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, I would say. Wink has been getting so close with these Zenith plays. Hasn't really been able to find promise just yet. But I think the other thing is EDG, we said maybe need to be a little bit active. I think Ultra Prime, they have some scaling implications for their own right in Yukai, especially on the 3-item spike. But right now, JJ is very strong, but we were really waiting for that 225 stack for Leave, where he just becomes an unkillable Dragon King.
We'll see if he even gets there. Pace of the game certainly leads
I think
you
we're
to believe
getting
that you would. Yeah. 0 and 3, but ultimately, he's on a Smolder, so at the end of the day, it can just lead to nothing. Straven, last game up, couldn't really get the lead, couldn't really make anything stick from Doggo. This time around, he's found that lead for himself. The question is, can Ultra Prime leverage these leads across the map? I mean, Jingtian has such an advantage in the side lane. It's so difficult for Solo Kill to protect his towers. I mean, luckily for him, he can just kind of tank up the waves and clear them pretty quickly, so shouldn't be too much actual threat onto the towers, but he will consistently be pushed in, and Jingtian will consistently have move.
And I think we're seeing a lot better use of their resources for Ultra Prime in this second game. They're going to use those resources right now to just force a Baron, though.
Baron started. Mom called, but it does pretty much nothing. And Niket looks for an engage instead, but Niket is gone. EDG find the first kill of the fight. Jingtian close to Megan off. Close isn't good enough. Stranglethorns to try and disengage the fight. Solo Kill realizes he's gone too deep for this one, but the all-out Jingtian flips it. And Ultra Prime are getting taken apart. EDG with a 2-0, punishing the Baron attempt.
the all-out in the middle of the Mega Gnar. That's huge. I mean, I don't think Qingtian was going to catch anybody anyways, but love to see the mechanics in the end. And EDG, they have fought back. They show that they do have some skin in the game of their own. They were down so heavily. They still are almost 4,000 gold down. But the fact they're able to fight some of these fights out and take advantage of maybe some of the split calls there from Ultra Prime.
Fantastic punish from EDG. I wasn't sure, you know, when they started off, when Leave's ult was a bit of a whiff and Niket looked for the engage, but Niket just evaporates from the damage from Cryin.
It's brutal how much damage can come in a burst from EDG. In the Stranglethorn, it does separate them, but Solo Kill plays that master. Look at that right there. It wasn't going to catch anybody, but I love the timing from Solo Kill, and they just have a lot of follow-up afterwards as well.
And importantly from Solo Kill there, he buffers the actual CC from Qingtian as well, so he doesn't get knocked back, you know, he doesn't get stunned against the wall, and there isn't an opportunity there for Ultra Prime to flip it onto him. So Ultra Prime, despite having quite a big lead to start the game, and they're still basically 4,000 gold up, EDG winning that fight, slowing things down as much as they possibly can. They got the first 2 Drakes, so there's no Drake win condition anytime soon. And now trying to TP onto Qingtian. A flash to get the slow from Solo Kill. Cryin moving over as well. Qingtian forced to flash it in the meantime. Doggo is caught on the top side. Leave gets some damage down. The
225
to find one. Doggo low but not going down. It's a pick on the top side for Ultra Prime.
Thought maybe Lee was going to be able to clean that one up, though, as we have hit the threshold for that Smolder. But more importantly so, I mean, that side lane play, it was Ultra Prime that tried to make a play immediately as they saw that coming down, but just were unable to with that catch out. And Doggo, got to be a little bit careful on these positionings in these moments. We're going to have another Dragon coming up. We have those 2 item spikes for everybody in this fight. We're waiting on those 3 for a lot of people, but we take a look back at this one, and Doggo unfortunately caught.
It's happened a couple of times this game, hasn't it, where Doggo is the one engaged upon, but this time around, he manages to survive, and it's perhaps a little overcommitment from Wink and Leave there, thinking that they could just one-shot Doggo, but unfortunately, 4 players were there for Ultra Prime, so it just ends up being Wink going down.
It's just numbers.
Look at Wink's support item as well. In fact, Niket as well. Both of these guys going aggressive. No time for Celestial opposition. They are here to get damage in.
The talons here. As I also really like the Rally spike for Hacker here. I think he's going to have so much say in a lot of these team fights if EDG want to follow up on their engage that they have. And that's some of the duality that we've seen from Ultra Prime here. They do have a lot of tools to kind of dissuade EDG, but then they also have Niket and Qingtian who like to go forward.
I think a really important thing that's happened like during that previous replay of the fight is that EDG managed to get another Drake for themselves. They're on sole point now. In a game where realistically they've been behind the entire time. They've got this turbo scaling composition of their Smolder being their primary carry. Like, this is not good for Ultra Prime that they've been, like, Dragon is just not a win condition for them. Not for the next 20 minutes, essentially.
Oh,
and that's just brutal to deal with. And they don't seem to be able to get a real control of the Baron area. There's no real pressure coming out from Ultra Prime. This gold lead, but while it's 5,000 in their favor, it doesn't seem to have amounted to anything.
Yeah. And I love Doggo just as much as the next person. I just feel like the Draven hasn't necessarily gotten what you want it for. I think there's a lot of sustained damage, 80 carries in the meta right now. I mean, we even saw 6 bans in one of the games of this series towards that position. But it's just the stability factor. And you're hoping that Doggo, even with a little bit of advantage, almost 2.5k, right? He just completed his 3rd item, can pull this one out. But the consistency just hasn't been there for Doggo, but also for the Draven itself.
Yeah, we've seen a fair bit of Draven today. It's not looked that great, has it, as a pick? Attacker finds a route in the jungle. I don't think it'll lead to anything as another attempt
Not again.
on Qingtian in the bottom side. This time around, though, no flash for Qingtian. He tries to turn it around onto Leave. Leave should be able to out-damage it, but Qingtian actually just walks away again. He somehow keeps surviving these side lane plays, and now Ultra Prime use that pressure to try and take over the top side. Leave has TP as well, as in goes Solo Kill, and out goes Solo Kill. Barely surviving.
He's dead.
and the laser will finish the job. Ultra Prime, they find themselves a pick, but with Leave here, I don't think they can commit to a Baron. Solar Flare onto Yokai. EDG have done enough to dissuade the play.
They have. They are losing side lane now. Trying to find an answer into that one will be important. But honestly, Ultra Prime, the split second turns onto the Baron as soon as they see any side lane play coming down onto Qingtian. I think it's been a really good series of events for Ultra Prime. Even if Doggo's been getting caught, their decision making is starting to shine through a little bit.
They could have another chance here with Qingtian having TP, but Cryan moves down to match. Oh yeah, they are just going to start this one off again because there's no vision in here. Okay, blue trinket comes in. JJ over the wall. This is a
low here.
It's a little dicey for Ultra Prime, honestly. Health bars are low. JJ is in the area, so it could end up being a 50-50. They're being poked away, and Leave is here on the Smolder. Big damage on Diket. He has to flash to safety. We're going to have a 50-50 in the pit.
Oh,
Hacker
JJ
is at the back of the pit, but JJ's the one to get the Baron. Cryan goes down to Doggo, but Leave has the damage to find the execute. One more axe would do the job, but
They're
he dodges the
doing
laser,
it.
and Solo Kill finds another one. Yokai stepping up as Solo Kill, tanking, finds the Q3, trying to survive, and the spear dissuades EDG. Find a miracle.
And that man, take a sip of whatever you're drinking, my king, as he comes up big with the smite fight against Hacker. There's a reason why he's the last remaining member to carve that star on EDG's. And it's now a 3-item Italy, but it's the smite that matters the most.
This got a little bit dicey for Ultra Prime, didn't it? I think they got a little too excited in the moment. Trying a 50-50 the Baron. Perhaps not the best play. And I mean, the stun coming through onto Hacker as well at the last second. But JJ gets the smite. And it's a kill for Leave as well, importantly. Onto Hacker. Like, Leave getting any kind of gold at this point in the game is dangerous for Ultra Prime. Remember, if Ultra Prime lose this series, they are out of playoffs contention. This series means nothing but pride to EDG.
Oh my god!
Oh my lord, that damage! Mom flies in and sets up for Leave. Cryan arrives, and EDG, their last series of the split, they want to go out in style.
And they're doing it. They have carved this lead back from Ultra Prime. They're only down a couple thousand now. They have taken advantage of every misstep that Doggo has had. And now they find themselves a soul, a Hextech soul on top of that. I think I feel the tides have shifted. And I think I start hearing the tears weeping for Ultra Prime.
Ultra Prime have been ahead almost this entire game, and in fact, in terms of gold, they are still actually ahead by 1,000. And yet, EDG have held on long enough. They've called the bluff of Ultra Prime. They've answered every single play Ultra Prime have tried to make. And now, with Baron, with Soul as well, and with a stacked up Smolder, they look to try and break the base of Ultra Prime.
It can't end like this for Ultra Prime. They were so close to holding their own fate in their hand. They were so close to not being drugged down to the dirt like EDG. And we'll see if they can get themselves out of this one. The Baron is still up for 20. They are sieging down so heavily, and this is going to be lasting damage to Ultra Prime's base.
Hacker caught by the solar flare.
Oh!
Just burnt to a cinder. That's what happens when a dragon meets a plant right there. Cryan the one to finish the kill at the end as EDG moved to the mid lane. I think that might be all she wrote. EDG managed to find a little bit of redemption. It's too late for them in terms of playoffs, but at least they finish this split out with a win.
And what a split it's been from EDG. Not in maybe the best ways, but to go out like this with a performance like this, with a claw back like this. I mean, EDG still have to clean this one up, and we don't know them to be the most clean team.
8,000 gold Baron play? 8,000?
Oh my gosh, that might we don't have a stats person, but I want to see how high that is on the list of biggest Baron plays. But it really has been a triumphant comeback for EDG in a lot of ways. Look at that gold graph. My goodness.
Oh, it's brutal. They were 7K down. and then Smolder came online, basically. That's kind of what it feels like.
He's
Although
been
Grind-
online. He finally got 3 items, and then, you know, that's
Yeah.
when it starts
Yeah.
working out.
I will say as well, I think Cryan has been doing a lot of heavy lifting in these fights that's not been quite as visible as, you know, when Smolder gets the executes, it's pretty clear to see. Hacker forced the flash away. Some big damage onto him.
goodness.
I don't know if there's any more follow-up available, really, as the spear goes wide for JJ. And man, it's just so sad for Ultra Prime that it might end like this after things started so well for them. Feels like it's slowly but surely falling apart. In the placements in Group D, it looked like they were going to be one of the teams to make it into Group Ascend. But NIP, Weibo managed to redeem themselves in that group and find their way into the upper group. And Ultra Prime, unfortunately, struggling now in Group Nirvana against the ropes. At least the positive side is they won't have a really stressful IG versus WE tomorrow because it won't matter at all to them. Cryan just trades his life
man.
as Ultra Prime desperately trying to hold on to their third inhibitor. 1-for-1 there. The inhib will fall though, and I think the Nexus might be
Yeah.
next.
It's looking like the doom spiral for Ultra Prime. They got so close to the sun, but ended up being burnt. Xingtian can't find another one.
What can you do? They're just clearing waves, and to be fair, they're pretty good at clearing waves at this point. It does feel like EDG are sort of struggling to actually finish this game out. 30 seconds until Baron comes up. That is a nice little spear coming through. Trying to play with vision, trying to hide behind the wall, but nobody gonna fall for it on the side of Ultra Prime. To be fair, this is a valiant last-ditch defense
Yeah.
from Ultra Prime.
But it has to be. Like, again, this is the nail in the coffin for this split, for their 2024 as a
leave.
whole.
Okay, he's all right. I was gonna say, don't die here. Don't do this. Don't lose the game now.
Give Ultra Prime some hope. I'm always here for the hopium. But it is looking few and far
but
between for Ultra
in
Prime.
terms of, you know, Leave surviving on social media later today, that is not the play.
Has
after
that
the
ever
split
been
he's
the
had.
case?
Yeah, he's not had a fun time, has he? That's Baron though for EDG. And if 6 supers wasn't enough, 6 supers and Baron, that might just be the ticket.
Looks like that might be the case, and might now need to start singing the eulogy for Ultra Prime. They will have that really strong base defense of their own. We've seen them be able to clear out these minions, but you got the TP and bot side from Solo Kill, and it's the singing of the NEDG. They are sitting in the mud, and they are grabbing the ankles of Ultra Prime and pulling them right down into it.
That crab mentality, and they kept feeling the claws. EDG charge on forwards. The peak of evolution is the crustacean, and EDG going full crab mode today as they pull Ultra Prime back into the bucket. Neither team will make playoffs. EDG have decreed as the Nexus will fall. A small silver lining as Leave throws up the
smiles.
#1 right there. They're happy to finally get another win and deny Ultra Prime playoffs.
Heartbreak City is one we know too well here in the LPL, and Ultra Prime will be visiting that one, maybe rethinking how they can approach 2025. But this Rumble stage is brutal nonetheless in any regard, especially in Group Nirvana, where 4 teams are bid adieu. EDG can stand proud here one final time as they take a win over Ultra Prime in spectacular fashion.
Yeah. And that is the last performance from both of these teams. That is their last shot at glory, and EDG, the ones to grab it for themselves. And that means we only have 2 teams remaining who are undecided in the standings now. IG and WE in Group Nirvana. And guess what? Tomorrow's first series is IG versus WE. If WE can find a 2-0 there, they will sneak their way in towards trying to make it to playoffs over IG.
Yeah, God, you couldn't write the script better. I think the last second moments here coming in for Group Nirvana. But this series, it was all about EDG. I think in the second game, it was more about Ultra Prime for a majority of it, but the fact that they were able to claw this one out at the hands of JJ, but also they knew what their win condition was. I called it from the very beginning. JJ is there to upend the early game. they had Cryan and Leaf stacking up the entire time, and they came in big.
They certainly did. They came up huge. I mean, Leave in the late game, we all know what Smolder can do, but it was down to EDG holding on as a team, right? I think that's the biggest thing I want to take away from this one. Not just the fact that Leave scaled, because we've seen lots of scaling picks. It was more about controlling the map so that Leave could get to that point. JJ gonna grab himself the MVP for doing exactly that.
Congratulations to the man himself. Feel his presence on the Rift every time he steps onto it. And I think that game one was a bit of a testing of the waters, and I was really happy to see him pick up the Nidalee in game number 2 and just kind of take all of the onus on himself. I think we saw some really good moments from him, but I think it was a holistic team effort in a lot of cases. He will end up getting his 4th MVP, though.
He certainly will. Great to see for JJ. Great to see another Nidalee pick working out as well. I feel like Nidalee is one of those picks that, you know, we see the good ones and we see the not so good ones. But at the end of the day, it's JJ showing up today. Fantastic stuff from him. And that rounds out our second series. EDG 2-0. Bet you didn't see that one coming. Fantastic win for them as a final goodbye for the summer. With that, though, that rounds out our second series. So it's time for us to jump into a break, and then it's time to jump into a bit of a banger and another one with playoffs conditions relying on it. Top Esports versus FPX right after this.
crowds move closer, but with a deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flame.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our third series, and it should be a bit of a banger. This one, I'm hoping, will live up to the fact that we've got two play-by-plays on the cast today. It's Top Esports versus FPX. This is an important one when it comes down to seeding, and honestly, it should just be a banger, just in terms of Top Esports 4-win streak, FPX 3-win streak, nothing but talent on both sides of the rosters. Like, it's just got to be good.
I think to look a little bit more introspectively into those stories to see why it should be good is that Top Esports, not only are they playing back-to-back series, yesterday taking a 2-0 over AL, but they have had a spree of 4 2-0 victories, a lot of dominance coming out from this team. They contest every single objective you could possibly contest, and they look to rule the map early. And I think especially tonight against FPX, who has had that big rebirth, if you will, and coming out of a serious slump to start off the Rumble stage, it's been truly refreshing to see the way they've been able to kind of refine their self a little bit from the big spring performances we saw of FPX.
And the question, as always, as we head into the draft will be, does Cream get Tristana? You cannot let this man have Tristana in the mid lane. It's just not an option. He's too damn good on the pick. And Top Esports are too damn good at playing around it as well. I feel like 369 as well, a player to focus on today, as he goes up against ZDZ.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he can match up, because, I mean, 369 definitely a favorite coming into the matchup, but definitely having a couple of weird moments in laning phases as of late, like getting solo killed by Ala in the most recent series, but then also having big redeeming plays. Perhaps going back to the 369 of old, where we do roll some threes occasionally. We'll have to wait and see as we get into Champ Select.
And also, I think on the other side for ZDZ, there are some thoughts of Shalahu coming back as well, so we'll see if that ends up being the case. But it's going to be a situation where we did kind of see Top Esports roll over their last opponents, and it came through last time around, the Lilia for TN, so we see immediately a lot of respect being thrown away from FPX that way.
Yeah, Lilia for TN, the Jacula Vezreal, the Cream, Tristana, all respect bans here from FPX as the Renekton and the Ashe are taken off the board. I wonder if Top Esports will ban something like the Leona just because it's such a potent first pick, or maybe they're happy to go into that and go for a different hard engaged support themselves. Shyvana!
We have been seeing, so there has been rumblings, not only of the top lane we've seen from Shanji, but jungle on this patch. Shyvana is kind of giga busted with a lot of the AP damage she could do with her Dragon Form E. So we'll obviously see if that ends up becoming a little bit more popular, but hasn't been so the case just yet.
I mean, we saw Milky Way reacting on the camera to that Shyvana ban, so maybe you're onto something there, Mazel. As it will be the Leona first pick, instantly answered by Jacula grabbing that Misfortune. And then,
Combo.
I mean, top esports, they've got the pick of the litter when it comes to the jungle, when it comes to their solo lanes as well. And they will prioritize that Lucian for creep.
I will say, though, picking the Misfortune into Leona feels very dicey to me. I mean, it all comes down to execution, of course, and waiting out those big CC chains. Jackie Love, a genius in his own right, literally. But it is just so much CC being thrown down by FPX. A lot of direction by Milky Way and Life in this one as well. We saw the Rumble creep up a little bit. It's going to be a big pickup here.
Certainly will be. Cassante often the pick used to try and nullify this Rumble from the top side. But you mentioned it before. The Solar Flare alongside that red carpet from the Rumble can be devastating. Sejuani also great at setting up for the equalizer to shred through a team. So CDZ set up here by the rest of the composition to have some good ultimates. The Ivan ban coming out towards Tien. We saw an Ivan ban earlier on today as well, but Tien, one of the only players, I think, in the history of the LPL, honestly, to succeed with Ivan within this league.
It's so funny to me, too. And especially when we look at it this split, and yes, he's played the Ivern, but this man has been running people in the jungle. Like, it is just not fair. And I think
the crazy thing as well is it's not like, you know, we've got Cream where he's got 8 games on Tristana, he's really good at that pick, and you've got Jackie with 12 games on the Ezreal. Tien's most played is Brand on 4, which is tied with Maokai on 4, and Lilia on 4, and Zyra on 4, and Ivan on 4, and Sejuani on 4. Like, it's not even just that he's playing one thing and winning with it. Like, Tien is just on a tear in general. It doesn't even matter what he's on.
And it's been a build-up, it feels like. And maybe internationally, maybe in those big moments, the conversation becomes about consistency. But in the regular season, the man has been lethal over this last 6 months or so, starting off in 2024. So we'll see what he gets the pick of the litter here. It is the Brand, another old reliable for him, and something that can pack a huge punch in the wombo combos that top esports are playing towards.
We'll certainly have the faster clear of the 2 junglers in the game here. It's just a question of whether or not he can impact the lanes in the way that Sejuani might be able to. And it will actually be Care taking that Zeri into the mid lane to go up against this Lucian. And then we just need the final pick of the support here for top esports. What do they want to do? You could look for hard engage, but equally, we have seen top esports do this a couple of times where they go for a Braum alongside really no engage elsewhere in the competition and just try and play at range. However, this composition, not that long ranged. It's not like a poke comp really, so a little surprised to see the Braum locked in. Curious how top esports pilot this comp.
It's just so good into the Leona, I feel like. And in this situation, I think we're going to have to keep really heavy eyes on bot lane and how quickly we get jungle intervention down there if we are going to get that. Because if there becomes a lead for Jackie Love and Mako, not only have we seen Mako have maybe one of the splits of his careers, but also just having a lot of time spent with Tien on the map on this Braum. I mean, they can be completely unlocked to defend against what Milky Way wants to do in being proactive on the Sejuani.
Let's see if they can find it. I've got to be honest, I do like the composition coming out from FPX here.
You see that? That was catastrophe.
Look, it's not the first time that that's happened here on the LPL stream, is it? But alas, it happens to the very best of us. But yeah, there's so much setup for FPX with a Leona and a Sejuani and a Jhin to follow it up. And you got a Zeri and a Rumble. Like, I feel like FPX's composition is very simple to run, whereas top esports, it's a little bit more complex. And also, you've got a couple of immobile carries that can be targeted by the Sejuani-Leona combo. Could be a little dangerous for top esports, but they are a team that I've seen win with some of the worst compositions I've ever seen drafted. So you can never really count them out, no matter what champions they lock in.
I think Cream on the Lucian in mid lane is going to have a lot to say to kind of keep priority there if he can. Again, with this top esports team is a team that will fight you at every objective they possibly can. So we'll have to see how that works out early game.
Here we go. Time to hit the rift. FPX versus Top Esports. Absolute banger coming your way.
Goodness. They're fighting with voices.
Yeah, I thought FPX had a pretty reasonable JO there, and then the Top Esports crowd kicked it. My goodness. I mean, we all know that they're fan favorites. How would they not be with a roster like this? But, I mean, like, you know, you were talking earlier about how the crowd always supports EDG. You know, EDG will still have a massive fan base. Well, Mako brought a bunch of that fan base over to Top Esports with him. You've already got Jackie Love there. You've already got TN and 369 there. Like, I mean, Cream is building a fan base for himself alongside this roster as well. There's no wonder that they're the crowd favorite.
See if that ends up being any more influence to the game than maybe it has the right to be. But now, a little bit of vision being played by Top Esports. I like this because TN, kind of like JJ we were talking about in the last series, very cerebral jungle. And with the brand, there's some flexibility in what you can do. But we are seeing the mirrored side clears here. So maybe looking to punish this top side and get Rumble ahead for FPX while also trying to get this Jackie Love Mako duo down there in a stable place.
I will be looking at how the laners performed today, because if you think back to spring for FPX, back when Milky Way made his debut and everyone was losing their minds about this team, and a lot of people hoping this team would make it to MSI, never came to fruition in the end. But I remember Dr. Light really stepping up in the 2v2s as ZDZ hits level 2 and finds himself a phenomenal trade onto 369. ZDZ making a statement in the top side. 369 holds on to his flash, but ZDZ might be the one to go for flash. Harpoon lands. I can't believe he doesn't flash for that.
That's
Care
so
getting
close.
punished in the mid lane as well.
Oh, man. ZDZ finding some heavy trades there. 369 actually going to stick in the lane. He's finally going to be pushed away and going to be forced to back get the TP back out top. This is why I feel like we've been seeing the Rumble creep up a little bit. First in bans, then kind of being let through. And now tonight we're seeing a ton of picks coming through for it. And you can kind of see why in the lane, at least, it's a big answer.
I mean, it got nerfed, but the nerf doesn't seem to have really touched the sides, does it? Here in the LPL, at least. There was a couple of days there where everyone forgot about it, and then suddenly he sort of just snuck straight back in, because it turns out he's still just a really strong lane bully.
And there you go. 4 stats to prove it.
Yeah.
11 and 6 against the Cassante.
Oh, Care is just going to get solo killed. Cream dives over the wall. Milky Way trying to chase him down. Cream going to try and kite it and gets over another wall. He's going to TP out. There's no vision of it. Cream gets a solo and gets on out of dodge.
I love this, man. The level up on Top Esports from this guy. He got so much criticism on this team. And the fact that he's stepping up against Care. We're looking at topside, though. FPX are trying to get something back here. Top Esports, they are on a roll.
Boy. How is life here alone? Where is the AD carry? Mako going to tank the tower. The passive proc for Tien. I don't think they actually have the damage to finish off the Leona. And is one tanky champion. Flash still available for life. But with Mako tanking, that's another kill. Over to Top Esports, and it's into the pocket of Jackie Love.
And I still think there's a real conversation to be had about Jackie Love and Mako being the best bot lane right now in the LPL. We have some incredible bot lanes, but these two guys have been so ruthless. It's been really, really nice to see. Again, long time conversation was Jackie Love getting a veteran support. There's not much more veteran in the LPL than Mako.
It's, I mean,
it's the fact that he gets the last double tap at the end and also not even touched by the turret, insanity.
Important as well, he gets the W off onto Milky Way there for A, the movement speed, but B, procs his light sling it, which then reduces the cooldown on his E, which then means he can jump over the wall, which then means he can teleport out to safety. So really, really nicely done there by Cream. And the confidence to dive this early on in the game. Cream, not only has he leveled up as a player, as you've been saying, you know, criticized a lot in the past for not being at the caliber that you expect of any player on top esports, but also having the confidence to really strut his stuff on the stage. It's just phenomenal to see. He's had such an incredible split for himself. I feel like he's in the conversation for best mid laner in the LPL. And like you said, the conversation for JackeyLove and Mako being the best in their lane as well. I mean, honestly, I think their competition right now, BLG's bot lane have been looking pretty rough. I don't think Hunt and Gala really match up. I think we're looking towards like Light and Crisp and Ruler and Missing, but honestly, I'd say JackeyLove and Mako head and shoulders above the rest right now.
How impressive they are. All right, Mako misses the Winter's Bite, but it's fine. They still push them off the wave there, and it all means that Tien has been pathing down here. Not spotted out as Tien gets the CC chain, and like the passive is on him. Concussive Blows is there. Tien, he has flash, but he's holding it. He wants to make sure he can get the CC chain. Oh, and he doesn't even get it in the end.
A little bit of a whiff there, but still has the damage. I don't think Lime's getting out of this one with the stun coming on through. And there we go. Sets him ablaze. As Doctor might not be able to get out himself. Dodges the stun, dodges the slow, and will walk away. But JackeyLove this whole time has just been farming under turret.
It's so rough here. They're getting plates. He's up a massive amount of CS here. Mako is not going to make Doctiv's life easy to get back in the lane, and he's just a Jhin. This is your hated moment.
Oh no, bad to worse. That was his flash. His barrier comes through, and he still goes down. That'll be yet another wave that's going to crash under the tower. Look at the CS difference in the bottom side. It's 20 in favor of JackeyLove as 7 minutes on the clock.
I think if you needed some research on if our statements are standing correct right here, is plain and simple them just completely diffing the bot lane of FPX, and it leads to be able to get the early dragon stacks. It leads to be able to get Tien 6. They did lose the grubs on the other side. We're looking at top lane, though. ZDZ.
That's some big damage, isn't it? 369 survives, but only just. ZDZ using this pick to great effectiveness, and you can see on the scoreboard, he's the only one on the map with a lead for FPX. And perhaps that's Milky Way's route to impact this game. Milky Way's been fairly quiet so far. Took the grubs while everything was going on in the bottom side. Maybe needs to play through ZDZ to try and find FPX some kind of win condition.
And we've put so much praise on Top Esports, and rightfully so. We've laid out their dominance. They haven't lost since their first couple series in the Rumble stage, and obviously against big teams. But it's FPX who have also had a huge resurgence from a team that looked like they didn't have any gas in the tank coming into this this Rumble stage as well.
I think that's the crazy thing as well, is that, like, I just want to reiterate for anyone at home that's not been following the LPL, when Mazel says they haven't lost since that previous series, he means games, not just series. Like, they are on an 8-game win streak right now. 4-series win streak. They have been looking absolutely ridiculous. And that's including Weibo in that mix. That's including AL in that mix. It's not just the teams at the bottom of the standings. They're beating legitimately strong teams here to be part of this win streak, and FPX no slouches themselves, hoping not to be a part of that number by the end of today. But it's a 2,000 gold lead for Top Esports to start us off.
I think it's crazy that, like, literally maybe 30 hours ago or so, whatever, before Top Esports played their series yesterday, like, they were sitting at like the bottom couple of Group Ascend, making it into the playoffs. They've literally jumped up to 3rd. If they get a 2-0 tonight, they have the possibility to go up even further. So it's just crazy what a couple days of momentum can do for this team that has so many stars on it.
Yeah, still possible for LNG, for BLG to lose series. BLG still have to play AL and FPX. LNG still have to play AL. Obviously, AL's schedule is tough. Their remaining opponents. But if Top, I mean, you know, Top
they're
Esports,
at the +5 game score right now, so they're all time. There's still this series to be played, so a little bit more added to the tank too. But it's still about cleaning up. And this FPX roster showed a lot of grit, maybe fitting the Phoenix a bit here recently.
Yeah, not quite in their own hands, Top Esports' destiny, that is, because they need other teams to lose for them to make it to top 2. But in terms of form, There were questions of their form when they lost to LNG, but I do feel like those questions have been answered more recently. But FPX, I think I would levy similar questions to them. They made it into the upper group, and they're on a 3-series win streak, recently beating out LNG, and I think kind of quelling the LNG hype a little bit as well. But also, while they 2-0'd LNG, they only just beat LGD and NIP in 3-game series. So I feel like FPX is one of those teams that you never quite know what to expect. TN didn't know what to expect on this one, as FPX come out of the blue and find themselves a nice little pick onto the top esports jungler. That'll be 6 grubs.
And that's not usually what happens. Tien is not usually the one that's getting caught in these kinds of positions. Really good decision making from FPX. They'll get a constant objective with those 6 grubs, and the siege will be hard to deal with here. And really, really good decision making from FPX there. There is a bit of a response though. Jackie Love obviously still getting super far ahead down here in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, 1.2 thousand gold up. Care is just TP'd in, but Mako's here too.
Life's coming, buddy.
Boy. Care's in trouble, but the minion wave gone. Good lightning clash to finish that wave and keep himself safe.
And will be a decent ultimate, obviously, but still absolutely rather take your life than anything else. I want to see, though, how exactly FPX are playing to deal with Jackie Love. I think life is going to have a lot to say in that. Uh-oh.
I love how this just feels like a normal bot lane with the mid laner moving down. He's on Zeri, so it just feels kind of standard anyway. There's a lot of damage there. Jackie Love,
he doesn't have the dash.
Oh, so close. As Life gets the stun under the tower, but the tower not long for this world. TP coming on through. Tower finished off by Jackie Love. Care is solo on HP. ZDZ moves in. Look at the combo. The red carpet royalty of ZDZ arrives in style.
Red is the color of the Phoenix, and they come in clutching bot side. ZDZ's massive TP. They will not get a response from 369, who is backing on the other side. Uh-oh. ZDZ might have played his hand a little too far. Oh, Tien? Tien?
Not the greatest flash there.
He's been loving this emote, by the way. Literally, these last 2 series they played, just been spamming it.
Yeah, too right. It's a high quality emote right there. 2,000 gold lead for top esports. Jackie Love still absolutely massive, and it will all lead to a Drake for top esports, but a great little combo there. And I've just realized, you know, we always call the equalizer the red carpet. I feel like maybe we should reserve that for when there's a Leona, because you've got the spotlight coming down from the top as the red carpet is rolled out.
It seemingly works so perfectly here. Really good TP play from ZDZ. He was already getting his heat cranked up as well as he came down. I think Life buying a lot of time here, but a beautiful solar flame. The fact that Jackie Love cannot finish off the kill, and now you spread a little bit of those resources around. 2 kills to ZDZ.
So, the Rumble. We talked about it earlier. It got nerfed. ZDZ takes it up against 369, and so far, so good. 2-0-0. Not finding any kills in the lane specifically, but finding kills elsewhere. And now off to a fantastic lead for himself. And Rumble is one of those champions that when you do find a lead, you can take over a game. But Jackie Love is on misfortune, and I think it's a pretty similar story, really. Except his lead is just that bit juicier. Only just though, actually.
Yeah, only just a little bit. It's going to have that Bloodthirster first item. More importantly, though, he has the BF sword as well in tow, so he's going to have a lot of damage behind him. We do have the Rift Tail started up by FPX here, though. Doesn't look like there's going to be a quick collapse by top esports, but maybe in the end they do.
Do look like they're grouping Tien on the top side of the play. Remember, Tien, no flash, a perfect target for Milky Way to find and engage. TP comes through, though, for 369. It's a full-on 5v5 for the Herald here. Ultimates available. Engage from Milky Way. Mako trying to block everything as EDG sent away. FPX grab themselves the Herald, but can they survive? All out from 369, and he finds his opposite man. Care zips back into his base. It's only 1 kill for the Herald.
FPX tries so hard to just make sure they can get Jaculev's ultimate down. They do. They get the cancellation there instantly, but it doesn't matter because you have to watch the other part. Oh, goodness. Our observers love to point it out. We got to miss the cannon there. It is the mid lane siege for them. I still think, though, in that regard, that top esports have a lot more strength than just Jaculeve, even though he's got a lot of the resources. We're starting to see what happens when they combine as a whole.
Cream pressuring in the top side as well. Does feel like FPX are under pressure. Honestly, FPX are so... They'll be relieved that they got those 6 grubs to start this game, because imagine if Cream has grubs to work with here, it would be devastating on the side of FPX. Speaking of those grubs, Care will be able to use them to great effect down in this bottom side. 369 sticks around, and I mean, he clears the wave so fast with that Hollow Radiance.
We see the initial engage here. It's trying to layer up the equalizer on top of it all, but they try so hard to focus in on the stopping of the Jaculeve ult. They kind of get separated across this wall here, as well as the objective secure there by FPX, but give it away ZDZ's life.
I think part of the issue there as well is Milky Way's ult landing onto 369. He can just buffer the stun. And obviously 369 is intentionally trying to body block that, but you kind of need to hit one of these immobile carries, you know? There's a Brand, there's a Misfortune, both great targets, but it's hard to find that moment. Milky Way, he's been a player that, I don't know, whatever you say is impossible, that's what he's going to do next, to be honest. So if anyone can do it, it's him. His spring was unbelievable. His summer not quite as much, but still incredible. His Milky Way, the man I'm just complimenting, will just burn down. Mako trades his life for it, and FPX will get a second onto TES. Nice little skirmish.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you take that. It's 2 kills for 1. You have to give it a little bit of pressure for to 369 in the side lane here. Not going to be super quick on doing any damage there, but I think the more important thing is both junglers do go down. I think the startup of the Dragon could be a little bit delayed here, but want to see how much pressure top esports want to put around this, because this is one of those games where they haven't put pressure around the top side objectives just yet, besides that last fight. Mako starting off this one, getting caught between a rock and a hard place a little bit. You see how much damage, though, comes back down on the Milky Way, but it's just really good combinations from FPX to find, too, and ZDZ's flank here.
Yeah. I mean, ZDZ has been heroic this game. Like, pretty much all of the positive plays for FPX. ZDZ has arrived late, turned things around. 369 and a 1v3. An emphasis on the 3 for this one. Cream arrives with a TP, but it's a little bit late.
He thought he had a play on the Care, thought maybe, oh, Zeri might be in the side lane farming by himself. No, it is not the case. Care has an accomplice and a couple of them.
Yeah.
Now I actually want to see if top esports move back over, as that Dragon stacking for them is still very big, but FPX have wrestled a little bit of control, and now with the double static shifts completed for them, they also have the Rift Herald. They can utilize some of these decision-making tools around the map.
I wonder if this is something that FPX feel they can contest, because 369, while he did die, his TP is up and available. Jaculeve is on 2 items on this Misfortune.
Yeah.
De Leandris is there for TN. This would be a difficult fight, I think.
I like this answer, though.
Yeah, I mean, solar flare down as well, so they go opposite, right? Take the tower on the top side.
Actually, catch out Creep. They will get his flash at the end. Take down the turret without using the Rift Herald just yet. So still may be able to get some of the standing gold in the outer towers that are still available in mid lane and bot lane.
They used to love the Rift. They'd love to use the Rift Herald in the mid lane if they can. As Bullet Time actually used there just to try and pressure Doc them, but no summon is going to be forced. I think Jaculeve just fishing to try and get a flash out. Knows that there's no fights coming up anytime soon. But honestly, cool, calm, collected, controlled from top esports, and it's down to FPX now. They're the ones that need to make things happen. They're the ones that need to push this game forward. ZDZ picking up a second item there, same for Milky Way. Perhaps an angle to try and force something.
Did end up having to be force spawn the Rift Herald in mid lane back in base, so a delayed crash to this outer turret here. As we take actually a look back at the replay on the play in mid lane that was coming down. Ooh,
Nice flash.
really good flash from Doctum. All right, here comes the life. Going the other way. Okay.
You know, usually, if you're fans of Jurassic Park, you think life finds a way. He did not find a way. His GPS was very much turned off.
Take his
Straight
driver's license right now.
Nightmare.
I'm actually really curious. Like, I wonder if that was any part of a plan or anything, because like maybe they were a little bit worried about a crash coming through and collapse. But in the,
I mean, you
in the
could
end,
just let the Herald charge itself, right?
Yeah.
I don't think denying its charge is ever a positive play. Doctor takes a cue as JackeyLove sidesteps the engage from Milky Way. And now a solar flare down to end the target, but flashes away from the red carpet. Doesn't want the spotlight. Milky Way does, as he finds stars in his eyes from the bullet time. Life burns away, but look at the equalizer. Look at the flame spitter. ZDZ. Say it again louder as he finishes off 3. Care and Doctum, though, find themselves alone as 369 enters the fray. Doctum dodges the stun, but no chance to get the jungler, and 369's in town.
Start up the copy pasta. 369 is going to be adding that one to his repertoire here as he is able to clean up a little bit more for Top Esports. But man, what a fight from FPX. They still do lose a lot for it. It's going to be trades across the board, but now it is also more important to think about those second items and what they mean in these kinds of fights.
Pixels away from JackeyLove to start it there.
So the initial engage here goes a little bit like this. Spotlight, yes, great. The equalizer a little bit later now, but that enables JackeyLove to let loose. You no longer have life just hunting you down with that spotlight. Oh, it's fine.
And then ZDZ arrives.
Yeah.
Just does so much to turn this fight around. The slow on JackeyLove as well. Sets it up for Doctum. JackeyLove able to turn that around and make it a 1-for-1. Suddenly means that 369 coming in has a freebie onto Doctum. Really nice, like, clutch play from both teams. Honestly, these fights are really close.
Exactly what we'd expect from these teams. Maybe Top Esports are on a little bit more of a tear than FPX, but both these teams have found a fiery hot hand coming to the latter half of the Rumble stage. We're still looking at it here, too.
Echo on the front line.
Flash
Trying to chase FPX away. Yeah, Milky Way, no flash now. Feels a little bit tense, doesn't it? Baron up on the map, but realistically, with Drake coming up in 70 seconds, you know Top Esports would love to grab themselves a soul. They lean towards that direction, and ZDZ immediately has to get out of the area. He was trying to push in the bot lane. He's 50 CS up individually. But that's nothing on JackeyLove, who is 70 CS up, or I guess 60.
So big things that we have Dragon coming up. Again, it is Soul for Top Esports. They've done a really good job of getting themselves these bottom side objectives using the strength of JackeyLove. He's on 3 items now. You're going to be getting resets from both sides trying to get ready for this one. And it is going to be the item space that we're looking for where there isn't going to be those big 3 item spikes on FPX's side. So they're going to have to find a way to fight this one out. And it has to be led off of Milky Way because Life needs to keep his ultimate for JackeyLove.
Keeping my eyes on Doctum as well, on that Jhin. It's a pick that I know a lot of analysts aren't big fans of. Needs to find value on the pick. As the tower will go down and Milky Way goes sideways on the engage, and it means Life is separated from the team. Curtain call with an equalizer. There's the spotlight as Mako falls in front of everyone. It's a pick for FPX just as the Drake comes up.
ZDZ's equalizer there, cooking them from underneath. I mean, they had no exit. The fact that Doctum opened up too. Now we're looking at the reset fight, but Top Esports, they don't have free entrance in here.
Cooking up the storm here are FPX, and specifically ZDZ. What a game he has had on this Rumble so far. These equalizers, the flame spitters, just the team fights in general have been nothing short of miraculous out from the top laner of FPX. And it's kind of funny because he's the least FPX member of the team, right? That's the part of the roster that's had instability across the course of this summer. ZDZ showing why this Rumble is such a valuable pick.
he's able to kind of carve out his own fight in this one, because this looks rough from FPX. Life is forced to flash, but after this, the slow plus the damage profile just is so difficult to come out of, and Mako just has to take bullets for the team there.
Knew he was going down. Oh, look at this. Stacking up a brush. Cream nearby.
Cheeky.
They've got a lot of damage. Whoever comes near. Life, I don't think would survive disengage. I guess we'll find out as he steps on up, gets stunned up. Celestial opposition keeps him alive for a moment, but the culling is enough. Now the blue buff, next point of call for top esports. The equalizer kind of goes between them on this one as Jaculov just hammering the damage out onto Care. Doctor forced to flash over the wall. The bullet time nearly finishes the job. It's only one kill. Is it enough to start the Baron?
The reservation that top esports is having when they're holding their ultimates. Like, you still have Power Clouds, you still have Glacial Fissure, you still have the All Out, you have the tools here. FPX, they're being rebuffed. They need to get in here.
Curtain call, Mako blocking it. The Baron's going to go down. And now top esports might find a fight on top of it. Care caught by the All Out 369, dodging and flashes onto the enemy mid lane. He is making up for the early mistakes in the laning phase. Phenomenal stuff from top esports. Complete control.
It doesn't matter what happens in the laning phase. 369 on Cassante will stand tall. The fact that Care and Doctem cannot play this video game when 369 is on their screen is exactly what you expect from a pick like this on the Cassante. Love to see top esports taking advantage of it. And all that build-up, all that praise to ZDZ, the man that's been all over the place and can't find it. It might be coming up short.
Doctem. Oh, Doctem, the stun comes in. The damage is surely there, but the equalizer might just turn this around. Jaculov's gone too far.
ZDZ?
369 has gone too far. FPX will not let top esports disrespect them.
You cannot overextend against this composition like that. They will punish you 10 times out of 10. And top esports, who have been pretty clinical in a lot of their games and a lot of their dominant 2-0 victories, they're slipping up with the ball a little bit, and FPX is getting some fight potential back in them. They are going to be getting close to 3 items now as well as we take a look at the start of that one. Doctem, he is dead to rights here, but FPX, they use their combos so well. That equalizer from ZDZ, he might have given his life, but it does get them the fight back.
ZDZ has just been amazing, hasn't he? He's just been amazing. 3 items now on the Rumble. The amount of presence he has brought to this game. You know, we were talking about Milky Way being the star and how the bot lane had stepped up and all of this. I never even considered that maybe ZDZ would be the one to just take over the map. And it's 13-13. Let's be honest. Top esports have been in charge this entire time. They're still basically 4,000 gold up. But it ain't over until it's over. Still a positive Baron play for top esports, but not as positive as they would have liked. And with Drake coming up in just over a minute, you know that their eyes will be going to that neutral once more.
And highlighting ZDZ as the siege comes down a little bit more. Hopefully we'll be able to defend a little bit. But like, he was name of stability on anyone's legend, formerly Rogue Warriors, then spending a lot of time bouncing around. But now maybe a little bit of a stopgap with FPX. Not going to be a stopgap after all if he's had some moments like this. But top esports are ever relenting in the pressure they have.
ZDZ heard the rumors that Xiaohu's coming back for FPX, and he's like, not on my watch. Pop it off today. 70 CS lead over 369 in that top lane right now. And again, just ever so slightly outdone by Jaculov, who has an almost 90 CS lead in the AD carry position.
That's the
absolutely insane.
That is the rough time, as the Wombo combo is has been online. And again, going back to kind of the reservation that we've seen top esports play in a lot of these fights, it's really nice to see how they're waiting out a lot of the tools of FPX, because they know that's really FPX's only entrance in, is to deny a lot of their forward advances, as we see some of those here in Dragon spawning in 10 seconds.
Remember, top esports, no significant engage of their own. They're playing full counter-engage, and there it is. The counter-engage as Milky Way tries to start something, and he started it. He just can't finish it. Cream flashing onto ZDZ and gets out of the curtain call. Drake started with Milky Way, no HP. Surely he can't move it
Warmogs.
back into here.
Warmogs.
Warmogs ticking in as Mako chunked low, but Drake is taken. Soul is taken for Top Esports.
Trying to see if he could weasel his way in there, but not able to. Really big cleanup from Top Esports. Now you think about at least some of their ultimates as they get the Cloud Soul as well will be really, really nice, especially for Cream, who has been quietly building his own lead with his 80 carry brother and Jackie Love. Both of these guys going to be on 3 items as well. A bit of a response on the other side for FPX in their own 3-item spike, but we've seen what Top Esports can do with their leads.
I want to talk about Milky Way for a second here as well, because it's a very different look. If you watched Spring and you've missed all of summer, Milky Way on Sejuani, 2 levels behind TN, giving up a lot of his camps to his laners. It's a totally different look. But I feel like he has evolved as a player. He has become this player that will play what his team needs. He's not just on the carries now, he trusts his laners. ZDZ stepping up to that plate. We need to see Dr. Care now leveling up as well. We need to see them perform more in these fights, bring more to the table. Still the lead for Top Esports, but that lead matters less and less with every minute that passes.
And a little highlight to Milky Way, obviously Sejuani nowhere near a far cry from any of our junglers, but just in the Rumble stage itself, this is the first time we're seeing it from him. And that maybe plays to some of that conversation you're having where they are usually giving him a lot of resources. The pick it felt like he made his name on in Spring was the Kindred, but now in the AP meta, we're seeing him dominate on the brands and things like that, the Lilias. It's really nice to see maybe an adaptation of this style, but if it doesn't come up with a win, maybe that question mark still stands.
Are you ready for Milky Way Ivan in game number 2?
The full evolution.
He's basically building like an Ivan, right? It is full support items for Milky Way. As you'd
Wants
expect,
the engage over the wall.
He's pretty tanky. 13 to 13 though. I'm so glad that FPX have shown up enough to give Top Esports a run for their money, to challenge them, and to give us a game here. I expected this to be a good game, but I'm glad that FPX are showing up.
They are indeed, again, kind of stopping some of what we've seen Top Esports do so well here recently in their series. Yes, it's been dominant, but it's because they do not stop pressing you from the beginning on all those objectives, but FPX have stopped them in a lot of regards. Now, it is all about Milky Way's initial setup here. We have to watch the Glacial Prison because it's the only tool they can use.
Oh, goes wide, and there's a knockback onto Care. Huge from the side of Top Esports as they find the CC chain onto life, and Care is found again, twice in a fight. ZDZ forced to go golden, but that won't save him. Another flick back from 369. One misstep, and Top Esports will take you to task. That might just be game. Honestly, they could run to the Baron, but they're sticking around in the mid lane.
Milky Way giveth, Milky Way taketh. You cannot miss that engage against a team as ruthless as Top Esports. You cannot overstep a single moment or this team will look to just put you down. They do exactly that here, and they are continuing to barrel this one in here, Munchables.
Doctum is up. Life has just respawned. 15 seconds on the other players. Doctum is sent straight back to the fountain. 369 happy to tank the time being as Cream dodges away from the deadly flourish, but the Nexus has been laid bare, and Doctum can't do anything about it. Bullet time to keep them on the fountain. And Top Esports, one single mistake is all it takes from FPX to be taken apart.
That's 3 series in a row, by the way, for Top Esports that literally one fell swoop wins them the game. Like, this team is beyond ruthless. Like, they have found a way to maybe have some questionable decisions early, but a lot of the time contesting you, keeping pressure out on the map, and then taking one fight and finding the victory. I think this team has been functioning so well, far and above maybe some of the expectations, but on paper, those expectations were already pretty high.
Yeah, the Sejuani as well. I don't think we're going to see it in Game 2 from FPX. I think we're going to see Milky Way back on a carry once again.
Can't rely on the others.
At least he tried to play the supportive style. We're going to jump into a break and find out how this series continues right after.
children of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom hours of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. Gone is our home now. It's only memories.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards game number 2 between Top Esports and FPX. It's double play-by-play here on the desk as I'm joined by Mazel. And we head towards game number 2, which I'm sure will be just as good of a match as game number 1 was. Back and forth right from the start.
Look at that slip, though. I mean, honestly, a classic of Top Esports at this point. Jackie Love coming up, the player of the game. Had a massive lead in bot side and used it well. They continued to stack the Dragons. They played around him, and his reservation on his ultimate, knowing that life was coming for him every single time, was so nice to see after that first one around that Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, I mean, Top Esports absolutely funneling everything into Jackie Love to start the game, and it paid off, as it always seems to. It always seems to with Jackie Love these days. I feel like those late game mistakes of old are gone, but then again, maybe I'll just jinx him if I say that. That's his fifth MVP of the split, and a fantastic game on that misfortune. Great team game from Top Esports as well. I feel like there was a couple of little mistakes coming out from FPX and, you know, Milky Way on that Sejuani not necessarily finding the engages that he needed to, but Top Esports doing such a good job to play around that.
And that's where we have to tackle what we expect FPX to change in this one. What can be a recipe for success for them? I think giving Milky Way some more resources is going to be the ticket forward. The Sejuani did look good in some instances, but in other instances, you'd rather have Milky Way with something of its own carry potential. So I want to see them flex a little bit more into what has worked for them. Again, we've talked so much about Top Esports' spree here in 2-0s. FPX on their own win streak, not in that same fashion, but needing to play off of Milky Way, and then also some of the star-studded performances that this man ZDZ has been putting off.
Yeah, that Rumble doing so much in the early and mid game to stabilize for FPX. I think without ZDZ's efforts, that would have been a much quicker game for Top Esports. Honestly, I wonder if they'll just ban the Rumble now, coming into the second game,
probably.
or potentially first pick it themselves. Like, generally, I feel like Top
The
Esports,
Shavada.
they prefer to have a tank up in the top side for 369. The Shavada ban, once again, I feel like Milky Way going to be frustrated with that, because I'm sure that he would love to bring out a little bit of cheese to spice this series up potentially. I know cheese is considered a spice in America, so trying to localize my
Is
my
it? I
language
mean,
for
there
you.
are spicy cheeses. That's the thing. That's what I was going to ask you. What kind of spicy cheese? You got like pimento, like jalapeno
I
cheddar.
was more just criticizing the lack of seasoning, but to be honest, it's a pretty poor insult coming
Nah,
from
I've
a Brit,
opened up
isn't
the
it?
real
Let's be honest.
conversation, haven't I? Yeah.
So Shavana, Ash, banned away. Tristana and Leona, the answer. The Tristana banned away from Cream. He's on an 18-game win streak. Like, this split, he's got 8 games. He already was on a 10-game win streak before the split began with that Tristana. It is terrifying. Not surprised to see FPX removing that from the table at all.
And it just goes to the essence
There
of
it is.
what makes Top Esports run, and it is just the fact that You get Prio in mid lane, it lets Tien do whatever he wants to his pleasure in the jungle. And like you were mentioning, that Rumble is going to slink in there for top esports to make sure.
So ZDZ doesn't get that absolute comfort. And not even necessarily just comfort. It's not like it's a big ZDZ pick specifically. It's just insanely strong, right? You can just influence the game so effectively, especially with the rest of the team having those CC ultimates to set up for the equalizer. The Ivan banned in the first 3 bans in the LPL. I never thought I'd see it, but it means that Tien grabs himself a Lilia instead.
And I don't know if we need many recollections to know what Tien does on this Lilia. So I need to see an answer from FPX. I need to see an answer from Milky Way, because Tien has literally run teams into the ground because of his Lilia gameplay.
He certainly has. It's terrifying. And to be honest, it's a fairly short-range answer from Care and from ZDZ. Tien, as the Lilia, would love to be up against a composition that wants to be up close and personal. Jackulov gets himself that misfortune once again. I mean, this feels fine for top esports, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Power picks across the board.
And big thing also is the passive damage from the combo from Jackulov will not wake you from your sleep there, so you have to think about what combos that belies. But you also have all that damage coming in now with the poke from Cream on the Corki. The Lucian, still very strong. I need to see a jungler pair up with this, and I need it to come in now, because you don't want top esports to continue to focus down your pool. But maybe that's just not going to be the case. They want things to follow up. They want things to go in afterwards, those immediate engages, and the Kai'Sa comes through.
Kai'Sa locked in there for FPX, for Doctor. It's definitely a potent carry. It's definitely a pick that can take over a game. And Doctor himself, 4 games this split, won all 4 of them on this Kai'Sa. Maybe that is the ticket to victory for FPX. Doctor stepping up once more. Jhin, you know, I don't think his performance individually was particularly lackluster, aside from maybe Farm, but look at that instant ban from top esports. The split second the Braum was gone, Kindred immediately removed.
And that's why you're wondering why you didn't grab something early for FPX. But as we say, you know, it is a little bit about trying to get Doctum back into a state of prominence, because both of these guys were blunted in that game number 1. Both of them having more facilitation style picks in the Jhin and Sejuani. It is the bread, and this is what we expect from top esports. You wait until the final phase, you're going to get those bans levied your way. It is the Nautilus right now for FPX to give them some forward engage, though.
It's an incredibly strong lane, isn't it? The Kai'Sa Nautilus. It's a classic combo. If you can find that hook, you can 100 to 0 people pretty damn quick. The rail comes through. Is that a top lane on? It's been a little while. In fact, one of the only other players to play top lane on in the LPL has been ZDZ. But 369's got a game on it this split as well, and he will lock the top lane on once again, scaling for days for top esports as well as hard engage.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see their flexibility with that pick, as well as the Mako picks for the Ornn have been very prominent in the Rumble stage. But here we go. It's another one of Milky Way's prominent picks that we actually saw creep up a little bit for him, and it's all about the big combos for him.
Certainly is. The Diana. This is kind of a Milky Way special, really. We don't see much Diana here in the LPL. Milky Way, a player, though, that over the last 12, I guess slightly less than 12 months, we've seen his Diana a couple of times, and it has, you know, not always found the win necessarily, but he's had some pretty big ultimates. He's had some pretty big moments. We'll see if it can happen again today. We'll see if he can find those targets, though, because once again, top esports, they're a team that's quite happy to spread out, that's willing to play these fanned out team fights that make it really difficult to find a big move for.
Yeah, the thing I struggle with is the ease of execution for top esports. Just feels like it's so far and above FPX's. Hey, yes, you can talk about comfort for FPX all day long, but it is going to require them to execute this and to find the synergies within the team composition, where we know what the pieces of top esports do. They have such strong strength. They have such good setup around Jackie Love, who's already having a wonderful game number 1. This is all eyes on FPX to make something happen and not just be another step in the road for Top Esports in 2-0.
Top Esports have won 9 games in a row. This one would be double digits for them if they could finish this series out in style and continue to contend for a top spot here in the LPL. See if they can make it happen.
到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎
A little bit more gumption behind the calls, but I do want to go back to that story of Top Esports because something we've highlighted a decent amount, and it's not only that dominance, but it's the fact that literally yesterday they were at one of the bottom places, at least in the qualified teams to playoffs in Group Ascend, and they've made some huge leaps and bounds and playing back-to-back games using some of that momentum in their own right. So see if they can continue to do that. They will be looking for a bit of a late invade against Milky Way here. Not spotted out, I don't believe. Okay, 369 will be. He's chunky.
He was spotted out and drops a ward onto the Raptors. I want to talk a little bit about FPX and where they are in the standings. You know, what this all means to them. Because we talked a lot about the win streak for Top Esports and how important each game and each series is for them. But for FPX, they're down in 6th place right now. They're 3-2 on the standings. But they're still within touching distance, right? Because in 3rd place is Top Esports. They're only 1 win ahead. There's a bit more game difference there, but realistically, if FPX could turn this series around and win this series, I mean, they've still got a pretty tough schedule ahead of them. They still have to face up against Weibo next, and then BLG would be their final opponent. But BLG looking weak in Weibo. You know, a team that you never quite know what's going to show up on the day. So I do feel like if FPX could show up today and give a real challenge to Top Esports, they could be setting themselves up into a position where maybe they can have one final surge towards playoffs and get themselves a bit of a better seeding to work with.
It's always about seeing the rebirth of the Phoenix, and they really have had a rebirth here in this Rumble stage. We talked a little bit about their journey so far, but themselves being on a 3-win streak there. Love to see a little bit of a shout out to the mid lane matchup that I feel like rules our world now in the Lucian versus Corki matchup at mid lane. It's a lot of games played. Lucian edging out just barely, but now I do also think that since we've gotten a little bit of the clear under themselves, both junglers going to be culminating on this bot side, and we get some fireworks there.
TN will definitely have a clear speed advantage there, but I think it's not by a lot. I know Diana pretty famous for how fast she can get through those camps. TN a bit slower on the single target camps, whereas Milky Way will be slightly slower on the AoE, but realistically, with the passive, Diana's pretty damn quick. What comes through in the bottom side from Life, but just going to be answered with a few autos from Jackie Love.
You have to be careful about how much damage you can do with the double up.
Oh, the bait!
Oh,
the bait
Mako.
comes through from Life, and Mako falls right for it. Milky Way skips a camp to be a part of the play. First blood, but now answered. Tien responds to the play from Milky Way, and he's looking for 2 as Life is forced to flash.
He tried to predict the move from Life, but Life ends up using another exit strategy there on the other side of the wall. Really, really good capitalization, but it ends up being a 1-for-1. Big importance, though, is that one for Top Esports goes the way of Jackie Love, of course.
I said he skipped a camp, he didn't. He's just that fast at clearing the jungle of the Diana. It will be Crab for TN. Let's take another look as Mako just not thinking Diana will be here just yet.
That's actually so big. And Mako forced flash, but you immediately have the follow-up from Milky Way. I think Tien with the 4 legs runs over here really nicely. There was still some more left on the table. And again, he tries to predict Life here, but Life finds a way, I guess, has been the nomenclature so far. And you have to look if we're going to continue seeing it.
Dive onto Dogtime in the bottom side. Jackie Love already got first blood, and he gets a second as well. Flashes just before the turret shot comes through. They can redive this. So long as Mako's tanking, they can go for another one.
Oh my God.
Mako gets the kill. They are off to the races again.
I mean, can we just call it now, like best bot lane in LPL? They have been doing this time and time again against all the bot lanes in the LPL, especially in this Rumble stage where all of our top teams are here in Group Ascend. Now, Care, He's looking at it.
Oh, Cream did this to him in game number 1. Cream going down to the Wolf as Care is going to go down to TN. Oh, no! It was so close. Single digits between Care and a solo kill.
Oh, you can't have this stuff happening against Top Esports. You've given them an almost 1,200 gold lead at 5 minutes in. You've been playing into their hands this entire time. At FPX, they don't seem like they have the resources to pull out. They are looking at this bot side now, but the damage is already done. TN is going to be clearing like a monster, and it all started off this masterful play on bot side by Mako and Jackie Love. They actually find a way to get out of dodge with it, and Jackie Love just showing his expertise here.
Beautiful stuff. Mako even grabbing a kill for himself, and Dogdom's caught again. Oh, God, bad to Wiz in the bottom side. It just won't stop. It just won't end.
You highlighted the Kai'Sa. You said maybe the comfort is key. That key is broken in half, and it doesn't even fit the lock right now. Munchable's life is all by his lonesome in the bot side. He's trying to find a way out.
I don't know if he can, though. Pulled back in. One more Q will finish the job. TN grabbing that kill. Care, another attempt in the mid lane onto Cream. No flash available. If Cream steps up, maybe there's an angle. Care, you can see that he feels the pressure with how this bot lane is going. He's trying to make things happen elsewhere on the map.
20 CS up for Jackie Love at 3-0. He's going to be on first side. He's on a ward right now, so they know he's there. Yeah, this is so bad. They have the bullet time. They can pull that combo off here.
TN is still waiting in the wings as well.
He wants the lilting lullaby.
Check. There's the stun. Anchor does get life out to safety. I mean, I was going to say well played, but like, there's a certain extent to which playing well at this point is not going to matter. Top Esports are so good at using these advantages. TN happy to camp for his bot lane to get Jackie Love even further ahead. He's on double the CS of Dogdom at 7 minutes.
And it's not even like they turned back for the dragon or anything like that. They did end up stealing that Gromp away, but it leaves a lot of question marks for Milky Way to try to find something useful. Meanwhile, we are seeing him move over into TN's jungle, but it really is a factor that TN has just been consistently able to play around this bot lane of his all series long.
Milky Way going for a bit of an invade here. It looks like he wants to go towards that mid lane, but Cream playing towards his own jungler on the top side of mid. He'll be safe. Put the Valkyrie up as well. It's always difficult to get a gank onto a Corki. As Dogdom finally gets 1 minion wave totally unhindered. He doesn't know what that feels like. It's been a long time since he was able to just hit the wave.
He's going to hit level 6 eventually, I promise. It is just speaking to the strength, though, that Jackie Love has been able to present, not only on this misfortune. I'm feeling like obviously it's been 2 incredible games now.
Here. Dominus in play. TN, okay, won't commit. As Milky Way is actually here as well. Maybe TN has to commit whether he likes it or not. Trying to get the movement speed.
He's getting the double lilting.
Has a double sleep for himself. Maybe some follow-up, but not sure that's a fight they actually want. Just gets the double Q and walks away. Or hops away, I suppose.
He'll take that a little bit at least. Being able to trade down with some of the health burn there. But just trying to stop any of the advances of FPX. And that is exactly what TN can do now. And you'll see him do with the speed of clear that he has. Yes, it's a bit matched by Milky Way, but he'll be able to have a lot of the answers if FPX and Milky Way want to be aggressive. And as this Diana, you want to be getting a bit of an advantage for yourself so you can feel confident to get those engages off and have the big combos follow through.
EDG continuing to try and pressure in that top side as
Care, I think you lose that now.
Railing Care. Now a bullet time just annihilates Dogdom. Life has to walk forwards to try and survive. That's more than half of both their HPs. As Dogdom takes another double up. Oh God. This might be another dive. This might be Mako going underneath the tower. TN is here as well as the stun comes through. Dogdom one also away. Jackie Love tanking. Can he get out of range of the tower? He can. And Life burning. And there's a make it rain as the dot from TN finishes the job. It's just a masterclass at the bottom side.
Oh, they did end up getting a trade on top side. It is something for FPX, but in all reality, what did it cost? And it's literally everything. At almost 4,000 gold, you're going to be chunked down just a little bit with that tower taken out here, but top esports have dominated. It's been all bot lane, this 2v2. JackieLove didn't take a single turret shot before all this damage went down. It's insanity.
Playing so well until goes in and finishes the job line with a decent hook, but he's not even level 6 yet. Like, what can he do? What can he do? In the meantime, though, Milky Way gets the ult. Good CCG.
Big.
Pretty nice for Milky Way to get a little bit of gold on that top side, but I mean, he's still behind because TN's got so many kills on the bottom side. 1,000 gold lead for ZDZ on the Renekton. I don't know if that's enough. It's going to have to be for FPX as he wants to use it immediately. Jumps straight on towards TN. Wants the shutdown. Won't find it.
Does end up getting the flash, though. That's big, so there's not going to be any flash plays to get the lilting lullaby. And this is looking like potential Grubageddon here.
I don't know, though. I think FPX have to back away. JackieLove is so terrifying. He just walks in and taps the grub, steals it away from ZDZ. That's two grubs.
Papa's here.
Both for JackieLove as well. A couple of extra CS in case Stockton wasn't behind enough.
It is first item spikes that are going to be used pretty well by both sides, but also just that strength now being levied across the map by JackieLove. He will still be close to that second item, not going to be there just yet. We are also 11.5 minutes in. Top Esports, a team that's been known to really push the tempo on objectives, hasn't felt the need to just yet on the Dragon. They want kills. They want to go for the throat here, Much.
Oh, the combo is beautiful to witness. The Ornhorn setting up for the bullet time. JackieLove gets, I think, his 19th kill of the game so far, something like that. 9-2. And you were just talking about objectives. I guess Top Esports have found their window.
Guess they'll get it. First Dragon, 12 minutes into the game. No big deal here, but Milky Way can be feeling the heat a little bit, and it's not from his own Phoenix. It's a 3-0-2 Tien. It's a 5-0-2 JackieLove, and this is the state of game that Top Esports have found all their wins in. If they get an advantage, they do not let it go in most cases, and JackieLove in this game, he might be looking at double MVPs at this point.
Phenomenal game from him. I've got to say, phenomenal game from Tien as well, though, to answer the early play from Milky Way. Milky Way tried to shut down the bot lane of Top Esports early. Tien was there to answer, and then setting up for these dives out from JackieLove and Maker. Half of the dives he wasn't even a part of, but it was at least in the area shadowing to make sure that Milky Way was definitely not a part of them either, giving his bot lane that freedom to take over.
And take over, they absolutely did. It is still trying to figure out how to close this one out cleanly. They were able to take that bot outer. Turret place will be falling in about a minute. They have moved JackieLove to mid lane, try to maybe squeak out a little bit more of that here. But the big tempo play is going to be coming up now that we have that Rift Herald coming down. That could lend out to multiple turrets going down if Top Esports want to press their advantage there. But we're looking bot side right now. Milky Way is trying to revisit 369.
369 clears the wave. I mean, he's pretty tanky at this point. Has 2 armor items and a Balmy Cinder, and that might just be an upgraded Sunfire Cape there as he builds it on through. Sunfire Aegis picked up. 369 can just walk towards the wave, or can he? A TP comes through from ZDZ with a Dominus in tow as well. That should be another kill on 369. Forced onto the weak side and will die twice for it. Cream trying to trade in the top lane. That should be a lot of gold for FPX.
They do get some fight back here. They're still at a huge deficit. But Milky Way, that's multiple times he's turned to the 369 well and been able to come up big. They do get a little bit of something, but going to lose a lot of gold on the back end as they're losing a top outer and a mid outer because of that. So every play has a bit of a cost. They are going to get the bot lane on the end of it, and K are going to push this wave in too.
Herald as well for Tien. All in trade for a kill and a tier 1 on the bottom side. I think Milky Way managed to steal away a red buff as well. So a little bonus there for FPX, but realistically, a very positive play for Top Esports, even with 369 going down. 369 very happy to play weak side. This ain't his first time on the job, you know. This guy has played weak side many a time for top esports, and he's very happy to do so again, especially on a champion like Ornn. You really don't mind if you're behind in gold, so long as you're getting that XP, so long as you get your passive going, he's still going to be fine when we get into the mid game.
And that's all you really can hope for in a lot of cases. I think in this regard, I do want to get a check-in on kind of the machinations of FPX, because in that game one, it definitely didn't feel like the same FPX that has been finding these slink out wins for themselves. This definitely feels like more of a home-cooked draft for them, but it hasn't been the execution that maybe is up to par to it.
And I feel like the Diana is like, oh, hang on, he's found Cream. He's found Cream. The Diana is the pick, apparently.
Oh, he missed.
That's enough. Cream is unstoppable. Gets the fleet footwork. ZDZ flashes to finish the job, but even in a 1v1, Cream finds the kill.
And Cream even missed a rocket barrage of that as well, so adding insult to injury, still able to get the kill out there, does give ZDZ a little bit more gold, but top esports, as we know them to do, you cannot get something on the other side of the map without them responding, and they are crashing down in bot lane.
Even a bullet time in the mid lane to stop Noctum just pushing the wave. That's a tier 2 taken.
Going mid.
Oh, the charge. Wait, he's going to bounce out the wrong side of the tower here. TN is pretty deep.
He's got
Ornn comes through. He's just the right amount of deep after all. Top esports, no signs of stopping as they look for life as well. Who cares if it's a tier 2 tower? Top esports, it could be 16, it could be 46 minutes into the game. It's the same level of play.
I might not be a medical physician, but I might be calling time of death of FPX in this series at 1640. I mean, they are being ran around by top esports, and it has been a consistency in this series, a consistency from top esports. We brought in a little bit of the storyline for FPX, but top esports continue to force our focus to them in this Rumble stage.
TN's charging straight towards Milky Way. I think he went past that blue ward. I think he was spotted. Mako's hunting for him. Milky Way has to flash. Will get out with his life. He got a Gromp. It's not much, but it's, I guess, a small win. Is that worth the flash? I don't know, but...
Participation trophy.
Yeah. I mean, you can't get anything, can you? You literally can't even get a Gromp. You can't even get a single camp steal. And here in the 1v1...
He actually gets a decent amount of damage. You see right here, I think he does miss one of the... no, he actually didn't end up doing it. So I was thinking that actually Milky Way had an advantage in that situation, but the damage profile with that Trinity Force is just so massive for the Corki. It's so unexpected a lot of the time. And top esports taking full advantage of that. That is a second dragon as well for them bot side, and they'll continue pushing it.
Great last second flash there from Cream as well to dodge that final bit of damage and give him space to blast a big one the way of Milky Way. ZDZ cleans it up after the fact, but the damage was already done. It's a 6,000 gold lead, 18 minutes. Top esports. I think maybe upset with how close the first game was. Wanting to prove to everyone that this win streak ain't ending anytime soon.
We're gonna have to reevaluate our versions of close here if we're talking about top esports, because it doesn't feel like anybody's been able to be close to them here in recency. But you also have to remember, like, they did lose to a couple of the top teams, but at the beginning of their journey in the Rumble stage. So been a long cry since then. And Cream, Jackie Love, 2 items completed. TN, I'm sure, gonna be close to his as well. We're getting resets back out on the map. There's no objectives, but top esports are going to be putting the pain on FPX.
And I don't want to, you know, I don't want to be that guy. But I will say the 2 losses that top esports have were both in week 2, just when they were back from their trips abroad, potentially a bit jet lagged. Does feel like they are fully back. Oh no, CC's on cooldown for ZDZ.
Thumbs up as he goes.
369's like, yeah, see you later, mate. I'm out of here.
And they can now just put presence around the top. So, okay, he's getting back. I thought they might keep presence around here since there is a Baron coming up in about 30 seconds. But Jackie Love, ooh, gets the ulti out of Milky Way.
It costs him his flash. And Milky Way does manage to steal away that red buff. So, again, these small advantages FPX are able to find occasionally. They're what's keeping them in the game, but I mean, they are very small compared to the 6,000 gold advantages that Top Esports seem to keep finding. TN very close to finishing his second item. Jackie very close to finishing his third item. Cream not too far away from finishing, stacking that Muramana as well. I mean, it all just feels so futile for FPX, for want of a better word.
You do wonder if there is any entrance there, and it still hasn't been the big combos. Because in all actuality, like Milky Way has a big wombo combo. You're not going to have necessarily things to follow up on that. You're going to have some good single target damage, though, and I think that's where you really have to rely on for FPX if they are going to find an end to this fight. But the problem is you're not even on 2 items for either of your carries yet for Karen and Doctum. You just don't have the damage to put up against this would-be Titan.
369 even gets all of the small crooks.
Oh.
It's a 4-man moonfall, but doesn't even get the damage phase out. And with Milky Way down, surely a green light for Top Esports to kick off the purple web.
I will say this is a bit lackluster for what maybe I expected FPX is. Yeah, it really is. I think coming into this one, this was an opportunity to really upset some of the balance in the Rumble stage and some of the seeding potential for the playoffs, but Top Esports didn't want any of that. And they're looking at clean victories all along.
And to be fair to FPX, like, Jackie looks just blasting out cooldown at anyone that's on his stream.
Strutting his stuff.
Like, to be fair to FPX, Top Esports are maybe the best team in the league right now. I guess we'll have to wait and see for playoffs for that one, because LNG beat them, LNG at the top of the standings, but I personally am not a big believer in that right now. But that's a
Been
whole
a while
conversation.
since that matchup.
Like, we could talk about all day that FPX should look for a win here. It's easier said than done, isn't it, when you're up against a team of this caliber?
I mean, we were talking about Kareem having conversation being one of the best mids, Jackie Love Mako being one of the best bots, and like you just have so much to play through in TN. Having a Wonder-Star split, I think this guy has been so lethal in the jungle. He's been so flexible in what he's been willing to play. And then when you end up giving him his power picks, like right now, the Lilia is Super Saiyan mode for him in the last 3 games that he's been able to play this pick. It's been really nice to see a step up holistically from Top Esports, and the sky's the limit at this point, but you see how much they can just kind of stranglehold the map in a lot of cases, because this isn't like a one-off situation for Top Esports. This has been like almost every game they've played.
Yeah. It has been a little bit back to their old mantra of win lane, win game, to be honest. It felt like that went away for a little while. It's back in full force. Top Esports are in immaculate form and looking towards a 10th win in a row if they can finish this game out. Milky Way doesn't want to let that happen. Does have Flash, does have Moonfall. Top Esports have to be cautious not to overstep here. TP from CDZ behind with the Dominus. But that's Milky Way put to sleep and finished off.
Oh.
The fight's already over before ZDZ even gets close.
ZDZ.
Here comes Doctum to try and finish the job, but 369 sends him into the sky, and ZDZ can't even find Cream. Not one iota for FPX. Top Esports are dominant here in the LPL.
Oh man, you see the interest from Doctum, he immediately gets taken down. You see the hopes of this series in any regard for FPX being dashed completely, and Top Esports, they have been a huge force to be reckoned with here in the LPL Rumble stage.
To rise from the ashes, you're first got to be set on fire, and Top Esports have done exactly that today. 2-0 as TN flashes his FPX World Champion flair as well. Lets him know that he's been there, and now he's somewhere better.
He's been there, he's done that, he got your star, and he's looking for another. And I think in reality, like, you have all the extra things going behind it, Top Esports, all the history behind a lot of the players, some of the growth development we talked about for Cream, the legendary factor of 4 out of 5 of these players. But it also is the results speaking for themselves. You don't go 10-0 in games in the LPL lightly. In all, like we've seen these last couple days, the underdog teams, the teams that have had 0 wins, are taking wins off of some of our best teams. And to be able to have such a clean streak like this definitely speaks high and above of what Top Esports can achieve.
It's phenomenal to witness, and it's an incredible little streak to finish out the split. Look at
him. He's enjoying himself, man. He's drawing stuff for us. He's laughing every time they're doing poses for him after the game. It's incredible.
Do you know, one thing I'm really excited about as well is Top Esports. They've had a fantastic game here today, or a couple of games here today. That second one especially was a masterclass. But we get one more series from them before they head to playoffs. And it's the old classic against JDG, no less. I feel like that's a perfect way for them to finish out their split. And if they can win that one in style, if they can maintain this win streak against, you know, this roster that a couple of these players have been back and forth, you know, 369 knows those players all too well on the side of JDG. I feel like that is inevitably going to be a fantastic series, well worth the watch.
Yeah.
And that would just be a perfect way for Top Esports to round out their split. Whether it's a win or a loss, honestly, I feel like that's just a poetic series to finish on.
It's so perfect that it's our last game of the Rumble stage. Just fitting out perfectly, the nice little bow on top of it, but it is a situation where after Kanavi is seeing performances like this from TES, you gotta start shivering your boots a little bit. I'm very excited to see what that jungle matchup is going to look like. But
yeah,
hyper focusing on this one in particular, Top Esports have made a mess, honestly, of the Rumble side of things in Group Ascend, and being able to jump up so highly when they started this weekend off, obviously games behind, but being able to kind of bounce that far up into the standings themselves in 3rd place.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Top Esports, and sort of commiserations really for FPX as they now go 3-3 in the standings. It's not a bad score, honestly. It's not that bad, but it's not that good either. It's not quite good enough, and they've got some hard opponents ahead of them as well. So we'll see how they can finish out their split. We'll see if they can raise themselves up in the standings, but I do think it's going to be a hard path for them. And I do think as well, we've seen a couple of issues here today. Now, obviously, there's the huge caveat of Dr. Life were up against Jackie Lover Mako with TN influencing this bot lane as well. So I don't want to go too hard on the bot lane of FPX, because I do think that this is the kind of lane that will expose just about anyone. But Dogdom having a really hard series for himself. Life similarly, Milky Way similarly. It's been a tough day for the players of FPX.
It has, and it was no sign of life down there, even if the name said it. It felt like for both of the games, Jackie Love and Mako, yes, getting influence from Tien, but I'm not gonna lie, they did a lot of that their damn selves. Like that 2v2 down there was real nice. I think Mako, again, I harped on it a little bit in the series itself, but he is having one of his splits of his career. I think it's really nice to see Top Esports come together. And as a man who, you know, spent 10 years in the league, I feel like you could say that in some regard. Yeah.
I mean, it's just a funny sentence. He's having one of his splits of the year. I think that's true for every player, that they are having a split.
Oh, a split of all time.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I will say it's going to get tough for FPX as well, because they have to play tomorrow against Weibo, back-to-back days. It's going to be tough, but you're absolutely right. Tien in absolutely incredible form. I feel like this jungle carry meta as Mako just styles on live there.
Oh, man.
It's just looking so good, isn't it? It's all just looking so good.
Yeah, and it didn't stop. They were literally pouncing on them between turrets consistently in both games. It wasn't even just this game. Tien's influence being felt around the world. But it again is a conversation of who can step up to this bot lane. It has to be one of the two other duos you mentioned, either, you know, Elkanon or Ruler missing. But at this point, I mean, these two guys just look so much better than a lot of our other choices.
I've got to say, for me, Light and Crisp have been the bot lane that have stepped up most this split. I think they look really, really good on Weibo. I think they're one of the best things about Weibo right now, to be honest. We'll see if that can... I mean, FPX will meet them tomorrow, so I guess we'll see.
Exactly, we'll find out real quick.
Absolutely body the bot lane in the way that Top Esports have today. That's the meter stick for how they're doing as a duo. Can they match up to what Jackie Love and Mako have done today?
If we see Rel and we see the Rel and the Misfortune, we'll know why. So they found the ticket to take it down FPX. But it didn't feel like FPX were ever comfortable in this. And that has a lot to say on what priority was gained by Top Esports, how they played around it. That literally is their bread and butter, and how they've won all these games is using that priority around and playing through TN as well. But it really is a situation where it didn't ever feel like FPX got their feet beneath them, especially starting off with a bit of a blunted edge sword in that first game with a couple of their picks.
And it's heartbreaking to see that final fight as well for FPX. It's kind of, that was the first time they got an opportunity really to go for a proper 5v5, which when you're playing with a Diana, like that was the first time we saw a killer instinct from the Kai'Sa, because Noctum just was shut out of the game entirely. Like, it was so close to a fight win. ZDZ did so much in that fight on the Renekton. He managed to get the kill on Jackal. He almost killed Cream as well. Imagine if FPX are just 2,000 gold closer there. That's honestly maybe a turnaround fight. That's maybe Top Esports stepping too far forwards, but at the end of the day, they weren't. That's not what happened. Top Esports just smashed them.
If there is one person I'm going to give some praise to, it has to be ZDZ for FPX. I think he was able to have big influence. Yes, they lost. All you can say, whatever you want, but I think that first Rumble game, but then also being able to have some influence on the Renekton, I think it was a bright spot, but definitely try to make sure he keeps his spot. Yeah, fantastic performance from ZDZ. Honestly, I would be surprised if Xiaola, who is subbed in at this point, over ZDZ. I think ZDZ has done more than enough to earn that spot in the top lane. We'll see if that'll be the case for tomorrow. It's up against Weibo tomorrow, so will be a tough opponent as always. But you know what? I'd say he's in a good spot and an opportunity for revenge, perhaps. Give him some Rumble, give him some revenge. We'll see if it's a dish best served hot, even though that's not the saying.
How cold is it? How long ago was it that ZDZ left the roster? I guess pretty recent.
It's still a little warm, you know?
It's pretty warm for him, let's be honest.
That's what's crazy
this is
about
the first time
man.
he gets to play against them since he left, right?
But he's been like all over the place. Oh my goodness. We'll talk about ZDZ maybe a little bit later. I think Jackie Loves deserves a spotlight here, though. The misfortune back-to-back, getting him in double MVPs here. And the massive difference for Top Esports has been the consistency that Jackie Love has brought alongside his now duo in Mako.
Fantastic game from him. Really, really well played underneath the towers. We just saw in the replays where he was kind of juggling aggro alongside Mako. The kind of like dodging in and out of tower range is just
take a
so
single
beautiful to
turret
see.
until he dove.
And I think the thing is, like, the really, really impressive thing on Misfortune, it's always something to watch out for when you see pros playing this champion, is if you don't get hit by anything, you get a boatload of movement speed, and it makes doing that kind of thing way easier. So if you do it just right, then you're basically untouchable by the towers. It's really hard to hit skill shots onto her. Like, and Jackie Love, one of the best at doing it, just showing exactly how it's done here today.
If you need any montage of how to put pressure on a bot lane, you definitely had all your fill here in these last two games, but it was really nice to see them execute that one, even if they were given resources early to close it out.
Yeah, well, we're already done here today. Let's take a look at the final
Big brain
scores
is over.
on the doors. Indeed, LGD starting the day off with a game win, but LNG coming back in that series and showing who's boss. In our second series, EDG managed to play spoiler and knock Ultra Prime out of the running for playoffs, even though EDG are already out of the mix as well. And then we just saw Top Esports beating out FPX to finish out our day, which leads us into what's coming up tomorrow. And boy, is tomorrow a doozy.
It is. Just a little highlight again. Congratulations on a 10-win streak for Top Esports in games as well. WE take on IG to kick us off. Oh my goodness. I couldn't be more excited for this one, because if IG win, they're in. WE, they're playing with fire here. They want to get it as well. It is LG then taking on AL, which should be a super hype matchup, even though a little bit of slump for AL. And then Weibo versus FPX. The Fiery Phoenix looking to be reborn tomorrow.
Yeah, another opportunity for redemption. All close series, all important series. And WE need a 2-0 tomorrow over IG, I believe, to qualify for playoffs. So IG just looking for that single game, desperate for that single game tomorrow. But that is going to be it from us. It's been double play-by-play on the desk. I've been joined by Mazel. We've been vibing it out as we make our way through these games, but we are all out of time. So we will see you tomorrow. All three series have playoffs connotations, so do not miss it. We'll see you there in chat. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.